put it on the card. Everybody takes it. What? I haven't even hit the limit.
There's a payment due, and the interest is piling up. You've got quite a situation here.
Easy. Hello? It's me again. Fancy another round of investment? It's risk-free. For me. See?
Wait, you just borrowed new money to pay the old bill?
We call that refinancing.
How are you still getting loans? Shouldn't your financial situation have gotten you blacklisted by now?
Well, everyone needs my dollars, and my IOs happen to be denominated in my dollars. Convenient, huh?
You're getting close to the debt ceiling. Maybe you could put something back?
Are you crazy? These are urgently needed.
I know what your priorities are now.
And if I hit the ceiling, I'll just move the ceiling, like I always do.
Who's gonna handle the debt finally?
Relax. Just kick the can down the road. Future Eagles will handle it.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt WEINGLASS and co-host Craig Pasta JARDULA. Jay Scott. Episode 210, Reverse Engineering. A real fake news update. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt WEINGLASS.
Here we go. All right. We are back. Here we go, guys. It's the Homeless Left. I'm Matt WEINGLASS, your host today. This is the non-tribal approach to news show, non-tribal approach to life, really, in general. And we are so glad to be back with you this afternoon, this Thursday afternoon. It went very quick. This week has already gone by so quick. As you guys know, we weren't on Tuesday. We were actually out in Chicago. We had a pretty awesome event, awesome time with Caleb Maupin and the CPI anti-imperialist, anti-war group. They were doing their convention. It was the national convention for CPI, and I was able to be a guest speaker there for the event. It was incredible. Leslie and I, we had a great time, and all the people that showed up. We saw a lot of our Homeless Left viewers there as well. A couple of them popping in and being part of the movement, not just watching and observing, but participating. And that's what we like. That's why we like CPI, Caleb, and all the people in our vicinity that know it's not just about kicking back, press and play, grabbing a bowl of popcorn and watching from a side. It's actually hands-on. It's active participation, because we can make those little incremental differences, whatever we can do with whatever resources we have. And I think that's the thing we're learning, is that we all have our talents, our abilities, the things that we excel in, and we can understand others have the things they excel in. And when we all kind of figure out the thing that works for us, we can be the most effective in what are we doing? What is the point of all this? What are we even here for? Well, what we're doing is we are challenging something that has really shown itself to us in the last few years. Some people figured this out years ago. Some people are figuring it out right now. And if you are for the first time, welcome to the space. So who are we fighting against? It's this billionaire class, Epstein class, warmongering psychopaths who control not just their upward transfers of wealth and the hoarding and the greed and that power hungry heroin addict like mindset that they defend and protect. It's what they're doing to the rest of us in that process of their addiction to that power. And those the secret societies and the underground stuff that we were always called conspiracy theorists, looking into that stuff, all the little messages, subliminal messages in our films and TV. But all that has come to light. And we understand that part of what they do, not just enjoying their power, is how they treat us in the process and pit us against each other and keep us in a constant stare of fear and confusion and being angry at the wrong thing, punching down at our neighbors and family and friends. That's been their model of success, and it's been working. We say a lot we're living in this failed state or failed experiment. It's not necessarily true. It's failing us. But the thing they set out to do, they're actually accomplishing it. It's actually a success for them. And I think that's why we're here. We're gathering here to take back the power to the people, fighting all of it. And it feels overwhelming, yes, but when we realize there's more of us than them, and we get better at this, we get better at calling it out not after the fact. Hell, not even during is great. How about calling it out before it happens? Seeing all the signs. That's what we're really doing. And in the process, uniting a real people's movement against all of it, right? There's more of us than them. We actually have more in common than they want us to believe. And that's why you align with these groups that these aren't political parties in the sense that you're red versus blue, black versus white, We're done with that. And the mainstream media and their nefarious behavior being protective pieces for that establishment, F them. We are done with them too. They're not journalists. We're doing our own type of journalism, and that's looking into things. That's asking questions. That's being curious. That's not giving up, not succumbing to the name calling and shying away because we don't want to look like we're wearing tinfoil hats, as our friend Garland Nixon says. We don't care about that anymore. In fact, the labeling that they give us of anti this and that, you guys know the list. You know the list. Anti everything. We wear those with a badge of honor. That's what we do when you're being called these names, whatever it is. And you guys know what those names are. And we go through all of them. We get called all of them, from white nationalists, Trumper, Putinist, anti-science, anti-vax. Actually, the anti-vax one, that's starting to become a lot more of a reality. But those are just names they throw around. We say antiseptic, but you guys know it's the same formula each time. So we're not going to be affected negatively by that anymore. We're going to take it as a badge of honor. Because why? Because if they're out to stop you, to ridicule you, to deplatform you, to throw you off, if they're putting that time in, it's because you're doing something right. It's because you're telling the truth. They don't waste their time on people making stuff up. They go after the people that are on to something. And so that's what we're doing here, guys. So you guys know. And it's good to be back. And we'll share a little more about what we did in Chicago with you guys today. Let's just make sure everybody is locked and loaded. Man, the censorship problem is so bad. That's the mechanism, guys. It's the shadow banning, the terminations, the ups and downs that we can't figure out. Sometimes, these algorithms, it's absolutely insane, but all we can do is keep doing what we're doing. So thank you guys for being here right now. If you're just checking us out for the first time, make sure you hit that subscribe, the like, the share, all that stuff. Check your subscribe button. If it's been a while for you, check it, because sometimes they remove it, especially on this new channel on Homeless Left. THL presents. The Homeless Left on YouTube doesn't exist anymore. They took us off because our conversations were what? Too dangerous for the community. On this channel, we've been doing pretty well, inconsistently very well. So we need you to keep that up with us by checking that subscribe button. Make sure that it's still locked and loaded, because they do tend to mess with a lot of people that have been following us this whole time, and all of a sudden they don't have it anymore. We're on both of the X accounts right now, going live. So welcome on Twitter. And of course, the Homeless Left on Rumble. It's still there, hasn't gone anywhere. We're okay with that, even though it's the surveillance state times 1,000. We at least understand they're not going to pull the plug on us, and that's good on Rumble. So very good, very good. Twitch is going, I think. I don't think we're on Facebook right now. We didn't bother with that today. So that's all good. So you guys, what we're calling today's show. Here's what's happening today. So this is called reverse engineering. This is a concept that we're going to explore in a lot of the issues today. Reverse engineering, working backwards, how they are able to get the results they want by working backwards. and then walking us through those steps, which is very manipulative, very dishonest, very insincere. So we understand that's the blueprint. We're going to be looking into that several times today. We'll be joined by Craig Pasta and by Jay Scott today on today's show. We got a lot of stuff to go through, knowing that the U.S. national debt is now at $40 trillion. We knew that was coming. It's not a shock, but my God, what a milestone indeed. We're looking at the Iran problems right now with, some saying about the plans for nuclear attack by Trump, that we're going to look at that. Plus some mRNA Maha mayhem going on with the Fauci hearings, because now we have a senior advisor that has now pleaded guilty to some COVID crimes. We'll get into some of that. What else we got? The Angie Nixon win. We're going to look at that, her going after her Democratic leaders, which we always thought AOC was going to do and all the rest, but it's something to look at. It's something to look at. So we'll be looking into that one. And then there's a major rabbit hole we got to go through with this actress who's now passed, died suddenly. There's a lot of stuff going on there. We're talking about Hayden Panettiere. I got to get her last name correct, but you guys know that has been a very that's been a reported story in a very dishonest way. So we're going to look into some of that as well. Okay, guys, let's get into it. I know we got a little bit of a late start with you, but we're going to play some catch up now and get to our first story right now. And we usually start this off on Tuesdays with real fake news, but we're going to do it today because we didn't do the Tuesday show. So here we go. Let's get some real fake news going here, guys. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Let's look at what's going on with the USS Lincoln. We know that there's been some trouble out on seas. We know the morale has been 100% not there, as we've never really seen or experienced in any other previous illegal war that we've partaked in. I think that there's a turning point happening right now with this generation of military soldiers, U.S. soldiers that are now, I would say, on many levels, they are protesting, they are resisting, they are succumbing to the moment in which they cannot continue to do the thing they're doing. And it's good. It's good because they're not waiting 20 years to reflect on it. They're doing it in real time. And that's great to see. Unfortunately, there's going to be some pushback coming, not just from the Trump administration. We're looking at the way the media covers this. And they all have a different style. We're going to look at each one of them. But let's start with the initial report on what's actually happening on the USS Lincoln, as according to ABC. Here's the report.
George Washington warship is now on its way to the Middle East to replace the USS Abraham Lincoln in the region. That's all amid growing concerns about mental health and supply issues aboard.
Acting Navy Secretary Hung Kao says in a statement that there have been a small number of cases where service members on board the carrier have sought mental health treatment. His statement also acknowledges supply challenges on the USS Abraham Lincoln, which began its deployment last fall and has only pulled into port twice since then. The acting Navy Secretary says in his statement that deployments are hard and war is hell. And while he says there's no question our young men and women have been pushed to their limits, he says they've never broken. Hung Kao's statement acknowledges the reports from family members in recent days that there have been supply challenges on the ship amid strikes by Iran on U.S. assets in the region, seeming to have an impact on logistics. Kao says meal plans on board were adjusted when fresh resupply was unavailable. Now, a U.S. Navy official tells me that protein rations have had to be reduced from 3 options at mealtime down to 2, that fresh fruits and vegetables and milk are among the things that have likely run out on the carrier, but the official stresses that the crew has been fed 4 meals a day, with perhaps a greater reliance on frozen and canned foods. Now, Hung Kao says the Lincoln will return home as part of a planned rotation soon, and our sources do tell us that the USS George Washington could arrive in the region within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so let's break that one down. So what's happening here, they're only tapping in to the mental stress part of this. And then they're giving some deflectors saying, well, they are getting fed. And by the way, they're getting switched out. So they just need to kind of be patient. And that's really the problem here, because this isn't, we're going to get to the Fox News in a moment on how they cover this. But this is not a balanced coverage. You don't go flip over to ABC and think you're going to get an honest take here. What they're doing is they're deflecting and gaslighting the fact that these are difficult circumstances with no indication that the soldiers themselves, that the military men themselves don't actually want to be there. And they're also skipping over how actually bad it is. Here's a video that went viral of, and several have, but this is one example of what they're sharing from the actual, from the U.S., from aboard the USS Lincoln. Here you go.
All right, y'all, so a couple y'all wanted to see how the ship look, or the head look, aka the bathroom. The shower's right here, you feel me? This is what we go through on a carrier in the Navy. They say join the Navy, right? Join the Navy. Yeah, look at this, y'all. This is crazy. This ain't even the worst part, man. Sinks atrocious. Wait till y'all see the toilets, man. Look at the toilet. Y'all expect me to take a doodle in this, y'all? Nah. Y'all crazy. Look at this. Come on now. Join the Navy, though, right? Join the Navy. Yeah, all right, bro.
So, not good conditions. Oh yeah, they're getting their 3 meals a day. This is not a livable situation for these guys. On top of that, again, the part that's not being covered is the part about what are we even doing here? Where's the morale? There doesn't seem to be any morale. So what happens when Trump is asked about this? Well, you can guess that he's going to certainly do his share of deflecting. That's one of the reasons why he's the guy they selected in his position. So he will not retreat 1 inch at all. He's going to double down on it and punch down, because that's the thing you got to do.
What else do I have to say?
Family members of U.S. service members are concerned about the conditions on board the USS Lincoln.
Well, no, that ship is moving. No, they're not. That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship.
Has the deployment gone on too long?
No. Not nearly long enough.
Not nearly long enough. Ooh, nice little jab there. Good job there. So, of course, Fox News takes his cue on punching down, because that's what you're supposed to do when people complain. You tell them it's time to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and suck it up. And if you don't, you're just really weak, according to Fox News host Joey Jones, railing on these sailors.
On TV complaining about tuna and noodles? I'm sorry. You volunteered to serve your country. You can come back, get out of the military, and do like all of these Democrat veterans and complain about it and make commercials and be a sellout if you want to, and come up with a new way of doing things. The last Democrat president that I remember that was deploying troops, Barack Obama, had the Army going to Iraq on patrol bases for 15 months at a time, eating MREs. I'm sorry, but you're a sitting duck on a patrol base in Iraq, in Afghanistan, a heck of a lot more than you are on a fortified Navy ship sitting in the water. You might have got bored, and I'm sorry. We did have more fun getting in firefights, I'll say that. But
oh, it's boredom. That has to be it. It's boredom. And you're not really a sitting duck? Really? Have we ever seen the level of resistance that we're seeing from Iran? Ever? I mean, minus what happened in Vietnam when you drop, thousands of troops into Cambodia, and you think that you're just going to be able to, just sweep your way through, murder everyone, and come home okay. No, we lost 55,000 in that one. Not to mention all the suicides and the mental anguish and all the horrible. So many people. So what is he talking about? Well, this isn't him just being mean. This is the approach of the news network and doing the bidding for Trump. And it does spill over in other ways, not just this one anchor being extra mean. This is the top-down instructions to remind people that they better put up or shut up. And any critique on the thing we're doing is there's no room for critique. No room. It's called complaining, right? So carry on with your analysis here of what's really happening out there, right? Because they're just bored, right?
To sit there and say that it was terrible because you had a corn dog and a hot dog, I would have traded a block of C4 to the Taliban for a hot dog by about July 2010. I just do not understand the mentality. If this is a representation of who our military is now, and I'm not saying it is, but there's at least enough for some of these trash rags to print about it. If this is who we are, we're just Rome sitting here waiting to burn. We've got nothing left. It makes me fume. If he sat there and said, we didn't have any clean water to drink, we couldn't take a shower. I mean, well, I didn't get to take a shower for about 6 months, but still, something that has something to do with hygiene or, like getting sick. There was a scurvy outbreak and, the guys that were missing legs were only given wooden pegs instead of metal ones. Then maybe I might have some sympathy. But to that little kid and whoever raised him, Lord, help you if you ever go into a hot war on the ground like millions of Americans have. I can only think what a World War II veteran sitting there who's lucid enough today to see that and think about the 6-month journey home from fighting the toughest war we've ever fought after being there for 4 years was thinking, listening to him complain like that. The Secretary of the Navy put out his response. That's my response. End of story.
End of story, end of discussion. They're just cowards and they're lazy, blah, blah, blah. No regard for what's really going on there. And the fact that the soldiers that are waking up to what did I actually sign up to? That's just what we should be discussing right now. We should be discussing at what point did you realize that you made a mistake? Because once you sign up, oh boy, it's hard to get out of that. So we don't know. They all have their own stories, and we want to know their stories. We want to know what is it, what was the moment that you changed your mind? But make no mistake about it. These young men, they do not have the morale that if you go back to Iraq, you had this state of we're spreading democracy. People that signed up for the war on terror, they were convinced that they were doing the right thing, and there was that morale in the air that we don't have that right now. And that's the part Fox News is obviously missing here. Max Blumenthal sums this one up pretty well here. He's boasting about suffering through severe nutrition deprivation and not showering for 6 months to risk his life in the neo-colonial war the U.S. decisively lost, which returned the Taliban to power. This is Goislev mentality now that defines the MAGA ethos. So this, yes, exactly what this type of verbiage that you're going to hear. And it's not just this one mean host on Fox News. This is the culture, right? That they are forcing down our throats. And don't think for a second, just because you turn over to CNN, you're going to get a more compassionate take, just a different style of what the take will be. So let's watch a little of this one, because on the surface, it might look like it's very compassionate for CNN to bring on one of the wives, right? One of the wives of the soldiers. And let's see if they're being honest.
Today, what was your reaction today to President Trump saying that, in fact, he didn't think the USS Lincoln's deployment has been, quote, long enough?
Oh, my God. I don't think the man thinks before he talks, and I was really hoping that at some point there would be a redemption. Try to redeem yourself at least a little bit with everything that you do and everything that you say, and try to redeem yourself. Have some sympathy, some empathy, take some accountability for what's going on with your military, your ships, in your war. It's infuriating. I mean, we heard what Hegseth said yesterday, what the president is saying today. It's infuriating. It's essentially saying that families are lying and service members are lying, even though the proof is right here on my phone. It is not fabricated. Nobody is lying. Everybody it's infuriating that they're not taking accountability and not having any sort of sympathy for our service members that they claim to scream and shout that they support when it's politically, sound for them to use support our troops. until our troops need support. And now suddenly everyone's lying, and it's a fabrication, and it's a misrepresentation. It's infuriating.
And so it's good that they're having her say, look, we have the video proof. And I showed you guys the one viral video. There's a ton of them of seeing firsthand. And the wives are the first to see it, right? Because they message, they WhatsApp, and they send it directly to their wives, and they're able to see that. And then some of these do blow up and people get to see it. That's what she's talking about. That is authentic. It's not, no one's complaining, no one's making it up, nobody's lying. But how much deeper are we allowed to go in that discussion, as if suggesting this particular the US Lincoln has this unique problem, but otherwise, and Trump has a unique problem of not thinking before he speaks. But if those two issues were worked out, everything would be fine. And I think that's the part we might be missing when we watch CNN and Jake Tapper doing his little concerned look. He's just concerned that we need to get back to business and be the responsible warmongering country that we're used to being when you don't have these obvious problems because of how outlandish, Trump's claim of they're not out there long enough. And so, but again, this is about the uniqueness of the problems with this particular vessel, not a problem with the entire operation.
And I so badly would love to plaster my face and blow the whistle so loud on social media with my name and be like, this is real. We are real people. Those are real people on that ship. This is actually happening. But unfortunately, I have to protect my husband's career. And, he's making a career out of this, or he was.
Where are you going with that? I'm curious now. You're protecting your husband's career. What's there to protect? He's going to continue to do this after this, when he gets home from this, from this service. He's going to continue in this illegal war of death and destruction. Okay, so you're protecting that, or are you starting to doubt that choice he made? Is he starting to doubt that choice, or is it specifically this situation just got out of hand and we got to switch you up so the toilets will work on the next vessel, right?
I'm not sure what he's going to do when he gets back, or what his plan is going to be after this.
Thank you so much for your time and for your family's sacrifice, and of course for your husband's service.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's not interested. Jake Tapper's not interested in has your husband talked to you about this, that he's regretting this career decision. So he won't get into that part. He said, thank you for your service, right? We honor our troops. You guys are the heroes. So that's still there. That's still there. He's not berating like the Fox News people, but that's the point. They stay in their little camps for their demographics and make you think that these are a variety of opinions, when it's really the same thing, protecting the same infrastructure of the war machine, which is what this is. Here's the real story that the mainstream media refuses to cover, and that's, we talk about morale, and this is from Megatron, and we'll end it with this. The frustration against Israel among U.S. servicemen in the Gulf is so big that they have scribbled messages on the dust of an aircraft flap. Be a good goy and do what Israel tells you to. Operation Epstein Fury. Peace deal number 64 incoming. All this for the Holy Land. Love Israel. I am a good goyim. BB's Bucks. And I love flock cameras. Now that is a diverse amount of messaging. And here's the actual thing. Here's the deal here. If you guys want to bring your screens a little larger, you can see, or just take a snap of this, take a screen grab, and you guys can look at this. But all those quotes are on there. And this is a good sign to see something like this. And we obviously, none of the networks are going to show you this. That's not going to happen. If it comes up, they're going to deflect it and say this is some sort of just some sort of ridiculous hype. It's not necessarily proven. We heard all the deflections, but they probably won't even cover it at all. But seeing this shows you how much different we are now. that we have this morale problem is a good thing, because you would never see anything like this back during Iraq, right? You wouldn't see anything like this in 2003, 2004, 2005. Even when there was the protesting of we're only doing Iraq for oil, you wouldn't see this stuff about Netanyahu's war and be a good goyim. And then, of course, the flock stuff. I mean, so all of that it's current, it's relevant, it's important. Our military members know this, and they are protesting however they can. If it's, sharing videos of bad conditions, if it's this type of graffiti, this is a form of protesting, they're doing everything they can. And so we want to continue hyping that up, because we know none of the news networks are going to do it. I don't care if it's Fox, CNN, ABC. All of them have proven that they're there to do the same thing, just in different ways. And that is protect the war machine. And that's that. So luckily, we're here to bring you a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay. We are moving on. I have another story we're going to do real quick here before. Let me make sure we're all set. Okay. Very good. All right. We're going to do another quick one here. And then we're going to get on. We're going to be bringing in Craig Pasta soon and Jay Scott after that. Let me just make sure we got. Yeah, I think we're rocking and rolling all the networks, guys. Thank you for all being here. Let me just throw up one of these super chats right now. This is cool. We have. I got to give a shout out to Deep Green. Deep Green. Hey, Matt, great to meet you and your wife in Chicago last Saturday at the CPI convention. Love your presentation, and it was great meeting you, Deep Green. It was awesome. Just having you there and seeing you be for the cause. And thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. All the support, and yeah, power to the people, my friend. Power to the people. Thanks for the super chat. Okay. Yeah, let's grab this one story real quick, and then we'll get on to the next part of the show. I want to grab this. Here we go. We're going to do this one. Okay. We're doing a little artificial insanity update for you guys. Here we go.
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things,
Panettiere is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
That's right. Just as Alex Karp tells you, on occasion, they got to kill their enemies. Just so you know. But this is the world we're living in right now. We're calling it artificial insanity. And there's so much insanity right now. We're going to give you guys a little brief update on the data centers, on the flock cameras. We'll go through those one at a time. But first, this came to our attention, and it's very important that you see the next attempt at them normalizing technology for our own good, for the greater good, for our own safety. And we're a little nervous about this one, because it doesn't seem like the people protesting the AI data centers and the flock cameras are going to be just as angry about this, but they need to be. And here it is. We knew this was coming. And the way this was posted is very, I don't want to say condescending, but it's very suggestive that there's even something to debate. And there isn't. So let me spoiler alert, guys. There's nothing to debate here. There's only one thing going on here. So they'll tell you the story. It's AI. According to this post, AI just helped fight cancer. It hasn't. I'm going to tell you guys, there's no helping. But here's what you need to know. AI, mRNA, cancer. Yes, those three words do trigger a very strong response, for sure. And this ridiculousness of saving your life with this technology, does it change? That's not even an honest question. Does everything change? No, it doesn't. No, it's absolutely less trust. And that's where we're at. And you guys know that. So we just need to make sure that people that haven't been paying attention, the AI mRNA problem has been a problem since Trump's first day in office of his second term, when he brought in Larry Ellison to give him this multi-billion-dollar, $500 billion AI mRNA deal. Well, it's here, guys. Moderna is doing it. This is the story. Help fight cancer. I'm doing that in quotes. Less likely, more likely, screw that. But according to this is CEO branding expert saying this is wild. Moderna's personalized melanoma vaccine just succeeded in phase 3, and AI played a role in identifying what each patient's treatment should target. Early results show it significantly cut risks of cancer coming back. The hell it did. The hell it did. Because you're not going to see the data if it didn't do any good, because they can't make the money. So they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you it's all good. We tested it. It's all good. So this guy's saying, think about it. AI, mRNA, cancer, 3 words. Yes, they trigger strong opinions. Absolutely. So no, there's no trust here. There's no trust here. We're sounding the alarm on this one because, again, AI data center protests, bravo. Flock protests, bravo. We're not seeing that anger here. And we need to spread that awareness now. There is no situation in which any sort of AI technology is here to help us. It's here to control us, to keep us in our place, to take away all of our rights, all of our privacy. You guys know the drill. So anytime you see something where, oh, I wonder if this will help me. No, it won't. mRNA is we know it's poison. There's no effing reason it should be mixed up with AI telling you you're going to have some pre-health diagnosis of cancer. And trust us, trust the science. And here's your mRNA gene therapy to help you with the thing that you're just going to have to trust us because the AI told us it was true. None of that makes any sense. Stay the hell away from it. Just letting you guys know. All right. So we'll do the good news. Well, the good news, this is the problem with the data centers. And I think people understand when they see this, they understand that we have a very particular problem here in the US. Astronomically, we have more of these things popping up, 5,400, and pretending that the country fourth on the list is the problem, under 500. And you see Germany, UK have more than China does. So, but this is clearly not even for competition's sake. So don't let them tell you it's from competition. Although they did have to bring out J.D. Vance to do a little better job at selling this to the base because Trump did not do a good job. Trump told us to bend over and take it as he's investing in the AI data center. So that wasn't a good look for the little support they have left for AI data centers. Are here for what? To help us, to make our lives better. So J.D. Vance was a little bit more able to manipulate this message most recently. Check it out.
They're big facilities. You create a lot of construction jobs. And this next generation of the technological revolution, you need those data centers to make that run. Those data centers are like the gasoline of the technology revolution that we're going to see over the next 75 years. And I don't know about you all, but I want America to win that technology revolution. I don't want China or some other country to win it. And so that's why we got to have these things. Now, here's the downside. If those centers are built and the local governments aren't ensuring that there's enough power for those data centers, then it's going to increase electricity costs for everybody else. And so what we think the data centers have got to do is they've got to work with the local governments, with the state governments, and in the federal government, we are trying to do everything that we can so that if you build a data center, for example, you can just build a power plant right next door. What I think we ought to be working towards is you build those data centers and electricity costs come down for American citizens.
The hell it will. That's not going to happen. It's the same old bullshit. Your life's going to get easier, better. Costs are going to go down. No, they won't. But this notion, what is he trying to sell us? That if we don't do this, if we protest this, we're gonna suffer the consequences of them not having enough power. And then it's like the supercomputer in Superman 3. You guys, we always reference Superman 3. It's funny because people hate that film, but it was ahead of its time. It literally is a film about building a supercomputer and the consequences to that. They do it in the desert, and the consequences to building a supercomputer. And this is in 1983. The movie came out in 1983. The consequences is that the supercomputer starts to think for itself and it needs more power. And then it sucks all the power from the entire, metropolis and beyond. And then they have to go and stop the damn thing because it's gotten too powerful. And so that's a message that we knew in 1983 in a Superman film that people don't like so much. I think it's good to reference. You guys should go back and watch that film. Very good reference. Not to mention it also has a interesting little maneuver, little financial maneuver in the early part of the film where you steal the half pennies to make a killing. It's another interesting thing they were able to figure out, that the guys on the top have the little scams to keep the money, the upward transfer of wealth, right under our noses. We don't see it. So it's very interesting. It's a definitely commentary on the failed capitalist model that we knew. I suppose in the early 80s we knew something wasn't feeling right. Something wasn't feeling right about those Reaganomics, and here we are. Man, that life was simpler back then when it was a sci-fi movie, when it was a Superman fantasy movie about supercomputers and half pennies being stolen out of our bank accounts, which are now being shut. They're just shutting down our bank accounts. But again, there's no paper trail. These things, there's no apps. There's no freaking way that JD Vance is, even though he articulates it better than Trump did, he's not going to sell enough of the base on this. So the protests, they're working. That's the good news. Look at this. This is good. This is because of people showing up to their city councils. The protesting has blocked. So there's been 26 data center projects were blocked in the first quarter. Now we're hearing, I got word there's 75 have now been delayed or blocked since this came up. And that's making the tech companies freak the hell out. So this is good. This is why they have to bring out JD Vance. They have to figure out how to maneuver this. So good. So people are waking up on that. So one other maneuver came from Fox News. This is Jesse Waters with some ridiculous idea of how to sell this because it ain't working right now by calling them data centers. What does he want to call them? He's got a fun name for him. Check it out. I'll let him tell you. Oh, it's a good one. This one you could really take this one to the bank. Here we go.
They're right or not, they're going to lose on the politics. How do Republicans message this, Jesse?
Rebrand it. And data centers is kind of nerdy. People don't like data. Call them like galaxy castles, right? Something like fresh, right? Then everybody wants a galaxy castle around town, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. I think
That's so funny. Everyone's laughing. That'll trick them. Just change it to something fun. It's fun to have data centers take over your town. It's fun to have it destroy your environment. It's fun to have it steal all your information and keep an entire supercomputer of information to hold against you later. It's fun. Galaxy Center. I like it. I like it. All right, let's end this segment with a little update on the flock protests, which are also going fairly well. Here's one that stuck out to us during this insanity, this AI artificial insanity time we're living through. This guy in Florida, well, he just walked away with one of these things, and it's great, man. Just doing this in the daylight. We're not recommending you do this, on your own, but hey, it's fun to see this when it happens. Here we go. Yep. And he's got a little patriotic kind of vibe, right? Little red, white, and blue. I don't see any Israeli flag on him. He says, hey, this is this is my right as a citizen, U.S. citizen, my right to privacy. I'm just taking it. And look at the security guards. They don't know what to do. They're just walking kind of casually. Maybe they know it's bullshit, right? Maybe they do. Maybe that $12, $13 an hour job isn't enough, right? As we know, this happens with security in shopping malls and supermarkets where they're like, it's above my pay grade. I'm just gonna stand here and make sure nothing crazy happens. But if you want to walk out with a thing, not in my pay grade. So there you go. And so it's nice to see that. Final thought on this Halloween, and this is a while from now, but keep this in mind. We've been following DFlock, and DFlock has been organized very well online. You guys know you can go to DFlock and find out what data centers, what flock cameras are popping up near you. They also have just announced this coming up for Halloween. We're calling it DFlock Halloween, or Halloween will be officially DFlock America Night. We're not necessarily promoting it. We're just letting you know it's happening. We're just reporting the news, guys. This is happening on October 31st. There it is. They didn't sleep. They don't sleep. They don't blink. They never forget. And that's all the truth. So what are you going to do about it? Well, Halloween might be a good opportunity, at least if you want to go out there and observe what's going to happen. There might be some people that don't have their faces seen as well as we know on Halloween. You can dress up as a different character in the night. So people might get creative. Just so you know, this is happening. Yeah, we're not promoting. We're just reporting the news. So do not take advantage of the costuming and the cover of being in the darkness and all that stuff. Do not vandalize, disable, or cut down any of these cameras, okay? We're warning you. But others might, and you might want to, go out and watch the fun. That's all. That's all we're saying. And that's been an update on, I would say, artificial insanity. Okay, guys, we're moving on with the show. I'm gonna get moving here because we got some good stuff to get into. And who's gonna help me do this right now? Because we're gonna talk about Chicago protesting, anti-war movements, and we gotta talk about controlled op too. So we got a lot to get into right now. Let's go ahead and bring in our co-host right now. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta JARDULA.
Hey, what's going on, Matt? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Yeah, we had a little bit of a bump to start, but here we go. We're starting it up now. We were off Tuesday, but you know why? We were in Chicago with Caleb Maupin covering that pretty cool convention he put together, and it was nice to be part of that. And I want to share a little of that with you. I know you got some stuff to share with us as well. How are you holding up?
I'm doing okay. No, I'm doing okay. No, tired.
We'll leave it at that. We'll say we're all hanging in there. We'll leave it at that for now. Okay, cool, man. Well, let's talk about this. So when we were in Chicago, I was giving the speech, and I'm gonna play a little clip of it in a moment. But I just want to tell you guys about the Center for Political Innovation. Caleb Maupin, he's been on the show several times. Obviously, he's a friend of our show, friend of Craig and Fee and Truthwire as well. You guys go way back, and you understand, like, us being in this space, that there's these opportunities to challenge the duopoly, challenge the two-party, uniparty, because they're all war machine. They're all war. And this group is all about anti-imperialism, and not just from our vantage point, but from others around the globe. And this is why you have to keep track on all of these different issues going around. Wherever imperialism strikes, there has to be a voice for the people. So that's the essence of this. Now, when I was asked to speak of this thing, the idea is that I think what I came up with, and I think this is a good connector for a lot of the stuff we cover, Craig. We talk about reverse engineering, and that's something that I got into a little bit at this event. Being that reverse engineering seems to be the blueprint that the donor class, the Epstein class, they use for every war and every public crisis. It seems to be the thing. If you understand that system, then you can see it coming every time. By reverse engineering, I mean going from the starting end point, and you work your way backwards. So before I get into a little bit more on that topic, this is just what CPI was doing when I arrived. They are literally doing their convention at the same time, protesting. And this was at the Obama Library. Just a little clip for you guys at the Obama Library that just got put up. This is like a multi-billion-dollar disgusting operation of Obama. And they're there to say Obama's a war criminal and he murdered Gaddafi. One thing on the list of all the horrible things Obama did. So here's a clip of that from CPI.
live Gaddafi! Long live Gaddafi! Long live Gaddafi! Long live Gaddafi! Long live Gaddafi! Obama killed Gaddafi! Obama killed Gaddafi! Obama killed Gaddafi! Obama killed Gaddafi! Long live 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 Gaddafi!
And we just got to do our thing and get the hell out of here because,
we'd like to not get arrested.
We're already seeing like there's some private security people that are just mulling around over there. So as soon as we start, they will call the cops. That's how these things go. What we're doing is perfectly legal. This is public speech on a public sidewalk. But, you know, some people don't agree, obviously.
So, yeah, it was nice to be out there and doing this type of work. And obviously, like I said, you know, Kayla's been doing this for a long time, but this was the official convention. And I like that fact that they're not just getting together doing the convention, but they're also protesting because we happen to be in Chicago. And that I saw this library they just put this thing up. So showing up there, who's going to show up there to protest? Not local lefties. They're not going to. They want to remember Obama as the good guy, the guy that was good at selling war, right? Not this current dude. So who's going to be out there? These guys will, and that's why we saw this. That was great to see, Pasta. So just want to pass to you, or I want to play this clip first, or if you have any thoughts on it, you want to see?
No, go ahead, play the clip.
Okay. So, and I'll just a precursor so people know they're working on they're editing the professional footage that was shot, and so before we share it out on all of our Twitter and all that stuff, we're going to let that get done first. But this is just some raw footage. So you guys just get a little excerpt, little piece of what happened during that convention. And so I'll just play a little clip of where I discuss the topic, reverse engineering. Here we go.
They do this? How did they trick the masses? And they use Hollywood to do that. All of our TV shows and movies, they get us to root for the wrong thing. It's called, this is the mechanism. Reverse engineering, okay? This is a business method that we were taught was a progressive thing that only successful people could figure this out. And I personally dealt with this in Hollywood. Before COVID, I was dealing with big investors trying to fund some big films. You know, some projects I put together, my team had put together, they were like, you know, really thought out stuff that were moving people. Like the scripts were great. We had some great actors attached. We had all this stuff together. And then you had these venture capitalists that came in and they wanted to educate us because, hey, you guys are the artists. You don't really know about business. We're going to educate you. So they sit you down and they go. So it's called, Matt, it's called reverse engineering. So let me explain to you. Get to that. You got to visualize the goal. So they're using things against us because we talk about vision, right? Vision's important. But not when you manipulate it. Their vision is manipulated if they tell you, no, go to the end. We see that result we want. In other words, the result they're looking for is the money. We want the money, money. We want, so that's success, right? Money, success. So we're going to manipulate everything backwards to get to that. So when we get to your script, it's not going to be the one you want. The decisions, the artistic decisions on your vision are going to be compromised because it's got to be the thing that's going to make the money. So everything is worked backwards. It's called reverse engineering. And I spent so long thinking, I'm going to learn this. Oh, and now it's like you look back and it hits you. You go, wait a minute, that is the problem. See, we're here reassessing the world. We're reassessing this Epstein class, and that Iran's not the enemy. All the people they told us was the enemy. They're not. They're not. By the way, yeah, Venezuela, right? China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. Guess what? None of them are on the Epstein list, right? So there's that, right? So we know. So we're figuring it out, and yet they want us to believe in these high-end, advanced business models of success. No, that is the problem. Reverse engineering is the problem. That's how they do the predictive programming. That's how they come up with these concepts of for the greater good. The greater good is the money. Greater good is the upward transfer of wealth, right? The greater good is everyone gets vaxxed.
So yeah, that was like kind of this idea I had, heading over there on the plane. I was like, that thing they told us was a good thing to understand. because we were because we're the storytellers, we're the artists. We don't know about business. A business, you got to look at things, like a game of chess, and you want to win. The winning is the money. Everything's working backwards. So now we're starting to understand that actually itself is the problem, that we lose everything as far as honesty and authenticity. So when you create situations where the goal is the money, right? The upward transfer of wealth. So we can take any of these manufactured wars, right? We can take COVID, and we can understand the end goal. You work backwards from that, and then you're willing to compromise everything to achieve that goal. So nothing will be honest throughout that process, therefore losing that authenticity. So I was understanding that experience as the artist, the storyteller, is the same experience that every American citizen, every world citizen experiences when the overlords are working backwards to achieve a goal. Nothing is honest. Thoughts, Craig Pasta?
No, I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm just kind of paying attention to and getting educated on myself, and I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean,
let's look at an example. Got a couple of them. Let's start. I brought up COVID. Let's look at this one. Now, there are a lot of people that just started paying attention to the hearings, and we're going to cover the story later about his advisor, pleading guilty. All these we're dancing around the issue, but we're never going to get to the real issue, which is the entire thing was planned in advance, and they worked it backwards. This clip of Fauci's voice was played in the hearing, and a lot of people think that this just got exposed. This is brand new. It's a leak. I saw people sharing this. It's a leak. We just found. No, Fauci said this on record. We've heard this clip years ago, but it circled back. And this is Fauci telling you how to get to a conclusion and how to work backwards. He's literally telling you about this concept of reverse engineering. He's admitting to the crime. And this was played in the hearing in the Congress.
Feel empowered and protected legally. You were going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated. Yeah. Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bullshit and they get vaccinated.
That's exactly what you meant when you said making it hard for people to live without getting a vaccination. You affected people's ability to work, travel, be educated, to actually flourish in American society, to self-determine, as we're all given God-given rights. Shame on you. You inspired and created fear through mass mandates, school closures, vaccine mandates that have destroyed the American people's trust in our public health institutions.
So I think that people are starting to understand how bad this is, but I don't fully think they get it. They think this was some like egotistical, maniacal maniac that was protecting himself with the whole where did the virus come from? And then when you listen to a clip like this, you go, man, this guy was ruthless. He was making people's lives hard. But he's telling us in the clip that the goal was the mass vaccination. So you have to then create the state of fear. He wasn't responding to a state of fear that was natural. He was actively creating the state of fear. That's working backwards to achieve a goal in the most manipulative, dishonest way possible. And again, this is not unique to Fauci. This is just one of many examples. So I hope that if people understand it here, they're more open to see that this is the same blueprint they use for everything. It's always starting at the end and working backwards in a dishonest way.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
No,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. I mean, this has been going on for quite some time. So, yeah, I hear you.
All right. Well, let's
I'm glad you were able to compartmentalize and see the structure of how they're doing it. But yeah, and it seems like for quite some time that the ruling class and the social engineers understand that the reason why you can pull this off is because people act emotionally and reactionary. So you can start from a point that's an emotional point, kind of hit that piece, and then work backwards from there.
Yeah. But like, again, this isn't unique to Fauci or unique. This is a method. He just happens to be the guy on the chopping block right now who was able to. He's not going to jail. He got his guy again. We'll cover this later in the show, but his senior advisor having to admit that he hid some stuff. But again, to understand the methodology behind this, let's look at another example on another topic, and this is in the topic of anti-Semitism. What is the goal for anti-Semitism? Is you have to have it, right? We talk a lot on the show about the ADL's purpose isn't to stop anti-Semitism, it's to create it, right? We talk about AIPAC. These organizations, their job is to create hate. So whatever that looks like, in whatever form that takes, in whatever dishonest form that takes, it accomplishes the goal, and that is to create more laws of censorship and silencing people that are challenging Israel and the U.S. war machine. That's what this is. So this was a whistleblower that said something that we already know, but we appreciate the whistleblowing element. This whistleblower is saying that Trump had, if you guys remember, when he went after all the Ivy League schools for those, it was like these anti-Semitism shakedowns that Trump did, I believe last year, when he first got in office. That was one of his things. We're going to go target all the universities that have been doing all the protests. So this whistleblower is saying that all of that was predetermined. The shakedown itself and the money the money grabbing of these institutions, it was all done in reverse. It was all reverse engineered from the beginning. Here this is the tweet. The whistleblower came forward. It says that Trump's admin had predetermined the outcomes of their anti-Semitism shakedown investigations targeting Ivy League universities. The Trump admin shook down Columbia for $221 million and Brown for $50 million. Brown was made to adopt DEI programs, but only for Jews, and scrap their DEI programs when it had to do with anybody else. Yep, that's right. That was the plan. Columbia was made to pay out $21 million to Jewish or Israeli employees who had, quote, faced a hostile work environment or harassment following the October 7th attacks. So how do you achieve that goal? You have to create the quote unquote hostile work environments. Here's the report of this from I believe what network did this. Well, here's the clip of more detail what happened here.
It does is allow us to peek under the hood and see how the Trump administration is manipulating the levers of government and forcing good civil servants to do things they find absolutely abhorrent. And in this case, a veteran civil rights lawyer filed this disclosure. She's no longer with the Department of Justice, and laid out the whole thing. She said that she had been detailed to the Department of Health and Human Services, which was conducting this investigation into Harvard, Brown, and Columbia. And she said she learned quickly that the investigation was based on a single New York Post article that recounted some anti-Israel protests at the medical school graduations of these schools. And she said that as she was going through the investigation with her colleagues, she quickly realized that the findings didn't matter. Whether she was raising questions that some of this conduct was protected by the First Amendment. I mean, it's not anti-Semitic to protest against Israel. That didn't matter to the senior officials in the Trump administration. They wanted this outcome because they wanted to force these schools to settle. And what's interesting is 2 of the 3 schools did fold. Essentially, Columbia settled for $200 million and Brown agreed to pay $50 million. No admission of wrongdoing. Harvard did not. Harvard fought in court, and as you said, they have won every step of the way. It's not over yet, but they just got a ruling from a federal judge dismissing a lawsuit by the Department of Justice accusing them of fostering anti-Semitism. These people are not saying that anti-Semitism didn't exist and that there weren't incidences, but what they're saying is there's not enough evidence that these colleges violated the Civil Rights Act. And Jamie Raskin, the ranking Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, call this a frame-up job by the Department of Justice, and he wants more answers, Stephanie.
So is there any chance that these schools who did settle, who paid these big settlements, will have a chance to reverse it, given this whistleblower complaint?
I mean, they certainly have a right to take legal action. Presumably, they have a right.
I'm going to spoiler alert that one. No, they're not going to get They're not going to be able to undo it. That's not a thing. I thought he was about to laugh there. No, they're, of course they can file a complaint, but they're not going to, nothing's going to happen. And that's just kind of like the same thing as can people go back in time and reverse that? Can the governors go back in time and reverse the mandates that they implemented and the lockdowns they implemented because they were tricked into that? And, looking back in hindsight, maybe we shouldn't have. Do you have a chance to go back and undo the jab that you got? Not really. You can file a complaint, but this is how tricking people works. And you can't. You can't undo it. This is why it's so important we have these conversations now and connect the dots on these mechanisms like reverse engineering. And so we can spot it earlier next time it happens and not fall for it. And these universities shouldn't be falling for this shit. This is ridiculous. Obviously we covered that at the time. I remember, we were saying this is strong arming, but I also want to just double down on this, and I'll pass it to you, Pasta. I just want to say it's great that these news organizations are going after, this was MS Now, MSNBC later, or whatever the hell they call themselves. They're going after Trump for this, but just this is not unique to him. He just does it in a unique way, but the mechanism is still there. It's always been there. And we can't count on these news organizations to call it out in real time. They'll report on it later, but we have to do it. We have to do it up front.
This is the same network, and that spook that's on there that used to work at the State Department and what I think it was ex-CIA or whatever the fuck that one dude is. I forgot his name, but the shit that comes out of his mouth too as well. And all these government officials do when they come in, they just take turns robbing and stealing from the taxpayer, whatever, may be in this situation, obviously they like to sit there and point out, what's going on, but the hypocrisy when it came to the whole FTX scandal, these same people there didn't say anything when it came to exposing some of the Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries that were on the take. So, I mean, that's all government has been the business of now just, robbing and stealing from the taxpayers at this point. I mean, there's very little accountability from the citizenry, let alone, the fakeness, what goes on TV. And it kills two birds with one stone. It will be forgotten. It goes down the road, right? She asked that question, will they be able to go back and reverse stuff? Of course they won't, because they're going to be moving on to the next thing, because that's all they do is move on to the next thing. I got to say this much, that the Trump administration's probably mowing through scams and situations just like faster than any other administration at this point. It's just, robbing and stealing and on to the next, robbing and stealing and on to the next. The Ukraine war is still going on. I mean, how many of his buddies and friends are still making more money with these contracts left and right? So I don't think you're going to see any movement, and the kabuki theater coming from the mainstream media really doesn't impress me at all.
Yeah. So what can we do to
exactly what you said? We talk about it.
We talk about it, but not after, or even we've been doing good at doing it during. I guess I want to do better. I want to see it before it happens. I want to say, this is the ground plan being laid. Here's what's happening next. They're going to tell us something that needs to happen for the greater good. That's how they really get us, Pasta. They get us to compromise principle and ethics because we have a common goal. So they put their goal on us when they say, did it work? And back to the COVID thing, do lockdowns work? Do mandates work? They always tell us it did, but we didn't ask, what did they work to do? Well, work for what? Well, they worked all right for them, but they didn't work for us. We never got to ask that question. What is the goal? We skipped that part. It's this works, that doesn't work. But they're talking about themselves. So yes, all the things we've learned about that one, and it's just one example. Again, doing all those things, the lockdowns, keeping us away from each other, is what's prevented herd immunity. And that was the goal. So when they came on the TV and said lockdowns are working, that's what they meant.
They did tell us
we're stopping herd immunity so we can put the backs out. Yeah.
That was the goal, right? Slow the curve or whatever it was.
No. That was their goal. They actually achieved their goal. Their goal was not to slow the curve.
But they said that's what they told us the goal was. That at the end of the day, everything they said we're doing this to slow the curve, right?
Yeah.
That was like, go in there, quarantine for 2 weeks, going to slow down the curve, and then we'll be able to get a hold of it. And by then, we'll have other ideas. And
Yeah, the ultimate goal was it's that reverse engineering, get everyone vaxxed. That's what Fauci's saying in that leaked audio. Again, we heard that audio like years ago. And so I'm happy people are hearing it for the first time. Fine, because they didn't know. Now they know. But again, this is not unique to Fauci. It's not unique to Trump. This is the mechanism in place for the entire donor class, Epstein class, warmongering psychopaths. This is how they manufacture consent and the predictive programming method of reverse engineering. And we get that right from Hollywood. We get that. That's what I was talking about in that speech. I was saying this is they compromise who we are to get their goal. So everything that we go through in that timeline, once they reverse the timeline to the present and move from there, everything is inauthentic. Everything is fake. Nothing is real. And that's the thing that we have to see this in advance for the next war or the next whatever lockdown or anything that's manufacturing consent, right? So we have to be able to spot that.
I think enough people see it. It's about action now at this point. We're beyond what's recognizable, and the majority of the masses obviously don't see what's happening. We have a bunch of sheep that are just going to follow along what the leaders tell them to do, but it's now within the collective of what do we do, the people who understand and know better, to get things done, to change the way, to eventually try to change the power structure, right? And that's the part I think a lot of people are struggling with right now.
Yeah. All right, well, let's move on to the next one. I know I'll let you intro this because I know this has been this is an important topic when we listen to these independent media voices. We'll say independent. How much of it is free thinking, independent speak, or how much of it is controlled op? So I guess we're talking about particularly Nick Fuentes. What's going on with Nick Fuentes? We have this.
I think that look, this goes into the broader thing. This is what we're dealing with. This is the arena we are fighting in every single day, right? Like, so we're here at THL Presents because the homeless left was taken down and shut down, right? There are certain people who are taken down in a certain timelines, and there's other voices that are lifted. And there's an old saying, right? It's been floating around for quite some time, that when you hear certain information at a certain time, it's time release of information, right? It's the control of the narrative. The main thing that the state wants to do, the oligarchs and the ruling class, is make sure that they control the narrative. So being that we operate in a system that is not transparent whatsoever, it's completely closed off, just like our voting system, and that is media, our platforms and whatnot. Not even only that, those who control those platforms have immunity and protection from the government itself, which would obviously say that we should see what's going on. We don't know who's speaking on what, where they're coming from, what they're doing, if they are controlled opposition or are they useful idiots. The best way to describe it is, right after this long week, I think we can say, I would say that Andrew Wilson, who had that debate, that just failed miserably. I have obviously have my personal beef with Andrew Wilson, but that debate, he just failed miserably. But I think it's easy to say that we have to probably identify, and I don't know the way you feel, Matt. Maybe you don't feel like there's any bit of difference between a paid propagandist or a useful idiot. I think the useful idiot does say a lot to the social engineers, what they do to get people to go along. Why does somebody want to just go along with things, for the state? I mean, a lot of times I think there's financial incentives to speak on a certain way and say certain things. I mean, certainly when we do stuff, what's the first thing that comes to our mind? Is that segment going to get us taken down? Is that segment going to get us punished? Is it going to get us silenced? Are we going to get a strike? I mean, these are the questions that we have to do ourselves sometimes, and self-censor ourselves. Well, there's been a lot of questions about Nick Fuentes, and I think that the Gray Zone was one of the first to write an article, I believe it was Anya Parampel, about what happened at the Capitol, and a lot of people question why Nick Fuentes was, he was encouraging people to go in and start shit, and yet he never got arrested. He never went to jail. It's as if he was almost protected in certain ways. Well, James Lee made a post, and he wasn't the only one. It's funny because other people who I consider to be feds, like Ian Carroll, which I don't know for sure because the guy came out of nowhere, and some of the rhetoric he was speaking and moving people towards the Maha movement, very, very suspicious. But James Lee said this: if you watch this and still don't think that Nick Fuentes is a Fed, We deserve everything that is coming our way. And I think it's important to recognize these things, because what are they actually preaching at the end of the day? We don't have to go through the whole 859 on this. I think in the first 3-4 minutes, we will see it will come out, and it's that divide and conquer strategy. It's a basic strategy. It's done in a very unique way. But I think at this point, we have to take a look and see what Nick Fuentes is all about. Try to understand why so many people are following him, if those numbers are real or if they're not real, and call it out for what it is. Right? Okay. This rhetoric that comes from the Andrew Wilsons, the Alex Jones, is bad. It's not going to help us out. Right? It is very divisive, and it's what the oligarchy wants. So I think this was a big exposure at this point right now for Nick Fuentes, and people have to call for what it is and move away from this clown.
All right, let's take a look.
And this, the right wing can never, ever forgive Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson for. They can never forgive them for what I'm about to say. Whatever you think about what happened on September 10th, whoever you think did it, it doesn't matter on some level. Whether he was shot or blown up, who pulled the trigger, or who was in Tyler Robinson's ear that made him pull the trigger, all of that exists independently from one very inconvenient fact, well documented thoroughly, which is that Charlie Kirk died that day, publicly, gruesomely. It was horrific. And people that didn't even like him cried that day, but not everybody. There were hundreds, thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of left-wingers. Their first reaction, seeing a young man, 31 years old, with a wife and kids, publicly executed, his neck gushing with blood in front of hundreds of college students, their first reaction was to smile and laugh, and then to celebrate, and then film themselves celebrating, because that's how wicked they are. That's how much hatred the left has for us.
I mean, we do monologues on here all the time, leading in segments. I just say off the first minute, he's doing a horrible job with his topic of discussion, which is the right is never allowed to, or never should ever forgive Tucker and Candace. But now he's going off on the left. I don't see there's no connection to either. He's just ragging. So I don't think he did a good job on preparing, because I don't see a connection between either of these two topics. What does it matter? What, you know what I mean? So that's my first impression. But let's hear where he's
I think that's really good that you pointed it out too as well. And I think you heard me saying tribal behavior. This attempt to paint everybody on the left as just, horrible, awful people. Right. I mean, I think that is the conversations which are pushing for civil wars. I mean, this is what he is pushing for. Yeah, the left is the left. And we're leftists. I don't remember us celebrating Charlie Kirk's death and smiling and laughing about it. I mean, me and Fee were not crazy about Charlie Kirk. We said he shouldn't be idolized, but I wasn't celebrating and clapping that the man got fucking killed. I felt it was awful. I wasn't clapping and happy when Rob Thompson, the CEO of United Health, was killed, right? So, I mean, for this attempt right here, and this is he's showing his true colors here, and it's very much aligned with what Andrew Wilson was trying to push in that debate with Candace Owens, right? The left, them versus us, the left versus the right, the left versus the right, the left. Instead of saying the ruling class, the oligarchy, the social engineers. That's the language we're looking for. Who's really pulling the strings, not your everyday citizens. This is very divisive talk.
It sounds like he's just being a mouthpiece for Trump right now. That's what it looks like, because that's Trump's language. It's always going after the left as this unique group of hateful idiots. As he goes after his own supporters who are no longer supporting him and calling them mentally deranged. That would be Tucker and Candace. That's Trump's language. So that's what it looks like to me. I don't know who's watching this other than full-on mega supporters right now. That's all I'm saying. But I mean, I guess let's play another minute and see if there's another giveaway here. But I don't think he prepared this opening monologue at all.
All of us. That's who Charlie Kirk was. He represents all of us. I didn't like him. He didn't like me. I didn't agree with him. He didn't agree with me. He thought I should have been censored. But the left hates Charlie Kirk because he says the things that we all basically believe, because he defended Christianity, because he defended white people, because he defended America. He defended tradition. He defended conservatism. He defended free markets and the right to own the product of our labor. In the broad strokes, we're all pretty much in alignment with Charlie Kirk. And because he was the face promoting those values, that's how much hatred they harbor for him. And we live with these people. These people are our neighbors. They work with us. They go to school with our kids. They're your elderly parents' nurses. They're your children's teachers. Their first reaction to seeing an innocent man shot in the neck, blood gushing from his neck in front of kids who came and brought the shirt and the hat just to see him and see him defend Christianity in America.
The way he's trying to sell this,
their gut reaction, instinctual reaction, was glee.
Yeah. He even said they're our neighbors. Be mad at your neighbor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, this is just, I don't know who the audience is on. Again, I think seems like a mouthpiece for Trump. So the operation here is Trump needs more people out there to berate on the left and berate on Candace and Tucker, because Candace and Tucker are actually, and I'm not saying they're on their own 100%, but they are getting people to look closer at things they don't want to look at. Coming from two people that supported Trump are now critical. So they need, I guess that would be my guess, is that the operation here is that you need more people on that Trump train, that Candace and Tucker lost their minds and the left is to blame for everything. That's what it looks like to me. But didn't he say recently, didn't Nick Fuentes say recently that he was considering voting for the Democrats?
Yeah, he was telling people to vote for the Democrats. He was like, the Republicans have to lose. So
what's going on? How I don't get his maneuvering here. I'm not fully understanding.
Well, what he does is appear to be like he can think independently and get away from cultish tribal thought, right? Like he can get away from that and say, okay, this is what needs to happen. When you look at this, just brass tacks, this is what needs to happen. Unfortunately, the Republican Party is not representing the conservative base, so they need to be punished. But he's still sticking to conservative values and has always been a right-winger, religious right, fanatical Christian nationalist. He's always been there. He has never taken away from that position. He's claimed that the party has moved away from that. But at the end of the day, he'll circle back around to who's the enemy. These people who are your neighbors, and trying to paint a broad brush over, once again, and people, when people ask all the time, I was with somebody today, we were talking about what was going on, and he was like saying, wow, when you see these people react, whatnot, and that's what the Democrats have been. I'm like, no, that's what they highlight, right? That's what the mainstream media does the work of the state, of the oligarchs. And what they're going to do is highlight those most radical, most fanatical, most over the top. And they're going to try to paint a picture that this is what the majority of the people, on the left represent and what they think, when we know that's not true, right? Most of the people out there, they're just so concerned with their everyday life. The majority of people's thoughts are economical, right? How do I pay rent? How do I put food on the table right now? They would like for a lot of their politicians to concentrate more on the economy, stupid, rather than talk about all these culture wars and whatnot. But when you do talk about the culture wars, right, and the cultural issues, social issues, you always find the most emotional out there, the most reactionaries, circling back to what we talked about earlier. So it's very easy to find people out there that will do exactly what the social engineers want you to do, and that is to cause a reaction against your neighbor, right? And then since they have had to split up in tribes or in cults or whatever you want to call it, it's a very easy maneuver to go against. And they constantly do this to the point where, a lot of people see, all right, this is the movement that's taking place right now. Well, I better join this movement. They might not be there at first, but eventually they'll feel like they have to pick a side. When you only show that there are two sides, eventually a person will pick a side, right? They won't do what we're doing. You know, they won't say, fuck you, I'm not going to live in your house. I'll go homeless. I'm a lefty, but I'll go homeless because I'm going to stand on principles, right? And that is the problem we have. But I do believe it's exacerbated to the point where what we're seeing is we're seeing what they want us to see. And that's the paint a broad brush. This is what all the lefties are like. Come on, Matt. We know we're here in this space because the majority of the lefties that we were around, we don't dig with them. We don't jive with them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is with COVID. And by the way, look what I got. Mary Talley Bowden, right?
Oh,
got the book, Dangerous Misinformation.
Excellent.
But that's the way they were able to convince people to go along with this COVID situation. We saw very smart people. And, you know, we've tried to examine this as best we can. A whole group of people, a majority of people that we knew that were considered on the left who were healthcare as a human right. You know, pharmaceutical companies are evil. Big pharma is evil. All of a sudden, they literally found a way for people to capitulate and to support those companies, right? And I don't care how they sold it. Every single vaccine that was administered for COVID-19 was administered from an evil, you know, big pharma company that hasn't given a shit about people at all. They've always cared for profits over people. And yet they were able to convince a big portion of the citizenry to go along with this stuff.
Well, it's easy to see it. I mean, I'm glad James Lee shared it, and you know, we don't have to watch any more of that unless there's something else you wanted me to grab from it.
No, I think you got to the crux of it. I think we got there. You know,
it's pretty obvious. So, I mean, they chose this guy because he's a sellout with send me the email of what I need to do, and I'll do it. And then you you know, here's my bank account information. So that's so, and then the next week, it's a different message that contradicts the one before. And he's like, I'm good. I'll sell it. I have a cult following who hero worship me so that I can spin anything you have me spin. I'll do it. But if I were on the Fed side of things, I would reconsider having this guy be all over. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? Looking at this, as James Lee said, pretty obvious at this point that we don't. I mean, he's just. I mean, you couldn't trust him any more than Trump because it's like these are top-down instructions of what is the flavor of the day, the scare of the week, right? Is it the communism? Is it the lefties this or that? Is it anti-Semitism? What is the scare for the week? And I think enough of us are over it at this point.
Well, that's how this guy's been able to accumulate like a big following, Matt, right? Because the media comes out, oh, you know, white men are the problem, right? Like, you know, the fucking, what do you call them? The shit libs, right? White men are the problem, you know, Christians are ridiculous, you know what I'm saying? And all this stuff. And then he's able to go to people who feel disenfranchised and, you know, insecure men out there, a lot of insecure men who follow Nick Fuentes, I'm assuming, because whenever you see him in his rallies, you see a lot of white men with him that feel that they've been picked on, disenfranchised, whatnot. I say this shit all the time. Like when Alex Stein was filling in for James O'Keefe on his show, and he was trying to kind of push that kind of like white men are under attack. Candace Owens even repeated that shit. I'm like, do you really think that white men are under attack? Like, I mean, dude, I feel like I've hit the lottery out here as a white man, you know what I'm saying, in my lifetime. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's me. People listen to me all the time. I get great audiences. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, of course, there's going to be a couple group of people out there who are going to, simply because I'm a male and I'm white, you know, feel like, I should sit back and let other voices speak. And that's kind of like the CIA talking points. Like they want to silence anybody, regardless of their race, religion, or creed, if they have something to say. They want to make sure that they control the narrative all the time. But what do you do when you were 5, 6 years old or 7 years old playing in the sandbox and somebody said something stupid about you? You just ignore them. That's it. You know what I'm saying? You pay attention to the words that are out there that are conveying a good message that you want to be along with and stuff. You just ignore the people who are going to attack you for whatever reason. I can't control the fact that I was born white, where I was born into a colonizing situation or whatever the case may be. All I can control is where I go in the future. And that is to fight for the most disenfranchised. That is to tell the truth about wars and what we see all the time. That is to speak up against data centers and flock cameras and whatnot, because we understand it and stuff like that. I can't control where I came from. I can only control where I'm going. And people should be judged on their merits and where they're going. Certainly how I judged the homeless left and Matt Weinglass. Where are they going? What are they talking about? Oh, Matt Weinglass came from Hollywood and he used to do other. Who gives a shit? Where's he going? And even though he comes from Hollywood, he wasn't one of the guys hanging out with Epstein on his fucking plane. Let's get a grip, right? So,
cool, man. Let's we got like 10 minutes here. I pushed things ahead here, so I want to get into Luigi. Let's do this real quick. I want to start with this. So, if you guys haven't heard, the official plea of guilty has been heard, and it seems that Luigi Mangioni is accepting full responsibility for the death of Brian Thompson, which is, I think, this is a significant moment because we have to do some reflection here. But here's the actual announcement a few days ago from the attorney. Let's hear that right now.
Today is a solemn and significant day. With today's guilty plea, Mr. Mangioni has accepted full responsibility for the death of Brian Thompson, arising from the events of December 4th, 2024, outside of the United Healthcare Investor Conference here in Midtown Manhattan. It was a single tragic event, yet he's being prosecuted twice for the same conduct. As Luigi explained in court today, he endured years of severe, debilitating pain following a broken back, while struggling to navigate our healthcare and health insurance systems. Like the thousands of people who've reached out since this tragedy to share their own experiences, he believed that the system had failed him and destroyed his life. Despite this being a single isolated event, Mr. Mangioni has been unfairly treated since the outset in every way, and has successfully fought off terrorism charges and the death penalty, while also fighting at the same time 2 simultaneous prosecutions in 2 jurisdictions who are trying to punish him twice for the exact conduct. He's been treated differently from every other defendant charged with this offense in New York. However, thankfully, New York law does not allow this.
I was not expecting this, but now it makes sense. I mean, let me re-say it. I was hoping it would go a different way, but now it makes sense what this was the whole time, which is he was part of a larger operation to do more divide and conquer. And there's nothing about, to me, that was authentic about this. That's why I was hoping he was a Mantierian candidate, a guy who was susceptible to the MK Ultra technique, and that he was figuring out a way to get that out. I know you and I remember, if I recall, you and I had a little more friendly debate about it where you're like, no, this has really happened. This guy really did this. And I just couldn't see it with the McDonald's thing. It just, none of that made sense, that he'd have that he'd just keep the gun with him, and you have this weird manifesto, and they always release manifestos when it serves their narrative, but they always keep them secret when it doesn't. And that one served the narrative of making the FBI look good. Remember all that? The FBI looks great. They did their job. Everything's on the up and up. And then you had this divisiveness. And you mentioned in the last segment about the left being very vocal at this point, very vocal at saying, yes, celebrating the death of this CEO because of the stuff he did. And also this up to remind people, this is, and you shared this with me earlier, Pasta, but this is what people were upset about, that this guy, Brian Thompson, had legally been responsible for the murder of hundreds of thousands of people, where we're talking about one guy in a hoodie committing a murder up against that, an entire cemetery of gravestones that this guy was responsible for by refusing services for people who paid their monthly fee. They were customers of that insurance company and were purposely denied claims, which killed them. And that's the part that got people upset. So for him to admit it in court, I want to pass it to you, Pasta. I guess I would say you were correct about this, at least on the surface, looking like that Luigi taking responsibility for this is the guy that went through this entire process and was caught at McDonald's, and the manifesto and the whole thing seems to line up. But to me, it's disappointing because it feels like the whole thing was another trickery from something else, and we're not going to actually get justice in a courtroom. We're not getting actual justice for why this even happened in the first place. So your thoughts, Pasta?
Well, I would question when it comes to Luigi Mangioni what justice would look like, right? Because people will describe justice in different ways. The media, right? You can see they're all in, whether it be left or right, MS Now, CNN, Fox News, or Newsmax. They're definitely anti-Luigi Mangioni and think he's a murderer and he should pay the price. A lot of them feel he should get the death penalty. They feel very sad talking about Mr. Thompson's children and his family that have been in the courtroom the whole time. And my heart bleeds for them too as well, regardless of what their father or husband or whatever he was to a lot of people, I'm saying, I'm going to still feel bad for them. But, I have said before, and I think there's a lot more to it. I think this is a great time to pull in a Tiffany Cianci to get more information on the double jeopardy part, the Fifth Amendment. Like, why is he getting charged twice for the same crime? How is that possible? Is this a state and federal thing? At one point just recently when one of the judges, I don't know if it was the federal court, said we're going to throw out the illegal search and seizure, pretty much, citing the Fourth Amendment, that when they accosted Luigi Mangioni and that McDonald's, that they illegally searched him, and it looked like everything was not going to be able to be used in the courtroom, and we were like, this guy is going to walk. However, that is not the justice that I am looking for. And the way I've always looked at this, and I don't know if this is Luigi Mangioni taking a plea right now because he doesn't want to get killed, or he's reached some agreement with the state or the government in which he can still live. And, I don't know. But I've said this before, and I shared this with you before, and I think we shared this on your show before. I think we might have even showed it last week when you had me on. But this is what's been popping up now on my share screen more than ever. And I said the real justice will be, and it says, my wife has cancer. It took 5 months to wipe out 20 years of savings that was with insurance. The experience has turned me into a hateful, bitter person. We did everything we were told to do. We went to college, got degrees, avoided credit card debt, spent wisely, saved a nice chunk of money in our savings accounts and retirement accounts, and minded our own businesses. The U.S. healthcare system took all of our savings and retirement and forced us to refinance our house so that we lost 15 years of equity. This is a country I'm supposed to be proud of. I hate the system and anyone who defends it. Well, Matt, we've said it before on this show that the number one cause of bankruptcy, of the number one cause of putting people into major debt that they never get out of, that they lose all the equity they have, having to sell off their cars, their houses, their belongings, their jewelry, is medical debt. That is a real problem in this country, right? And I've also said on this show before that the pen is mightier than the sword, and not that I encouraged Luigi or anybody else to do something like this. And in fact, I want to point out again, me and Matt Weinglass didn't call up Luigi and say, go do this, go kill him, right? You know what I'm saying? In fact, if Luigi called me, I would have probably said, Luigi, don't do this. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see yourself get in trouble. I don't know if this violence is going to suppress the other violence. And it is violence, right? It is murder when they are denying these claims simply for profit, right? You're going to say that, no, I didn't necessarily want this to happen, but yes, we expected this to happen. And I've looked at this as an opportunity for more stories like this to happen, because we do have an unjust system, and it is a predatory system where those at the top are, feasting and making money off the death and the sickness of the majority. That is something that is happening, and we've been confused and lied to for so long, and being told that socialized medicine is evil. And certainly, I've kind of pinged back and forth during COVID, man. I said, there's no way I want universal health care if this is the system we have, because we don't have a healthcare system. We have a sick care system. But I do believe, and I've learned through my own experiences of being sick last year, that sometimes Western medicine is necessary, right? Like, there was a time, I used Chinese medicine. I use functional medicine, which is what, Mary Talley and all the other doctors that we talk about, that, they go out the ways of supplements and understanding, what you put in your body is so important, pointing out the food. But Western medicine is sometimes necessary. And, I'm back to that point right now. I'd rather have a shitty healthcare system where those who need insulin can get it rather than not get it. You know what I'm saying? But we're talking about justice. And I've said this before. If, in fact, this goes to court, now he just took a plea deal. But if he was able to go to court where they were able to call witnesses, and, I know the state wouldn't allow it, the government wouldn't allow it, the witnesses that were lined up to talk about their stories and how they lost a loved one, how they lost everything they had, because there are thousands and thousands of those stories. And the 624 days, I believe it was, that since Brian Thompson has been shot, that was one murder, and now it's coming to a conclusion where we're getting some answers on what is going to happen. How many people still died under the system? That hasn't changed a bit. The only thing that changed is that after Luigi Mangioni killed Brian Thompson, all the CEOs took their pictures off of LinkedIn and have been a lot less visible and haven't been going around as much. They've been protecting themselves more. But who's turning around and protecting the people out there? And this shows you the divisiveness of people out there, that they're still allowing the system to take place. That article that I brought to you, I mean, it says, he does the math. It's almost like 300 people die every single day unnecessarily because of the system that we have. And as the richest nation in the planet, fucking whatnot, you're telling me that we can't find a way? First of all, the homelessness problem is ridiculous. We can't find a way to house people. We can't find a way to feed people. But we can't find a way to get everybody the proper health care and Medicare they need? That these guys can just deny claim after claim after claim. Let's get something straight, Matt. They're not denying the claims the majority of the time because they don't think it's, that person doesn't deserve it. It's just a financial move. It's part of their practice. Deny the claim at first. Make your patients jump through hula hoops to get this. Half the patients won't even care and just say, fuck it, I'm going on with my life because this is too much of a headache. I don't know how to manufacture. I don't know how to maneuver through these hurdles in front of me. So why am I going to do it? And at the end of the day, those CEOs are making tons of money simply from the stroke of their pen writing denied. I think that this is a time we're seeing more messages like that now on Twitter. I hope more of them come out. I don't know if we're going to get the national discussion, but somebody should start hosting forums where people can tell their stories like never before, because this has to change, and it should change.
So that discussion's not happening. This entire event was designed to make sure that did not happen. You mentioned having Luigi, the hypothetical of him calling you in advance, and I know you have to say, I wouldn't do it. I would go on to say, Luigi, I wouldn't do it, but if I were to do it, here's what I would do. And he didn't do any of those things. I would have told him another way to do this. First of all, you don't go to McDonald's with. So there's a whole list of things he did wrong. Yeah. And then this is wrong because why? Because we're not going to get the court opportunity to have all the witnesses and all the things like you mentioned. None of that's going to happen. So all this does is keep people in their camps, keeps people divisive. And no, we're not working towards a moment where this will be an actual discussion, a public discussion. Nobody changed their mind. Everyone, when you mentioned there's a massive demographic in this country of people that want Luigi to have the electric chair and they won't think twice about it. There's nothing we can say to change their mind. Luigi's not going to, I think this is the other thing. Luigi himself is not going to say anything to change their mind because that's not his purpose. His purpose is to serve this particular role, admit guilt, and brush everything under the table. Meanwhile, like you said, all the CEOs take their information off the internet and they go about their business, and nobody makes there's no reform to the system. And I agree with you on the universal health care is a right by principle. So even with a shitty system, we still fight for it because it's right. Just like we fight for the right to drink water and breathe air, even if the air and water are poison, we still have a right to have them. We can also deal with the poison problem. So those are two separate issues. I want people to understand that. Two separate issues. We are deserving of health care and the system sucks. But just because the system sucks doesn't mean we're not deserving of it. Two separate issues. So we are 100% on the side of the people, and this incident is designed to keep us in our camps, keep us divisive, just like the previous two stories. This is the theme of the day: the controlled opposition, the reverse engineering, keep us in our camps. So we just have to be a lot louder with it. But no, Craig, I don't think Luigi can be taken as an honest player in this, because there's too many things working in the favor of the bigwigs of the donor class, of these healthcare assholes who've killed way more people than Luigi has now admitted to doing. So here we are.
When Brianna Joy Gray the other day said, this is a corporate genocide, she wasn't far off. She wasn't far off. Maybe it's not the greatest choices of words, and people are like, what are you talking about? Once again, close to 300 people die every single day. Thousands of people go bankrupt every single day in the United States, right? Because of this healthcare system. And, you know, I don't know how much the censoring is going into play. I type in Luigi Mangioni usually every other day or once a week, and I scroll down and I look for stories. Now, power to the people. That guy, I forgot his name. Proud Socialist dude. He's been doing an amazing job getting out there, using his big platform, almost 500,000 followers, to get some information out there. But why haven't we seen, and once again, I don't know if this has been censored or not, have we not seen story after story after story after story after story? Remember the movie Sicko? Okay. I mean, why haven't we seen something like that in today's, you know, social media world, where they're showing pictures and, you know, bills and people's houses getting repossessed, whatnot, and showing the pain and suffering that's thrusted upon us, you know, and this is that argument. Unfortunately, a bunch of conservatives and, you know, populist right people, they push back. Oh, that's socialism, that's communism. We can't have any socialized medicine. And meanwhile, there's a lot of people on the left who are saying, you know, hey, man, we need this. This is something that we need. Every developed nation out there has some form of a healthcare system, right? And what do we got? We got people going bankrupt. It's the number one reason why people go bankrupt in the United States, is because they don't have the money to pay for the healthcare that they need.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up.
Free Luigi.
Free Luigi. All right. Well, yeah, you've been consistent with that. Pasta, thanks so much for being with us today and covering the topics. Always a thoughtful discussion. And yeah,
always a pleasure.
We do more. Yeah, we do more than headlines here. We get into it, and that's important. So thank you so much.
Definitely, brother. And if anybody wants to come and they're up early, I don't know, it's some of you West Coasters, it would be a little bit too early for you, but 8 to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday, Eastern time, we do a call-in show, drive time in the mornings on Pasta 2 Go, the Rumble or the YouTube. If you want to get on in and call on in, we have some great conversations over there, Matt. It was fun. We were talking about race the other day because we were talking about what James Fishback had talked about. By the way, James Fishback, did you see that whole situation with that guy over there in Florida? He ran for governor. No. Yeah, he had somewhat of a populist message. He was going to ban flock cameras and data centers.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
But you know, he kind of acted like he was anti-Israel. Now his episode of Surrounded just got released with Destiny, and he's a little bit pro-Israel. It's kind of like these people that just go along to get along. The party politics, the tribal behavior, man. It's out of control, man. It is out of control.
All right. Thanks so much,
buddy. Love you.
See you next time. Love you too, man. Craig Pasta, JARDULA, everyone. We'll be right back with Jay Scott and some more homeless left for you guys. I'm going to do a quick break here. Just going to show you guys let's going to cue this up here, guys. And we'll be right back. Hold on one second. There we go. Okay. We'll see you guys back here in 2.5, I think. Yes, we'll see you guys. This is the Homeless Left, Matt Weinglass, non-tribal approach to news. Enjoy this little clip of Lindsey Graham's wife trying to look like she knows anything about foreign policy. Pretty funny. All right. See you guys in a minute.
Security question as well. Senator, are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? If so, why?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? And if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, so, but I do support the military.
Okay, we're back from break. Welcome, everyone. You're just joining us. It's the Homeless Left. We've been here for a little while, but if you're just joining us now, no worries. You can always go back and watch the replay later. We always keep the full live streams in their raw form up on Rumble and on YouTube. And we put the segments up as well. So you can pick and choose if you want to do the raw version or the segments. We tend to keep them around 15, 20, 25 sometimes. So you can share those out and focus in, zero in on a particular topic. We try to do that. We try to organize for you guys so we're not just scattering all over the place. There's so much to get into, so many different topics, but we want to make it tangible for you guys as well. And we know you have your own lives and you're coming and going as you need to. But if you're here now, welcome. Let's do this, guys. It's a non-tribal approach to news here. Non-tribal approach. That means we're using our critical thinking skills, all of the rest. Okay, let's go ahead. Actually, I'll throw a couple of these up real quick. We got some super chats. We'll get to the rest later in the show. Citizen, always appreciate it. Nick is a Fed, keen on derailing the America First movement. It seems like it was pretty cut and dry at this point, and we covered that with Pasta. James Lee was tweeting that out earlier. Pretty cut and dry. Some of them are harder to detect, but at this point, yeah, that's an open and closed case. But useful for people to take a look at if they want to know the kind of the blueprint of who they select to do these operations, how it works, what the objective is ultimately, short-term, long-term. Is it successful or not? In this case, I don't know. I don't think he's a good job. I don't think he's doing a good job as a Fed because it's so obvious. Anyways, enough of that one. I know I just want to get one more up here from Chris. the Superman 3 reference. Guys, go back and watch this film. It's way ahead of its time. I know the comic book fans love to say it's not a good film comparatively. It's not about the quality, it's about the topic matter. The subject matter is so important. We're talking about the supercomputer takeover, the capitalist methodology of that the most horrible people are the ones in power. And there's a character that absolutely exemplifies that, doesn't want to punish people other than people who can't help him. But if you're on their level of elitism and access and, just being in that elite class, then no, the rules don't apply to you. And so these are concepts that were so important in 1983 when the film came out. They're even more important now. So I should say, go back and watch that. And obviously the Superman versus Clark scene, it's pretty damn good, actually. It's pretty damn good. So just go check it out, guys, if you want to do yourself a favor. Okay, with that said, let's go ahead and bring in our other co-host right now to the show. Help us with these next topics. We're going to be getting into some shit here, guys. So let's go ahead and bring him in. Welcome back, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday. How was Chicago? It's actually home to one of my favorite Americans, man. Fred Hampton, definitely one of my heroes. So yes. How was it over there?
I mean, you could feel that in the air, man. Of this, the decades of happenings of protesting. I have, also some heritage there, just as far as the understanding of that, the Chicago 7, and there's there's
a Rainbow Coalition. You remember that, right? That's what Fred Hampton called a coalition he put together. I think that was the first Rainbow Coalition, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I mean, it's like, dude, like this is where the Obama library just got put up. So we know that there's the people really protesting the war machine and the two-party duopoly are going to be in the streets for that. And that's what the group was doing out there as they're celebrating the convention for CPI. Caleb Maupin and the participants were actually at the Obama library protesting that war criminal who murdered Gaddafi. And, obviously, there's people there that they don't know or they don't want to know, but you got to go out there with a bullhorn and let people know. So they did that. It was awesome.
That sounds like an amazing trip. Speaking of that, I was actually debating with someone late last night about whether or not Trump's foreign policy, and wait for it, this person actually believes that imperialism with America only got bad with Trump. Of course, they're, like a Democratic voter and all that. And they're like, oh yeah, before Trump got into power, like everything was going great in Africa and we were Africa's friend. Like, oh, really? That's what you think. And then of course you bring up Libya, they got nothing to say. So, unfortunately, a lot of Democrats' brains have been completely fried by Trump, and they're not aware of how toxic the Democratic Party has been for foreign policy. They think it's all Republicans and Trump is the worst of the worst. Is he the most corrupt? Possibly. Is he the most destructive foreign policy-wise? Depending on what happens with Iran, possibly too. But the Democrats have always been going down the same path, just maybe not quite as bad as him, maybe a tiny bit better, but not enough for the change we need in the country. So, yeah.
Well, I think that's why it's our responsibility to, when we report on all of Trump's horrible actions and all policy, we have to continue to point out the pattern of horrible actions and policy that we've had well before he got in, and we have to continue drawing that connection, because it's easy to get caught up in right now and say we've never seen somebody so blatantly obvious, so out in the open, which is true. However, we've been doing these actions and policies for our entire lives, and we need to not just remind people, but some people don't know what Obama did. They don't know what every president. So that's I think that's our responsibility to keep doing that, and I think we do that regularly. So it's great
for sure. Yep.
All right. With that said, I think it's how appropriate we get into this first topic. We've been doing one a week on this because it seems like World War III watch. We're on the watch more than ever these days. There's a lot here, Jay. I don't know if we're going to try and get through all of it. I had some stuff held over we did not get to last week. We'll see if we can. on this, but there's so much to unpack here. So we'll just go through it and we'll feel it out. But
let's do it.
Yeah, we'll just go for it. Okay, here we go. Gonna play in the intro. Here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's already started. I'm Matt Weinglass here with co-host Jay Scott. Let's look at what is happening right now with the U.S.-Israel war machine and the imperialist model of taking over the planet until we can't anymore. The latest from Trump's camp, and this is due to the fact that we are been at this stalemate of Trump telling us that he has control of the Strait of Hormuz when we know he doesn't. We know Iran is never, ever giving it up. And they don't even want to deal with Trump or let alone engage with him until his term is over. In other words, nothing's happened there. So what else could Trump come up with in the meantime? Or better yet, his handlers, anybody in the Israel camp. What are they discussing? Well, apparently, and this comes from Marjorie Taylor Greene. You guys might have seen this a few days ago. I just want to update you guys if you didn't know that this was reported from former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who says that they are discussing using nuclear weapons on Iran in strategy meetings. Yes, you read that correctly. It's real. I'm not speculating. I know. And she claimed that this information was sent to her directly. So she's reporting on it. We'll take her for her word the best we can. Obviously, we don't. That's all we really have to go on this tweet. But she's saying it's pure evil. The last time a nuclear weapon was used, and we know this, the two times, August 6th and 9th, 1945. This is where we attacked Japan with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And these are just so people know the amount of people we murdered in that instantaneously. 110,000 people were vaporized at ground zero. The deaths reached 214,000. Some say way more than that because you don't know how much longer the effects of that radiation last for. By the end of the year, so there's a 1 year statistic of 214,000 by the year from severe burns and trauma and radiation, like poison, like inside out over time, depending on where you were when the blast occurred. The extreme suffering continued, obviously, with the Japanese people from the radiation sickness, skyrocketing cancer rates, generational birth defects, not to mention wiping out all means of their economy. And the suffering was so great that all of humanity vowed never again. Well, Trump and his admin were told by our own intelligence that Iran was nowhere near creating a nuclear weapon. Duh. That Tulsi told us. We all know this. It was all bullshit. And then Israel said the same line. It says over and over, Iran is only weeks away, sometimes in cases days away, weeks away, whatever the away is. They did that, and enough people fell for it. So we bombed away. We killed leaders, innocent little children in a school. And Iran has controlled the Strait of Hormuz ever since and punished the region for their part in it. Now our government is the one actually discussing lowering the nuclear threshold in order to use nuclear weapons against Iran, even though Trump claims he's won the war like 40 times. So there's that part. Very confusing. If you're a Trumper, you must be very confused right now. But now Trump, as you guys know, promised no more foreign wars, but may actually be the one who delivers a nuclear holocaust, likely dragging the world into major conflict, economic depression, mass human suffering. We've never seen in our lifetimes, and maybe not throughout history. So we need to start speaking out, boldly stopping this insanity. America is not untouchable. If and when that happens, everyone, and I do mean everyone, will hold all of those in leadership right now fully responsible for the rest of human history. Do not use nuclear weapons and stop this war now. So forever, if people think that this is authentic or not, or just overly paranoid, whatever you think it is, every word on that tweet is important, and millions of people saw it, and that's good. So we appreciate that going out. And before I want to pass to you, Jay, we saw this go. I know this is just a little meme here, but it got me thinking that if you were to carry this out, if Trump and Netanyahu are actually planning this and the meetings are happening, then the way you get away with it is you maybe share this fake story that it was you can claim it was a ballistic missile that's accidentally hit an Iranian nuclear site. Now there's a plan. There's a plan that might work. They might be think tanking that one right now. Jay Scott.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's important to talk about, what Trump is supposed to be discussing. Do I personally believe that we're going to launch a nuclear strike on Iran? I personally don't. And the reason I believe that is because there's according to what's been written down on paper, Russia does not distinguish between tactical nuclear weapons and regular nuclear weapons. And the moment any nuclear bomb drops, on paper, their response is supposed to be to start nuking the US, if that happens, right? So would they actually follow through with that? Maybe, maybe not. But long story short, the radioactive fallout that would come from a nuclear bomb today is far greater than the fallout that happened over in Japan, which we saw was already very traumatic, right? So that will impact our quote unquote allies in the region. The breeze would take it to Pakistan, it would take it to Syria, who's now supposed to have a government that Trump is allied with the former leader of Al-Qaeda, now the current president of Syria. So do I actually believe he's going to do it? Probably not, but we cannot rule out the possibility. And we need to call him out for even thinking about it. So what I actually believe he's doing is, again, just trying to scare Iran and to threaten Iran into doing something else. And, that's why I followed up, his nuclear threat with, the next story you'll see, which is exactly what I think he is going to do. Well, he's already announced it. He says he's going to bring out nuclear economic weapons against Iran. That's what he's saying now. So he wants to introduce the most crushing economic operation ever taken against the country, he says. So Trump implies the U.S. will directly target China and Russia, saying any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face the tremendous economic consequences: oil smuggling, swap lines, cash transfers, exchange houses, ship registries, front companies, they're counting all of that. So Trump says this will be economic warfare on an unprecedented scale, calling it economic D-Day. And we already have China's response, and that would be in the next tweet. China announces it does not even recognize U.S. sanctions against Iran, and that they will continue to not comply with the economic warfare campaign initiated by Trump this week. So what we essentially have is Trump possibly leaking out to the media, maybe I'll use nukes, maybe I won't, and then, of course, a taco. And then an introduction of his real strategy. Oh, we'll just put more economic sanctions on them. And China says, nice try, but no. Because they understand we can't even wage war without their rare earth minerals. So Trump can huff and puff all he wants. He can say he's going to do all these sanctions all he wants. But, it's more about the headlines and intimidating Iran and trying to, I guess, prove to his base that he's doing everything he can to avoid a ground invasion before they actually launch the ultimate ground invasion. So that's personally what I think is going on, but that's just my opinion.
Well, maybe both can be true. I mean, you can have actual discussions happening if you're going through each protocol. And that's what got back to Marjorie Taylor Greene, was that there was discussion. She didn't say this is what the next thing up on the docket. She said that there's meetings happening, and somebody might have brought up, hey, we could do a little accidental thing on their whatever, even though it's our weaponry, but we can blame it and say it's theirs. So there's that. I don't think for a second they wouldn't hesitate to have that discussion. because you got to discuss this, right? If you're in you're in a shit position here, nothing's working for you. You got to have you got to have more meetings now than you probably, because you forgot to have the meetings up front and you just went with it. Now you got to play. It's all damage control, Jay. It's all damage control. So I think I agree with you that it's not going to happen, but I love that Marjorie Taylor Greene put this out. We're not here to do fear baiting and scare. We're trying to keep perspective on people and remind them where we came from, which is good. We need to see that. And we need to see why this would be absolutely insanely just disgusting and horrible. But that if those are being discussed, if that thing's being discussed, then that's important that we let people know that that's on the docket. It's on the table.
We can't let people forget how dangerous nuclear warfare is. And at this point, I think, it's such like a remote possibility that we haven't like dealt with in our lifetimes. Not remote. It's such an abstract concept, I should say, that people haven't encountered in our lifetimes that we may not appreciate the danger of it anymore. So I don't want people to lose sight of that. If a nuclear bomb drops anywhere, that's potentially a world-ending event because of the reaction that at least Russia's supposed to do on paper. Like on paper, if we drop a bomb anywhere, Russia's response is to nuke us, and our response is to nuke Russia. And each of us have the ability to destroy the entire world with nukes, like well over 30 times. So it's not a good situation if that was to happen. So hopefully we don't go down that path. Can't rule it out, but I don't think it's the most likely. What I do expect to see is further escalation in the region. More than likely with a ground invasion of Iran at some point, and as we'll see from the next story, maybe even Turkey.
And Turkey comes into play here. Either Trump knew it would happen or not. Maybe he didn't give a crap, but he did do this. He created this moment, and he said this. And at the end of the clip, I want to show you guys. This is him calling out what he claims is. I guess he claims he's going to be punishing NATO for not getting his back in Iran. And then he goes on and says, this is breaking news that we are breaking off of NATO. Now, again, it's just words, so we don't know if it's actually happening, but he did create this this headline for himself. So let's listen closely and then see how Turkey comes into play after this.
Not sticking together. I think that NATO made a terrible mistake when they wouldn't send a small amount of military armament, when they wouldn't send just even acknowledge what we were doing for the world and taking on Iran. I never considered it very risky, but war is always risk. A lot of strange things happen in war that are very bad, but I didn't consider it. I know how great we're the greatest military by far anywhere. There was nobody close. I didn't think there was a big risk, but there's always surprises with war. They can be very bad surprises. I mean, wars are lost that should be won. Many wars are lost. You think a country is going to wipe somebody out, and they end up getting wiped out themselves. So it's always risky. I'm
just going to stop. He sounds like he's giving some sort of loser speech, concession speech. You just lost.
Exactly.
Like you mentioned last week. I have to because you brought it up. It was like the Lakers Pistons 2004. Like they were supposed to win. Right? Yeah. Lakers are supposed to win. They don't. Yeah. He sounds like a big loser saying, I didn't think there was any way we could lose, but sometimes it doesn't go the way you should. I bet everything on it. Unfortunately, this isn't a sports game where it's just a championship up. These are people's lives. This is our entire economy. This is the whole world. Matt, ability to function.
Who would have thought there was risk to war with a country with 90 million people? Who could have ever guessed that?
This is the guy who claims to be the smartest at everything he tackles, yet he's admitting here, I didn't know that this could be a thing, but apparently they let me know that yes, it's a possibility that we could lose and we would be effed, and that's what he's actually saying here. And now he's attempting to blame it all on NATO.
That's what actually helped. They were party to the war because they let us use their bases to launch these attacks and all that. But maybe they didn't help as much as Trump wanted. But NATO definitely was party to this war, as much as Trump is complaining. So
sure, they were very much assisting. Absolutely. But okay. So time NATO, time to get your punishment. Here we go.
But I think a tremendous mistake was when NATO just wasn't there. They just weren't there. It's going to make a lot of money for the United States because we spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year on NATO, hundreds of protecting them. And we would have always been there for them. But now, based on their actions, I guess we don't have to be, do we?
Wow. Mr. President.
That sounds like a breaking story, yes, sir. Is that breaking news?
Saying that you're, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Like, the funny thing about this, right, is, on paper, Iran does not have missiles that can reach America. Maybe barely one or two places on the East Coast. But it's not like fully acknowledged that Iran can reach America with its missiles, right? Everyone knows Iran can reach Europe. So they are far more at risk during a direct confrontation, at least in their homeland, than we are over here in America, because we're on literally the other side of the world. So we are over here starting a war with a country that didn't attack us, and Trump is mad that people who are in the direct line of fire don't want to get directly involved in the confrontation, even though they're actually assisting us, with the war. And then he frames it as a favor he's doing for the world. Sir, nobody asked you to invade Iran except Israel. Like, no other country out there was endorsing this and calling for this except for Israel. So for him to get up there and frame it like that is absolutely ridiculous. But like, the key point that I want people to take away from this, though, is that Trump is, number one, talking, like you said, like he's already lost, and he kind of accepted it after he's been bragging about winning the war at least 40 times. He's already beaten Iran 40 times, but now he's talking like he's lost. Like, like, come on, man. So Trump like changes what he says and does every single second, because part of his strategy in dealing with people is to keep everyone on their toes, because he wants to be unpredictable. But really, he is actually fairly predictable, in my opinion, if you look at the long-term trend and you really follow the money and you look at the moves that he's doing. And in my opinion, the move is ground invasion of Iran, probably to try to control the Strait of Hormuz and possibly attempt to overthrow the Iranian government. But eventually, that's what we're going to try to do. And hundreds of thousands of lives are going to be lost on the American side and on the Iranian side if that happens. So,
yeah. Well, it seems that that threat, or that whatever that was, that he's calling himself breaking news, where we're no longer going to be paying our NATO dues, as they say, which means in any other situation, if you don't pay your dues, you're not in the club. That seems to be being taken seriously by others that are paying attention. So let's look at the timing of him claiming this, that we are literally done with NATO. So he announces, right, in this speech, he says the U.S. is leaving NATO. I mean, he didn't say we are leaving NATO. He says we're going to save a bunch of money because we're not going to participate, which kind of implies leaving.
Exactly.
Right. So that's the interpretation here, at least by this, by the Patriotic Blonde. But it seems that if you look at, how did Israel respond? And this happened exactly at the same time or after this speech. Israel has attacked Turkish military. Turkey is a NATO member. Israel is not a NATO member. Jay, explain the timing of this. Is this a coincidence, or was Israel paying attention to Trump's speech here? Dissociating from NATO.
Yeah, great question. And at the end of the day, we're now in a situation where Israel has been bragging or pumping up Turkey as this, great threat to peace in the world, right? So for him to, attack a Turkey base in Syria on the same day Trump makes this announcement, it just doesn't bode well for the future. Now, in reality, do I think that Israel will start a war with Turkey before we begin a ground invasion of Iran and make any progress there? Probably not. But I think they're trying to get people ready or force Turkey to join them in the effort against Iran. So I think it's one of those two things that are happening right now. So give me 1 second. I got to plug in my laptop. I forgot to plug it. I'll be right back.
No worries.
So you can pull up the next one while I go. But give me 1 second.
No worries. All right, so we'll go to the next slide right now. I'll take this one. You know what? We'll go ahead and remove Jay from here. So what is happening on the side on the EU side of things? Well, we're again, this is all different maneuvering and positioning. This is from Hotspot. So what we're seeing here, the UK is now actively pushing for World War III after allowing Ukraine to use drones to bomb Moscow for the first time since the start of the conflict. The Epstein class, keen on lecturing the world about global stability, is now completely comfortable with a direct line of escalation between a nuclear power and a NATO member. We are ruled by complete psychopaths sitting in vacation homes. So this next maneuver, let's listen to friend of the show Nick Cruz break this down. How UK is positioning itself right now.
Desperately trying to start World War III as the UK greatly escalates against Russia, allowing Ukraine to use UK drones in order to attack deep into Moscow for the first time in this conflict. One of the biggest lies told is that Russia is only at war with Ukraine. Putin is currently fighting against the entire NATO alliance, a NATO that is desperate, a NATO that is realizing they have no way to win, so they are desperately trying to escalate the conflict in Ukraine into a global war. The amount of patience and restraint that Russia has shown the Nazi-supporting West since 2014 has truly been incredible. Not only is the UK facilitating terrorist attacks deep into Russian territory, they are also engaging in rank piracy, seizing Russian oil tankers. Russia has every single right to attack the UK right now for waging war against them, but Putin has consistently held back, trying to prevent the world into being plunged into global war. NATO is playing a very dangerous game, risking all of humanity, and for what? Simply because they can't handle Ukraine being a neutral buffer state instead of a member of NATO? NATO is literally funding multiple genocides all around the world. Meanwhile, people think Vladimir Putin is unreasonable for not wanting these monsters next to his border.
So yeah, thanks. Good work from Nick Cruz and Hotspot on that. So this is, this is complicated here, Jay. We have UK still pushing this like poking the bear with Russia at the same time. Trump is taking a step back from NATO. I mean, in theory he is. He hasn't actually done it. But claiming that they're not, that UK and others in the EU and NATO are not helping in Iran, but in the meantime, he's pushing. UK is aggressively pushing against Putin right now. So I don't know how to make sense of the timing of that report, along with Trump's own self-proclaimed breaking news on busting out of NATO. But this is a complicated mess, and there's a lot of nuclear powers involved right now. What do you make of all?
Yeah, well, most of the other nuclear powers can actually launch their nukes, without American assistance, like with targeting. So they have to actually use America when they launch their nukes, right? So even if NATO does break up, that doesn't mean that America is going to stop working with a lot of the powers within NATO. So when you think about it, it could actually give Trump a certain amount of leverage over these countries, more than he already has right now, because he can, if NATO were to break up, he could unilaterally decide whether or not, he's gonna defend the UK or defend France, if they do get into this war with Russia. But I don't think that they would automatically just ditch every single ally. I just think it's a way to kind of give Trump more leverage. Because if you're the UK, your two choices are, well, now I either have to bend to every single thing Trump says and wants, or I have to make peace with Russia. And if you look at how European leaders themselves have spoken about Russia and how they've demonized Russia, it's extremely unlikely that, at least with the current leadership over there, that they're actually going to start to make peace with Russia. So what I think, is a key takeaway. Sorry, when my laptop, I thought I didn't get to watch the whole thing. He mentioned there how the UK is talking about seizing Russian ships, right? Was that that was okay. So Russia has already said that part of their response to that will be to seize EU and UK ships anywhere in the world. So if that happens, like in Asia or the Pacific, none of these European countries have any navy that can do anything to Russia. And they've already acknowledged that, right? So for them to poke this bear, the only way they're actually going to go through with that is either if they're just willing to sacrifice their people for no reason, I guess in an attempt to, stir the public up against Russia more, or they already have guarantees from America that we're going to back you up, if anything happens. Because on paper, the two biggest navies in the world are going to be China and America. You can argue China is stronger and bigger in some respects, or you could argue that America, is stronger in some respects. But at the end of the day, it goes America, China, then Russia, like best case scenario with navies, right? So they are setting up a situation just like Israel, where they start a fight that cannot be won without America coming in to save the day. So how we could possibly do that when we're already stretched so thin, with this war in Iran, I don't know. So do I expect them to go through with it? No, but what I think they're doing is preparing our consciousness and preparing the world and kind of putting out feelers out there so we get used to the idea, and then they will do it. I don't think they're going to do it right this second, but I do think eventually that may possibly be what starts out this next, not starts it out, but what takes this world war to the next level.
Yeah. And then you had this breaking, this is a response. This came from Bricks News, Twitter. Justin, Iran considers strikes in Europe against U.S. military targets if the war escalates. But we've had this before. Yeah, I don't know if you want to break this down.
Yeah, exactly. So Financial Times is reporting that Iran is again seriously considering hitting U.S. bases in southeastern Europe, including Bulgaria's air base and the one in Cyprus, plus potential attacks on subsea cables in the Strait of Hormuz. And again, like you mentioned, this isn't the first time they've said this or considered this. They've also specifically said, we'll hit the UK. Like the UK has been helping America the most in Europe. And, they've been using their air bases to help America refuel. And they provided the most support to America out of any European country. So, Iran is essentially just letting people know, like we will hit you wherever. And another one of the stories we didn't, because we had so much, we couldn't get to everything. But another one of the stories that came out is there is also an IRGC commander, who's gone on Iranian news itself and said that in this war against America and Israel, we have to be ready to hit them wherever, including in their homeland. So, do I think that was a wise thing for them to say? Possibly not, because it increases the likelihood of a false flag being used, and then they can put these quotes from Iranian generals on TV to say, look, Iran said they would attack us, and now a bomb just went off in New York City. We blame Iran. Everyone join the army. Let's go to war. So I think that's a far more likely scenario to happen than a nuclear bomb dropping. I think it's much more likely we do a false flag, blame it on Iran, and then use that to rile up anti-Iran energy in America and then send troops to Iran.
Yeah. They can do a false flag without having anything coming from Iran right now.
Of course,
too, right?
of course.
You're not dependent on that statement
I know.
in order to do the thing.
And that is the biggest pushback I get when they make that suggestion. However, you have to admit that it makes the scenario a little bit more plausible for people who aren't as informed and are on the fence. If you can put up, these live, quotes from the Iranian military saying they're willing to attack us,
it's harder.
It makes it a little more plausible.
It's harder it takes a little more effort to make a fake Osama bin Laden video with the body double, right? That's fatter, not in the same, and you got the shadow of the front of the face. It's a lot of work, right? You gotta, and so you can take the credit because the person himself isn't taking the credit, so you gotta fake it. So it is. You're right. It's better to have the tweet so you can just grab and we'll just go with this, and then we don't have to get the body double and all that shit, right? So you're right about that. But it's not gonna stop them from the nefarious thing that they're working on doing. And I think that's why that original idea that if any nuclear talks were happening at all, according to Marjorie Taylor Greene, that one of the techniques would be the oopsie, it looks like they blew up themselves, right? So they're always strategizing. How can we spin this story? And that's why we talk about reverse engineering. We have to get to the goal. How do we get to the goal? Work backwards. So you fill the story in reverse, and then you come up with the plan, that headline, which is going to get you ultimately to that goal. And so that's what we're looking for. And any of these things are possible. And I'm glad we're talking about all the possibilities, because any one of these things could certainly happen. Let's end this. Let's end this segment with this. This was from More Perfect Union. I thought this was a great question. You're talking about, would you die for Israel for a video game? Apparently, not just any video game, right? Let's see. You want to read this one for us here? I can't believe this is real.
Yeah, an Army unit is now offering some soldiers a 4-day pass. You don't get the full video game, but you get a 4-day pass to play Grand Theft Auto 6 as an incentive to re-enlist for a minimum of 2 years. So 20 soldiers at Fort Stewart, Georgia, in the Army's 9th Brigade Engineering Battalion have already chosen this incentive. So they're trying to get people who've already finished their duty to come back so they can get a chance at playing GTA 6. So this kind of reminds me of take a COVID shot for a donut, like that we saw in New York. Like, sure, do something that'll possibly end your life for a very minimal bit of entertainment or satisfaction in the moment. I don't know about you, Matt, but I would rather fail a drug test for the Army and then wait for GTA 6 to come out if I had a choice. So, and just so everyone knows, don't smoke marijuana. It's illegal in a lot of states. But if you do smoke it, then you wouldn't be able to go in the Army. So, of course, I wouldn't encourage anyone to do that. I'm just letting people know that you can't go into the Army if you have marijuana in your blood. So.
And on the other hand, if you really want to do something stupid and die for a foreign country, I would suggest getting the 4-day video game before they initiate the draft, which will happen in December of this year. Apparently, they're going to be pushing the draft, and then you don't get the video game. Just like with COVID, you should have gotten the poison jab when they were offering you the cheeseburger. Now you don't get the cheeseburger. You just get fired from your job if you don't take the poison. So you might as well. No, I'm being facetious, but I'm saying if you're gonna do it, you might as well take the bribe, because we know that we're getting the bribe now, but later there won't be a bribe. It'll be forced. That's
in New York, they were giving out Krispy Kreme donuts for the jab, and Philadelphia they're giving you Philly cheesesteaks. So and now for the draft, you can play GTA 6. So
so enjoy your 4-day pass there, guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's World War III watch. Let's get to the next one right away. I see you guys. The super chats will certainly be getting to you guys shortly, but I just want to jump right into this one here because this has been a topic we've been covering with all the new quote unquote progressive or we could say radical lefties. And we make the claim a lot that there is no radical left in our country, but every once in a while somebody says the right thing or is in right place at the right time and comes into a position of power, or at least in a position of limelight, where they're able to call out the Democratic Party leadership. And we might be able to celebrate this moment for what it is. Let's break it down for you. If you guys know what we're talking about, it's the Florida Democratic primary winner, Angie Nixon, who just pulled off a major upset over the challenger, Alex Vindman, wins the Senate primary. So now she will be facing GOP's Ashley Moody, who's actually the sitting senator in Florida. That'll be in November, but now she's got a little spotlight on her for this win. This is her directly after the victory, and it's a nice moment. I kind of dig it. Let's enjoy it for what it is. Here we go.
Jobs just to keep a roof over their heads is extreme. They call me extreme. But where I come from, okay, right here in Duval County, these things are not radical. That's right. They're not extreme. This is just basic human decency. It's caring for our neighbors. And I don't know about you, but I was taught to love my neighbors. That's what guides me. Some folks like Ashley Moody like to claim the mantle of morality, yet their actions tell a very different story. But we put actions behind our words. So Ashley Moody can call it whatever she wants. She can call us whatever she wants. But in November, she will call me senator.
Okay. It's a moment. Let's see what happens when she goes on. She's going on this. Let me grab the clip first, and then we'll. This is a big moment, because this is where, and this is kind of familiar, when we used to hear like AOC say she's going to take on Nancy Pelosi. Well, words are words, but this is nice. She's calling out the Democratic Party leadership, calling out Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer when we talk about Medicare for all. And people on the left, we've been doing this for years. It's nice to see somebody, at least in the win of a primary, to be able to say this on a mainstream outlet. So let's hear this, and I want to get your thoughts on this one, Jay.
This is not just a big issue for me. It's a big issue for Floridians and Americans everywhere. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy right now in our country. So think about it. People are literally going bankrupt simply because they're trying to stay alive. And so what we heard and we're witnessing right now is the fact that there are corporate established Democrats who are now beholden to these corporations that are making it harder for people to have access to quality health care. They're actually denying claims because they don't want to pay them out, because it's going to impact their bottom line. I don't care about corporations' bottom lines. I care about people. The needs of the people need to be met. That is my first priority. And we definitely would have to assess whether or not we need to keep these folks in leadership. But right now, according to the American people, they don't feel that way, that they should be in leadership. And I'm on the same side right now, especially hearing this recently.
So that's saying everything right. Do you think, Jay, she's gonna, if she gets in November, is this something that she will take into the actual position?
I think before I respond, I think we should just play that Donkey of the Day clip from Charlemagne the God, because I think it really puts things in perspective, right? Because she isn't the first Democrat, and she isn't the first person to win an election who says the right things during the campaign. Now, everyone's celebrating right now, right? Because she won a primary. But let's figure out what she actually won. She didn't win the senator seat yet. She
No, she
won
hasn't.
a primary.
No.
Yeah. So there's several steps for her to take before she would ever be in the position where she had the ability to impact those issues that she says that she cares about, right? So she can say whatever she wants right now.
Yeah.
She can tell the people, I'm going to do literally everything you're asking for the Democratic Party to do if you just vote for me. But this donkey of the day clip, I think, puts into perspective exactly what we can expect from the Democratic Party.
Oh, boy, here we go.
One of the most confusing people in American politics, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. Well, actually, he's not confusing. If you follow the corporate PAC money, then you know exactly why Hakeem moves the way he moves, okay? It's a reason they call him APAC Shakur. It's a reason they call him APAC Rocky. But today, we aren't here to talk about APAC. We are here to discuss Medicare for All. See, Hakeem was on Meet the Press with Kristen Welker, and the House Minority Leader indicated that he does not currently support Medicare for all. But what Hakeem did on Meet the Press illustrates one of the biggest problems Democrats have right now. And it's one of the things that pisses me off the most about the Democratic Party. They will tell people what they're against without giving them something equally clear that they're for. Okay, we will come back to that. But I have a question for Hakeem Jeffries in regards to Medicare for all. Simply, what changed? Okay, right? Hakeem, in September of 2019, you became a co-sponsor of the Medicare for All Act. Then in 2021, Hakeem, you wasn't just somebody who eventually jumped on the Medicare for All. No, you was an original co-sponsor of the Medicare for All Act of 2021. Meaning when that bill was introduced, your name was already on it. Okay, now fast forward to 2026, Hakeem Jeffries, as you just heard, goes on Meet the Press and says Medicare for All is not legislation that he currently co-sponsors or supports. Once again, what changed? What did you learn between 2021 and now that changed your mind? You're the leader of the House Democrats, okay, the House Democratic Caucus, and could potentially become Speaker of the House, but you appear to be down with corporate America, not the people. So I have to ask, did your beliefs change when your title changed? Because that's what people hate about politics, okay? It's not disagreement, all right? It's the feeling that politicians believe one thing when they're trying to move up and another thing once they moved up, okay? And Hakeem Jeffries has repeatedly said healthcare is a right, all right? If healthcare is a right, how are you going to guarantee that right? That's all we want to know, okay? But one of the
Yeah, so and again, I want to be 100% clear, right? Angie Nixon might be genuine. She's probably a good person who believes in what she's saying, right? And maybe she's one of the many people in the country who honestly believes third parties don't stand a chance. So if I want to fight for progressive causes, the only way I can do it is through the Democratic Party. But because of the centralization of power in the Democratic Party, like it's never possible to actually make the systemic change that we need through the Democratic Party, in my opinion. Now, I'd love to be proven wrong, but the big takeaway that we should, be taking from this segment is right now she won a primary. That means she still has to win the Senate. And then once she actually wins that seat and gets into Congress, she has to be in a position where Democrats control the Senate, the House, and the presidency before she can get any of those things that she just said she named, right? So just think about this. The current leader of the Democrats in Congress was a co-sponsor of the Medicare for All bill. And do you know when he was a co-sponsor of that bill, Matt? 2019. What was different about 2019? Oh, yeah, Trump was president. Notice he wasn't a co-sponsor of that bill when Biden was president and when Democrats had power of all these things, right? So maybe Angie Nixon is going to tell us everything we want to hear and say all the right things up until the point when Democrats have the ability to actually do something. And it gets even worse than that, Matt, because even if they don't control all of those things, right? She sounds a lot like AOC to me right now, right? Because AOC also said all of the right things, literally all the right things when she was in the campaign. And then she had the ability to impact who would become Speaker of the House, or to get compromises from the next speaker, right? With the force to vote campaign. All people wanted her to do was to make Medicare for all, make a Medicare for all vote go to the floor as Democrats controlled everything. She refused to do that. And since then, it's been completely clear that she's a sellout. So again, she can say anything she wants during the campaign. The question is, will she follow through when she actually has the power? Following the money tells me, hell no.
No, 100% right. And the timeline is important here, which you pointed out, and we can see this time and time again. Medicare for all, who was actually there doing it? The people that, from the outside were shouting at the top of their lungs, whether it was Breonna Joy Gray, Jimmy Dore, shouting. And AOC spent most of her time punching down at them, told them to shut up.
Said they're
there's a time, we have a plan. We'll tell it to you later. I mean, it's just this rhetoric, just deflection, gaslighting. And it is funny to watch this, and I'm glad we played the clip because a lot of people listen to Charlemagne and trying to figure this out. What changed? This is what changed. What changed is that you need to make the change and understand that the people in power, their job, even if they have the nice little blue, symbol and all the little flaggies in the right places, their job is not to do anything that they believe. So the fact that we're even having a discussion about Hakeem Jeffries' belief changing, what are you talking about? Belief. We're talking about the objective, and that's to keep the power mechanism in place and defend that mechanism while you pretend to push beliefs, like you said, Jay, at the time when it's okay to do it, which is when Trump is in power, when you don't have the ability to do the thing. That's when you're most vocal about it. But that's not about belief. It's about what is your job. And you're 100% right. The job, once you get in office, your job changes from when you're not in office. And that's the only change you can see. And that's exactly what is going to happen if Angie Nixon wins in November. So let's not act shocked when it does. We're telling people, I told you so early. Don't get caught up on that as a position of power. She can get any of this to happen. All we can do right now is say, if she has as many opportunities she can during this time, because this is an important time. You got the primary, but you're not in power. So you have access. You can be loud. You can say these things. And maybe, just maybe, she can connect the dots like she did back right after October 7th. She did this. I had a bunch of clips pulled, Jay, but I think this is the most important one because this shows you, and maybe Charlemagne should watch this clip, if you want to know exactly what your party thinks of ethics and morals and right and wrong and what they want and what they believe. If you think that any of that matters, listen to this big reveal from Angie Nixon just a few weeks after October 7th, what her own colleagues did to her in Florida.
We are at 10,000 dead Palestinians. How many will be enough? One of my colleagues just said all of them. Wow. One of my colleagues said all of them. One of my colleagues also stated that this is going to dry up their fundraising if we vote on this resolution. I also want that, that's what we've become in this state. That's what we've become in this state, where we don't care about innocent babies that don't even get the opportunity to blow out their first birthday candle.
That's how the Democratic Party functions on the local, state level, and national level. That's it. That's what you're going to get. So if I were her, I mean, obviously she's good at being loud. She's good at she's a great speaker. She needs to just keep being loud right now because we know there's a time clock on it. Either she loses in November or she wins. And then all of a sudden, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries become Papa Bear 1 and Papa Bear 2. Right?
As soon as if she was to win, the CIA sits her down, shows her pictures of all her family, says, hey, we're going to need you to either adjust your tone now or do the right thing when the vote comes up and we call you and we tell you to vote yes or no on this thing. And, unfortunately, you know, there's not much people can do, you know, like when their family is being threatened, unless, you know, people decide to all expose it at once or go against it at once. But more importantly, even if that isn't what happens, the Democratic Party itself, you know, will weaponize every tool it has, you know, to go against, you know, like anyone who breaks the party line in the moment that it matters, right? Because, you know, the Democratic and Republican parties will always find just enough votes to do whatever it is the establishment wants, whether it's a priority that's important for the Republicans or whether it's a priority important for Democrats. They'll always get just the right number of people to flip. So, you know, at the end of the day, what we need to recognize is there's several problems when people get into power. You know, number one, can we get someone like who is willing to expose what happens, you know, like when they get into the office? Because, you know, I hope that's not what it is, that the CIA sits them down and just threatens their whole livelihood and family as soon as they get into power. But I do know for a fact that the centralization of power in the Democratic and Republican parties is one of the things that would prevent people, you know, like from doing anything, right? Because at the end of the day, like if you realize going against the party means they're going to weaponize all of their resources against you, so you now have to fight the Democrats and all of your own colleagues whenever you're in an election, and you don't have any support because you're not part of another party, you know, you're in a terrible position. And especially when you've built all of your fundraising through the Democrat platform, all of your call lists, like all of the people you reach out to, they are all there because of your connection to the Democratic Party. So if you're kicked out, you have to start from the ground up. So I really hope Angie Nixon realizes that. Listening to her speak, you know, I do want to believe that she is authentic, and I do want to believe that she's actually saying what she means. I haven't done extensive background research on her because, you know, I hadn't heard about her honestly, like before this win. However, you know, like from listening to her passion, the tone of her voice, you know, I want to believe that she does mean what she says. So, yeah,
absolutely. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. Okay, let's get on to the next one. This is a important one. So we're gonna play in this. This is the Lost in Translation, guys. We got to do some Lost in Translation. We've had some crazy shit being said in Hebrew and in English, so we're gonna do a little of both this time. Where did the thing go? Oh, did I? Oh, I got it. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
The Jews are chosen. We, the Jewish
it's okay to attack people because they're Jewish.
We are returning home. Gaza is ours.
We call this Lost in Translation, guys. It's the communication barrier being broken, mostly on purpose, and that's the point. When we look at what is being said to us in Hebrew versus what's being said in English, and then you got the media spin that's coming from Israel directly. You got the Western media outlets in English that are constantly spinning Israel propaganda. You got this reverse engineering method in place. We've been talking about this today on all throughout the show today, and this manufacturer consent that comes from the maneuvering, and it's all because of communication breakdown. It's not an accident. We call this Lost in Translation, not to assume that that's on accident. It's on purpose. That's the point. Keeps people confused. So let's start with this one said in Hebrew. This is an Israeli politician, Eli Hassan, who's calling right now to flood social media with false information to defend Israel, stating that the truth no longer matters. Here we go.
Cool.
All right. We must flood social media with fake news to defend Israel. Israeli politician Eli Hassan says the truth no longer matters. Here we go. And he's not saying this in some secret phone call. He's saying it to a large audience.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if there's any more beyond this or the clip got. That's the crux of it in this clip. So they clipped it, and we got the translation, and it's being said to the full room. So we need to lie on social media to keep the narrative
As
going.
crappy as our politicians are, I don't think I've ever heard a Republican or a Democrat, get in front of a podium and tell their supporters that you have to get out there and lie to everybody. So, it does tell you a little bit about the mindset, right, of Zionism. And, with a lot of Zionists, the ends all justify every mean. There is no mean that is out of bounds to justify, like what they're trying to achieve. Like, Matt, we've covered this, plenty of times, right? You remember the protests like that were against the decision to arrest soldiers that were caught raping a Palestinian man. So Israelis weren't protesting because the IDF soldier was raping Palestinian men, right? They were protesting because the soldiers were arrested for raping Palestinian men. So literally nothing is off limits for a lot of Zionists, right? I'm not going to say every Zionist would say that, but for him to say that on stage, it tells you that there's enough people who are comfortable with that type of rhetoric for him to say it, because it would be the death of any Republican or any Democrat's career in America if they said that publicly. And the reason being is that both sides, at least with the voters, they believe that, their cause is just. And so you don't need to lie about what your cause is. You just need people to understand what you're saying, and then enough of them should come around. Zionists don't care about that.
And I think you're right. The way you could not get away with that here, and I say here, I mean anyone's in the Western society speaking English and relying on media to get your message out. They go the extra mile by claiming that any pushback to what they're doing, they're the lie. Trump mastered this. Trump mastered this with the fake news, and he's still doing it today. He came up with that. I don't know if he invented it, but he definitely made it he made it popular 10 years ago, or 2015, really. And so over a decade, he's been using this, and he's still doing it now. He's saying, "Who are you with?" "Oh, CNN, fake news." So he's deflecting the thing, saying you're the one lying about the thing I'm doing. And it's a method that's very effective in English and in these. But what's happening in Israel is they're not even pretending. He's not saying we got to stop the fake news, the fake bullshit. We have to get the real message out. He's saying, no, we are the fake message.
Yeah, we got to become that fake message. Flood the social media with fake news. That's what he's saying.
It's insane. He's just saying, and they're like you said, that it's not all of them, but it's enough of the majority that they're like, oh yeah, that's a mindset. It's a mindset of what this is, and we talk about this.
Jewish supremacy.
Winning and losing. It's not right and wrong. You don't Zionist, Jewish supremacy, and any other sort of supremacy mindset. The fundamental of that mindset is winning versus losing. Because if it was about right and wrong, you wouldn't have that mindset in the first place. In order to win, you do everything you can to destroy the opposition or whatever's in your way. So you can say it out loud. Hey, the way we get to this goal, we say that whatever we have to say to get to steamroll over the thing in our way, which might be speaking truth, but we don't care about right and wrong. We care about winning. So that's how we win. So there it is. It's clear as day. Here's another one that's even more upsetting, because this is coming directly from Netanyahu, who we know he's very, I don't want to say careful, but he knows when he knows who he's talking to. Let's just say Netanyahu goes on a ton. He speaks English all the time on every Western outlet, and he's very manipulative with his language when he's speaking English. When he speaks in Hebrew, he's less manipulative and more direct. And in this case is no exception. Netanyahu, in this case, he's going, as some say, full psychotic in this idea that he's communicating that he has the right, Israel has the right to basically, and they're going to attack any country at any time that they feel like it, because they want to beat them to the punch. So this goes to the like attack first, ask question later, but it's this entitlement that we don't even have to have a reason except we want to, which is really cutting to the chase. Here it is. Okay, just make sure the volume's down so we can hear. So instead of them surprising us, we surprise them. We are the active side. We are the attacking side. We are the initiating side. And we are deep in their territory. And I said we would change the face of the Middle East. And we did that, but we also changed our perception of security. We take the initiative. We attack. And we have created 3 security belts deep in enemy territory. So that's the strategy he's saying out loud. I don't think he would say that on, CNN or even Fox. Not like this.
Yeah, he knows who he's talking to. And at the end of the day, like in Israel, Greater Israel Project. In the West, defending themselves. That is like the main difference, right? That we see in the rhetoric from each side. So, it's just so amazing to me that, people in the West, like, I don't know how many people who consider themselves Zionists are not aware of the Greater Israel Project at this point. But like, if you consider yourself a Zionist and you believe in the right of an apartheid state called Israel to exist, then you should be aware like of this Greater Israel Project and everything it entails, right? Iran, like they believe that they are owed pieces of Turkey, Syria, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, all of these places. And the only way they can achieve that is with the unwavering support of the American military, which they are now merged with in several ways. So, we have to ask ourselves, why is it that this is not the top priority, on everyone's minds right now? Because all of the money that we waste on war affects every issue. Like it increases inflation, which drives up the cost of living. Of course, needless, millions of people will die. It means that we can't, or they're telling us this is why we can't have Medicare for all. We can't get affordable housing, none of these things, because all of the money needs to go to bombing brown people all over the world. So like we have to ask ourselves, right? And whether or not it's because of Israel or Israel is the excuse to do what's going to benefit certain American corporations like defense contractors and oil companies, like the truth is Israel is a key part of their plan. Without Israel, they don't even have the pretend justification that, like this is for, the protection of somebody or to take out some evil leaders. So just realize no matter the issue you care about, war affects it, and our foreign policy affects it.
Well, staying on the topic of revealing statements, every once in a while, they say it in English. And a lot of this could just be an adrenaline rush or some sort of ego, or just, we don't have to hide behind our Hebrew. And one guy that's very notorious for doing that a lot of the time is Rabbi Shmuley. This clip picked up some steam. I think it was filmed a while ago, but now has been reposted and shared. And it's important because some people are saying that this is a legally incriminating to him from a criminal point of view. Let's hear what he says, and then let's break down if there should be any sort of legal consequences here. Not that there will be, but should there? I guess that would be the appropriate question. Obviously, there won't be, but should there be? Let's hear what he's talking about here. As he's talking about the essence of it is that Jews should be feared. That's the point. Jews should be feared, according to Rabbi Shmuley. Here we go.
Clear. For thousands of years, we Jews have developed an insidious mental construct that we need to be loved. We need everyone to like us. Now, that would be nice. Machiavelli said 500 years ago in Florence that you should want to be loved and feared. But if you have to choose, and October 7th has forced us to choose, then you need to choose being feared over being loved. The Jewish people have to be feared. Hamas has to fear the IDF. Hezbollah and disgusting, poisonous, reptilian Iran has to fear the Mossad. Just think about this for a moment. When Israel goes in the heart of Tehran and kills Ismail Haniyeh, and I feel really bad for him, because if I had $4 billion, I wish I could have lived longer and like bought more hot tubs and more, Gulfstream 6s and all that wasted money now, which his children are now suing Erdogan for. When you do that in the heart of Tehran, what do you think Khamenei himself is thinking? He's thinking, uh-oh, I'm next. These Jews actually fight back. The same thing is true in media. Why aren't we going after the Candace Owens of the world, the most disgusting reptilian anti-Semite in America? Why aren't we going after Roger Waters? Why aren't we going after Tucker Carlson? President Trump, who spoke here at the IAC the other day as the most pro-Israel president in American history, what the heck is he doing with Tucker Carlson in his ear? Tucker Carlson's a Holocaust denier. Tucker Carlson just had a historian on, 42 million people watched it, who said the Holocaust, he's not a Holocaust denier. He admits that 6 million Jews died, but it wasn't a program of genocide. They were like prisoners of war. They died of disease. Cut the crap and stop desecrating the memory of our 6 million. And
stop desecrating our narrative that we get to have because we got it first. Nobody else gets any narrative for themselves. We get ours. That's what he's saying. Well, let's finish it up.
American president, whether it's Biden or George Bush or greatest president for Israel, Trump, should be having people like that. And we have to go after the Tucker Carlsons of this world. I am tired of being a scared Jew. I am tired of quaking and shivering and trembling before our enemies. We are going to bring the fight to our enemies.
I'm tired of playing the scared Jew role. I want to play the aggressive, vengeful, scary role now. I'm sick of that character.
This is a spiritual leader. A rabbi is a spiritual leader. This is a spiritual leader.
Yeah. This is quite a lot he's putting out there. And like, again, I think the reason this thing is going viral right now is because some could say that there is certainly a presumption here that when he says go after, as he just before saying it's Tucker, Candace, and Roger Waters, before bringing them up, the essence of what he'd set up to there was that you attack all the examples he gave about physically attacking people. Mm-hmm. One could say the insinuation of killing people and the examples beforehand of how you create fear and be feared, that then by bringing up those three particularly say go after, that would be talking about physically hurting, if not killing. So that would be a threat of violence. What do you think, Jay? Is there anything legally here he should be, not that anything's going to happen to him, but on a principled ethical place, did he cross the line of free speech that we
of course he did, because like you said, the examples he was giving before he mentioned those three names were people that were either killed or Israel is threatening to go to war with, right? So, and then he says, and we should treat the people in the media the same way, right? And then he specifically calls out Candace Owens, Roger Waters, and Tucker Carlson, right? So, like, if you could make the argument, oh, he meant metaphorically, he just meant you got to fight back, against them rhetorically and challenge them with ideas. But the important point is you don't need everyone to interpret it in a violent way. All you need is some people to interpret that as a call to violence, right? And then violence can actually happen. So, like when he says this stuff, like he is the reason why there is actual anti-Semitism in the world. And 99% of what people like Shmuley call anti-Semitism is actually just people criticizing the government of Israel, right? But when people see someone with rabbi attached to their name saying stuff like that, what are you going to think about the religion overall? Because I personally can't think of any pastors or any Muslim imams that go around calling for violence in that way. So, like, at the end of the day, what I want people to realize is, the Zionist mindset is not just a danger to the world, it's especially a danger, like to Jewish people in particular, because it gives everyone this impression about Jewish people. And, one of the reasons why, like I put in that segment from that page, like Voice of Rabbis, is because I wanted people to see there is a minority, like of Jews who do consider themselves staunchly anti-Zionist and don't want to be, affiliated with what's going on over here, right? So there are, just like any religion, there are multiple interpretations of it, but the extremism that goes along with Judaism today is a huge problem. And because we're not allowed to call out Jewish supremacy without being labeled as anti-Semites, but Jewish supremacist mindsets without being labeled as anti-Semites, it means that we can't even criticize like what they do. So, they really need to do some internal reflection, on what's actually happening over here. But yeah, this is actually a rabbi, speaking in Hebrew, who is talking about how Zionism is completely antithetic, to Judaism, and he calls Zionism proxies of Satan. He's essentially calling Zionists Satanists, right? And this is a rabbi speaking in Hebrew.
Okay, let's throw this up here.
What a terrible destruction. One has to know that we only follow the true Gadol.
Can you see it with the? I'm gonna put the cursor over it, and let's see.
Yeah, the true Gadol, who maintain the Torah in every generation. Unfortunately, the Zionists are testing us in all sorts of different ways. They only need one thing, that they say Torah doesn't determine but our life. For us, without the Torah, we are nothing more than animals. Nothing. Not human beings at all. The Torah is our entire existence. With Hashem and Yisrael's help, generation after generation, the Sultan uses different methods to take away Jewish people, but we are still standing today. And this period will also pass. But it will be a bitter end for anyone who goes along with them. And unfortunately, the ones who keep themselves away from them now, I hope with the help of Yashem, that will only be a minority, an insignificantly small group who rebel by going over to their side, will show them that from all the groups, they're the ones who are refusing to follow the rest, of the Zionists. It's an absolute prohibition to go to the World Zionist Organization. We have no connection to them. We have no connection. We have connection only to Hashem, to Torah, mitzvos, and good deeds. That is what being a gula should come fast in our days.
Wow.
So what he is essentially saying is that he doesn't even follow the Talmud. He's a Jewish rabbi, and what people don't know is that there are several different Jewish books, right? The Torah is the Old Testament. That is the common book that all Jews follow, right? And then you have the Talmud, which is something that a lot of Jews follow. Now, every religious book has crazy things in it, but just as an example of one of the things that's in the Talmud, they actually say that raping babies under 3 years old is okay because they won't remember it. So, again, like we have to understand, right? Not everyone who identifies with the religion is going to agree with what people in that religion do. And with Jews, it's no different. But unfortunately, like this guy said himself, he's in the minority.
That's wild. Well, I was watching that and I just thought he must just be a self-hating Jew. That's the only thing I can determine. because
He's
I
an
like
anti-Semitic Jew, man. I
he's
guess that's
anti-Semitic.
that's what it is. So he criticized the government of Israel, so he's anti-Semitic.
That's the only explanation, really, because I don't think we're supposed to
For sure.
listen to that otherwise. Because the only criticism you can have is because you just hate yourself or hate Jews. That's what we've learned. So one more I just want to play here of. I don't think this is a leak so much. Not at all. These are just things they like to say. This is Mike Huckabee. He's having fun with the stereotype of few people controlling the world. And I just want, before I play this, I want people to understand this is what our show is about. We talk about the billionaire Epstein class of very few people controlling the world, and how the one thing we have is that there's more of us than them. These aren't conspiracy theories. These aren't hateful ideas. This is how the people should organize. So the idea that he's going to be mocking this right now, pay attention, but understand that he's using selective language here, because we're talking about language, right? He's presenting it in English. This is a language maneuver, a manipulation to make you think that if you even thought that a few people could have more power than the rest of the people that are more of them, then you're not just insane and paranoid. You hate. You must just be filled with hate. None of that is true. We know our world functions that way. The billionaire class is a very few people that control the rest. So know that going in, but hear that he's actually mocking us for having that assessment. Here we go.
These are a tiny part of the population. I sometimes push back on this notion that the Jews are trying to take over the world. And I say, really? You think that? Okay, Israel is a population of just under 10 million people. 8 million of them are Jews. That's half the Jews in the entire world. There are only 16 million Jews in the whole world. Put that in perspective, that's 0.05% of the world's population. Not 0.5, 0.05% of the world's population. So if the Jewish people, representing a tiny, tiny minority, are so good that they are taking over the whole world, the banking system, the entertainment world, the military, science, if they're doing all of that with that few people, maybe we ought to hand over the keys. Now somebody will say, oh, there he goes. He's now voting for the Jews to take over. I say that tongue in cheek.
Ha ha, just kidding. It's a funny joke, Matt. That's all.
The girl he was talking to, she thought it was hilarious. She's like, ha ha ha. Ha ha. You get it? Hand the keys over to the people that apparently are good at running shit. It's like, and here we are. We're back to the discussion. Are we allowed to say, we got to say Zionist? We can't say, but it doesn't matter. Look, none of that even, to me, honestly, man, it doesn't matter. The point is that if you're in a position of power, you should be held accountable. If we recognize that the things he listed, those are the things we hold accountable every day. We talk about the takeover of media and the takeover of our political system and the takeover of science. We've talked about that too. The takeover of a certain. So it's not like, look, you can't, obviously, if you've been paying attention, you're not going to fall for that. But I do think that that's a useful thing for people either on the fence or have been in the camp of we have to protect Israel at all costs, and they're going to fall for this shit, and they're going to hear him mocking it and think that people like us that are calling attention to the billionaire class, whatever you want to call them, Zionists, whoever, if we're calling attention to that, we're the ones that look foolish because it's a ridiculous idea. But if we were right, you might as well let them do the thing because they're pretty good at it. So you might as well let them keep doing it. That's his logic there.
Yeah, and like at the end of the day, I just want people to understand that personally, I believe Zionism and a lot of Jews are just a proxy for the secret societies that actually run stuff, right? But at the end of the day, like for you to point out that, hey, there's a pattern here, a lot of people who are in these positions are they're all Zionists, and a lot of them are either Jews themselves, and a lot of them are Christians, who happen to also be Zionists. So Zionism is the common factor, right, between a lot of these people. So, we have to understand that this ideology is actually a proxy for the people who run the world, because without it, it wouldn't exist. Like, they have literally lost the popular opinion in almost every country at this point, right? The popular support. So for our governments to still be going along with it, the only thing that would explain that is if the power structures in each of these countries want this thing to keep going, because the people no longer support it. So the governments can't be doing it because it's what the people want. It must be because whoever's in power wants that.
Yeah. All right. That's been the loss in translation for you guys, and we certainly are going to have more to come in that arena in the future. Okay, moving on here. I want to just quickly, if we can just do this last one before we got to let you go, Jay. Can we got to squeeze this in, because this is one of the headliners that we put on our. So we certainly got to cover it today, guys. When we're talking about we're doing our anti-science investigation. No, but really, it's our pharma investigation. We call this segment we know what it's not. So here we go, guys, because there's things we're still not allowed to talk about, but we can talk about everything else, just not that thing. So let's go for it.
Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are still baffled. They're still looking into it. The rest of us are waiting patiently for them to come back with their results. But in the meantime, if you are worried about all the crazy cancer rates and dying suddenly and heart problems and all the rest that are happening to our fellow man and our neighbors and friends and colleagues and all the people that were in line with everything that they were told to do without question, if you're worried about them right now, please don't be, because they're going to tell us what's actually happening. In the meantime, rest assured, we know what it's not. I'm here with Jay Scott here. Guys, we have to look at this moment. Another reveal has happened in regards to the Fauci hearings and the pinning everything on one guy. Well, apparently one of Fauci's senior advisors has stepped up to the plate and looks like he's taking some sort of hit for the team, as we like to say, for the greater good. Some must fall. In this case, here's the guy, David Morans. He has admitted to using private email to conceal communications tied to U.S.-funded coronavirus research in Wuhan. And we'll read a piece of this article. The former senior official who worked under U.S. COVID czar, King Science himself, Fauci, has pleaded guilty to conspiring to hide government records concerning all the COVID research and the origins and all the stuff. He did that. He admits to doing that. So he was the senior advisor at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, which Fauci headed. So they were working together between 2006 and 2022. Those last few years were the most important ones, and that's what's on display right now. He was indicted on April 28th of all charges, including conspiracy against the U.S., destroying or falsifying federal records, concealing records, and aiding and abetting over an alleged scheme to evade public records requests concerning the COVID-19 research. I'm not shocked, but I'm saddened that the list ends so early there, Jay, because I was hoping to see more of a rap sheet where you would have other indications of other things. If you were doing that during the origin part of the news cycle, I wonder what you were doing during the vaccine rollout part of the news cycle. But I don't see, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see that being focused on here. He's taking he's taking responsibility for the origin story, censoring and manipulating the messaging during that, which is illegal, which you do have to you plead guilty. There will be an assessment of penalty of some sort, I would assume, when he goes back. So we'll wait for that. I guess he's going to be going back to get the sentencing later next month. But in the meantime, we have this admittance of guilt. And I have to say, Jay, this is yet again a moment where we get kind of zeroed in on one little piece of the puzzle, where we're talking about the origin story Let me just play a clip here, and I'll get your response here, just so you guys can see that this that this is something to say. Okay, good, this happened, I guess. Here it is.
David Moran, a senior advisor to Dr. Fauci for decades, wrote in an email to Dr. Daszak, quote, "I learned from our FOIA lady here how to make emails disappear after I am FOIA'd, but before the search starts. So I think we are all safe. Plus, I deleted most of those earlier emails after sending them to Gmail," end quote. Is that consistent with NIH document retention policies?
It is not.
Does the NIH FOIA office teach employees how to avoid transparency?
I certainly hope not.
He also later wrote Dr. Daszak, and I quote, "We are all smart enough to know to never have smoking guns, and if we did, we wouldn't put them in emails. And if we found them, we would delete them," end quote. Is that consistent with NIH document retention policies?
It is not.
Finally, emails show that Dr. Morans would share internal discussions regarding upcoming FOIA releases with Dr. Daszak. He would then help Dr. Daszak craft responses to documents being released in these FOIAs. Are those actions consistent with NIH policies?
If those actions occurred, they would not be consistent. No.
So do these actions concern you, Dr. Tabak?
It does indeed.
What is Dr. Moran's current employment status?
He is an employee of NIH.
Wow. That's right. That's hilarious. I like that was all set on record. What's your take, Jay?
We're smart enough not to have a smoking gun in an email that winds up becoming the smoking gun. Like yo, you can't write this shit, yo. Like seriously.
Well, you can. Yeah. You can write it like they did with the Tyler Robinson. Don't tell anyone that I'm about to tell you exactly my crime on this text. Don't share this text with anyone, but I'm about to reveal everything I'm about to do or did. Yes, exactly. You actually can write this, but yes,
he did it like in actual real life. This was something that he actually put in the email. So I guess that's the difference, right, between Tyler Robinson and this guy. But like, I mean, someone said to me the other day, Matt, Jay, there's just no evidence that Fauci did anything wrong or that, there was some type of conspiracy happening, like in the government with COVID, right? Meanwhile, one of Fauci's advisors pleads guilty to conspiracy against the U.S. What more do you need? That means in the court of law in America, one of Fauci's advisors was found guilty of conspiracy. Now, doesn't a conspiracy usually involve multiple individuals? Why is only one person getting arrested right now? He was emailing Peter Daszak, right? However you pronounce his name.
Yeah.
Why isn't Peter Daszak going to jail right now? Why isn't he also being dragged in front of court? So, like, if you just look at what's happened, right? Like over the past few months, nobody explains the patent situation better than Dr. David Martin. So I told this person, you have patents linking Dr. Fauci to the creation of coronavirus. You also have patents linking Dr. Fauci to the profits being made off the vaccines. You have one of Fauci's advisors pleading guilty of conspiracy against the US, specifically for covering up the origins of COVID. So when someone tells me that there's no evidence that anything wrong was done, and this is all just a witch hunt and a partisan play by Republicans, the only way you can make that argument is if you are intentionally ignorant of what's actually happening. Because all of these things are verifiable. You may have a different I don't know how you could possibly have a different interpretation of it, but everything I just named is a verifiable fact. So like, for all these things to hit back to back to back, and people still, and people are still afraid to actually dive down the rabbit hole and understand this. I mean, it's not a good sign, man, for humanity overall. But we do need to expose this and just like lay out the fact card. Oh yeah, and Fauci, I forgot this, and Fauci himself gets a pardon, for the longest pardon and the most expansive pardon of all times. And then when he is called in front of Congress, he pleads the fifth over 100 times. Mr. Science himself. So I don't know how much more evidence you need to recognize that something is deeply wrong here.
Oh, yeah, and you mentioned David Martin, and he made a great point. And we're hoping to have him back on the Homeless Left soon. Actually, we've been in touch with some of his people because he had he wasn't doing interviews for a while, but he went on Jimmy Dore a couple of weeks ago, and he mentioned the silver lining about the pardon is that whoever issued the pardon, whether it was Joe Biden's auto pen or anybody that said this is a good number, 11 years. Actually, David Martin thinks it's 10 years because he didn't look. We looked at it. It's actually 11 years, which makes it more odd that somebody sat down and said, let's make it 11 and let's do the same for Hunter Biden. They did 11, and they thought that would cover their asses if you just go back to January of 2014, which covers you up to January of 2025, which is when that was when Biden his last day of office. He did that 11-year retroactive pardon. So what David Martin mentions on Jimmy, and I'd love to bring this up with him as well, is like this is the silver lining. They didn't think to go further back than that because they thought all this started with the Ukrainian biolabs and all that discussion with the Pfizer and Moderna, all the different stuff being set up in 2014. They didn't even consider what Fauci's done with the patenting and the testing and all the stuff that happened in the late 90s, early 2000s, 2005 was when the actual patent occurred. So you could actually, somebody could theoretically bring him in for questioning for those incidences. And then people like the person you said that's still telling you they don't think there's any conspiracy here of any sort.
There's evidence.
There's so much evidence. It's like on and on and on. And we just have one thing. And that's why, as funny as this is, and this dude, and he's pleading guilty, and people should be paying attention. I'm like, man, Jay, they're just barely scratching the surface. I don't see anything about what did he do during the vaccine rollout. They're only talking about, I manipulated some shit when we were trying to hide the origin of COVID. And nobody's mentioning North Carolina. They're just saying this was done in a lab in Wuhan, which is also not very accurate because you're not getting to the fact that it was actually made in North Carolina. This has been, Jeffrey Sachs has told us that we know this, David Martin, that we checked this out and we say this virus was created in North Carolina and shipped to Wuhan. So Rand Paul's not mentioning that, Ron Johnson's not mentioning that. So this is a very deliberate, picky, choosy moment where we go, we'll get Fauci for the pleading the fifth. We'll get his buddy over there for one little manipulation of information during the origin thing. And maybe we'll call it a day then. That's what I see.
Yeah. And, the person who said this to me is actually a journalist, right? It's a producer for a news station over here, right? And then, as I give her all this information, she then decides to call me a hotep, which for those who don't know, is supposed to be, the stereotypical Black conspiracy theorist. And then I ask her, well, how am I a conspiracy theorist? Like, first it's this, and then you're a Hebrew Israelite. And for those who don't know what that is, there's a small group of Black people who believe that all Black people all over the world are the actual Jews, like of the Bible, and they call themselves Hebrew Israelites, right? So, just based off my opinion that something very wrong happened in COVID, she calls me a hotep, a Hebrew Israelite, and a conspiracy theorist. So it goes all over the place. But anyway, long story short, for anyone who's willing to look at the evidence and is not intentionally ignorant, there's plenty of it out there. Open your eyes, take a look at it, and it's right there for you to investigate.
Yeah, and I would just say we're not just looking in the past, and it's good to have historical context and know where we came from. We have to still understand what's happening right now. We have to understand that this administration right now is pushing more mRNA. We have to understand that they greenlit Moderna for more mRNA for flu shots. They're whipping that out right now. That's happening. We have to understand that RFK he greenlit another $1 billion to Pfizer for more mRNA, for actual jabs for children and adults. It's skyrocketing as far as the pharma part of this, and nothing's getting taken off the shelf. Just so you guys understand that. So let's look at the economic part of this that's happening right now. And I could not believe this, Jay, when you sent this to me, but I guess it makes sense. What are we looking at here? This is the Moderna stock gaining 212% right after hours after trading followed a positive phase 3 result for the prevention of cancer treatment. We covered this earlier. I'll show you guys that in a second, but there's people getting really excited about this. So the stock is now added over 50 billion in market cap today. This is the so we see the whole thing. So you can see this insane just spike that happened here. Unbelievable.
And the reason that line looks so flat down at the bottom, for those who don't get it, is because the latest jump is so gigantic. If before that, it would have looked like a regular chart with the ups and the downs, but because it's skyrocketed so much, it's literally like it's expanded the scale to the point where it looks like the price is pretty much flat before this announcement was made. So in order for the price to skyrocket like this, investors have to believe that this is the only cancer treatment that is going to be pushed by doctors, right? Or one of the main cancer treatments that's going to be pushed by doctors, because that green line represents billions of dollars that just flew into it. In fact, in one of the other charts, I put like right after it, you'll see it's actually the largest percentage gain of any stock on the S&P 500 this century. So this is literally unprecedented how much this one stock has gone up. So investors have to believe that, number one, it'll be the main new treatment that's being pushed. And number two, that the rate of cancer is going to continue going up. I wonder why that could be. Could it be that Moderna themselves were also responsible for creating a product that caused a shitload of cancer to be happening, and now they have a solution using the exact same technology that caused the cancer in the first place?
And there's some that think that this is a solution, but you nailed it there, Jay. That's why you have the opportunity. You have a need for this product. Will the product work? Do people think for a second? We shared this early in the show. Just wanted to. These are the kind of discussions people are having that have no idea that their pharma system and their media had been captured this whole time since COVID, and they think that this is a legitimate question to ask. It's not. They're asking, does it change anything if you knew that this thing could save your life? That has to do with, because we're talking about AI, and that the fact that this mRNA, which they said Moderna completed phase 3, so they're putting out their own data, right? This is the equivalent of investigating yourself because you said, oh, the study's checked out. It seems to have actually helped these people with the cancer. So that's why we're about to put this thing out on the market. And that's why Moderna is going up, and they're putting out the mRNA flu vax as well. But this is particularly AI that is the mechanism of this cancer treatment, which is scary as shit. And we saw Trump align with Larry Ellison on day one of his presidency of his second term. So we knew this was coming. For me, Jay, when we talk about the AI problem, it worries me that the people that are in the streets against the flock cameras, which they should be, and the people in the streets against the AI data centers, which they should be, don't think that this is a problem. They trust that big pharma is looking after us as far as trying to help us with better cancer treatments, which they're not. You should be just as angry, if not more, when you see this thing being greenlit. And we got through phase 3. Oh, did you now? Everyone in the trial's good. They're all good. We have never had that. So we know what they're doing, and we have to shout about it now. not 6 years later, and wait for some hearing 6 years from now where one guy takes a fall because he was suppressing the data of this phase 3 trial back in 2026 when you were suppressing that on the email that we never. No, we're saying now we're not going to fall for your effing bullshit. Now we're not going to wait 6 years. So that's I'm effing pissed because will the people that are upset about AI include this in their anger? I don't think they will.
Some of them will, but unfortunately, people have such short memories, and that's why I'm thankful for people like Dr. Bowden, who highlight the fact that, hey, this claim of an amazingly effective vaccine sounds very familiar because this exact same company made a very, very similar claim recently. And if you pull that up, you'll see that Moderna says its vaccine is 94.5% effective in preventing COVID, not in reducing the severity of COVID, which is what they told us later on. This is an actual headline from November 16th, 2020, stating that the Moderna says its vaccine is that effective at preventing COVID. Now, Matt, I don't mean to get too deep into the weeds here, but do you happen to remember that it later came out that Moderna did not even test to see if it would be effective against stopping transmission? And all they were even testing for was whether or not it could reduce the severity of the COVID you got. So that headline tells me that these motherfuckers lied. That's what that headline tells me. And now the same company comes out and releases some results without giving people access to the full data and just says, oh yeah, we did some tests and this vaccine is over 90% effective at curing cancer or stopping cancer from spreading. And just based off that little piece of information, the Moderna stock goes up more than any other S&P 500 stock this century, just based off a claim.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Well, this is all. So all we can do is scream and shout, show historical context. I like that Mary Talley Bowden pulled that as a reminder. People have short-term memories these days. I get it. Or they didn't know it at all. Maybe they don't remember it at all. I don't know. They don't remember that every single elected leader, every single person in a position of power that was on camera told us that it was a pandemic of the unvaccinated. They told us that if you get this thing, you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna spread it. So we have to stop forgetting these things. And I think it's our job. And we've talked about this, Jay, that we have to just keep reminding people about the timeline that we've all lived through, because that'll inform us about the timeline that's yet to come, and we can see it. We can see it. It's here. It's coming. We're seeing it. So we just, I don't know what else we can do about it, man. But let's end this segment right now. I know we generally like to give you guys unrelated news about problems that happen to people that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. You guys know what we're talking about. We're not going to do that this time. Because we'll probably do some more of those next week. And by the way, I do want to. There's actually one we're going to cover in Top Censored News that gets its own segment, so we'll wait on that. But let's do this. Let's end this segment with a little reminder, because we got to remember where we came from. This is just a little reminder about what they did, and this is just how they treated people who were asking questions, people that weren't comfortable putting an experimental gene therapy into their arm or their family's arms or their kids' arms. This is how they treated us. So don't forget that this happened. All right, here we go.
I had a big problem with anti-vaxxers. And I have a solution to the anti-vaxxer question. I mean, some might even say the final solution to the anti-vaxxer question. Here's what we're going to do. Just to start, we're going to take little stickers and we're going to put them on the houses of all the unvaccinated people, just so people know who they are and where they live. And if that doesn't work, what we're going to do is take all the unvaccinated people, put them on cattle cars, and ship them off to work camps. Nice, big, powerful work camps, either in Northern Ontario or in Quebec. And here's how this is going to work. We're going to force them to work, free labor, get them to build us stuff, and segregate them. So it's killing multiple birds with one stone. Not only are we taking these dirty, disgusting, unvaccinated people and removing them from society, but we're also using them to work for us. And we can even loot them and use their assets to fund other parts of society. Now, the way this will work is that they can leave at any time, as long as they are vaccinated. And I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it's the one thing that as a society we could do to solve the problem, to solve people just not wanting to get vaccinated. I've tried everything. I've tried talking with them. I've tried being nice to them. I can tell you that doesn't
I tried offering them a cheeseburger.
work. The only thing that works with these dirty, unvaccinated people is maximum pressure. You got to keep that pressure on. And if it means labeling them, if it means taking them, stripping them of all their rights, and sending them to work camps, I'm all for it.
That seems fair. Slavery, that's a solution to unvaccinated people. Force them into slavery and take away all their money.
Now, there it is. And do we want to ever see anything like this happen again? Of course not. But if we're gonna try and forget this because it was such a hard time and let's not think about COVID. Let's just move on. We did the best with what we could do with what we had at the time. Bullshit. We will. If this happens again, shame on all of us. If anything like that ever comes out of anyone's mouth ever again. Just based on the fact that it's effing wrong. I don't care if that vaccine was 100% safe and effective. You don't treat people like this ever. There is no situation in which mandates make any sense ever.
Yeah. Ever. And you know, like people might say, oh, well, that's one guy. It's an extreme case. He was in Canada. He wasn't even in America. I'll never forget the poll. 30% of Democrats were in favor of taking away the children of unvaccinated parents. So it's not just about one guy. Was he really crazy and exceptionally crazy? He was probably a little worse than the average person who went along with the flow. Well, he was probably a lot worse, actually. But that doesn't mean that they didn't have toxic mindsets. 30% of Democrats want to take away the children of unvaccinated people during the pandemic at one point. I'm not saying it was like that the whole time, but at the height of everything, when they were really trying to get people vaccinated, they were in favor of taking away our children.
Yeah. All right. That should do it for we know what it's not. Jay, Scott, thanks for being on here with us today, and we covered a lot of good stuff today. Let everybody know where they can find you and what you have coming up.
So, contact me on Twitter, at the J Scott, or more importantly, if you want to get involved in pushing back against what's going on, we have the ability to affect change. We have the ability to hold people accountable once they get into office, if it's being done through a decentralized third party. So I'd encourage everyone to go to www.wtpnational.com. That's wethepeoplenational.com to figure out how you can get involved, in your own local politics in a way that decentralizes power and puts it in the hands of the people in the constituency under discussion. So great work as always, Matt. Appreciate you. Catch you later.
Thank you, Jay. Jay Scott, everybody. Great discussions today, guys. If you're just joining us, we're not done. We got some more show for you. That's right. We got some more show. We're coming up at the end of the 4th hour here, and we'll be getting into. We're going to take a 2-minute right now to gather our materials, because we got top censored news coming up after the break, along with talking back with you guys. We'll do a little bit of that. I know we got some super chats. Actually, I'll put some super chats up right now, and then we'll end the show with loudest voice of the week. So we got a lot more coming up, guys. So stay tuned. Let me just throw a couple of these super chats up right now, because they've been stacking up, and I want to be able to make sure we get to everyone when we get to talking back. Citizen, thanks so much for all your super chats and engagement. Whatever you think went down on 9/10, don't blame Israel, guys. Come on, what are you doing? Come on, it was the left. The left hated Charlie Kirk so much. Israel loves Charlie Kirk. Why would they kill a guy if they love him so much? Come on, guys. Don't you ever for a second ever think about criticizing Israel for any reason whatsoever. or you're just a hateful person. That's what you're a hateful person. All right. Thanks for that super chat. Leora W, thank you for the super chat. Everyone watch the movie Testament from the 70s, but even more relevant now than it was then. I think I do remember that film made in the it's from the 70s. I think it might have been made early 80s. Maybe it was late 70s, early 80s, but it was certainly a response to the Cold War. So I would think this is actually closer in the Reagan era this was made, but maybe I could be wrong. But the response to the Cold War is that you have to show people what nuclear annihilation would look like. And it certainly kept the fear alive at the time. And it showed you, here's what's going to happen if we're not strong on the USSR, if we're not strong on Gorbachev, if we're not strong, if Reagan isn't strong, then we're going to have a problem. So yeah, it's a good human piece, I remember, but make no mistake, it's certainly to keep us in line and for the greater good. Otherwise, nuclear annihilation. We'll do one more, and then we'll go to the break here. Hold on a second. Let me see. Let me grab one of these. Oh, Chris, I guess thanks for this. Have a great show. Got some errands to run. Catch you on replay. And you guys know you can watch on replay because we keep all of our lives up on all channels on THL Presents. They're all up there unless they take them down, unless we get an email from Google that says, sorry guys, that episode was too dangerous, or that episode gets a little community strike. But in any case, if we don't get that email, they're all available on there. We know Rumble keeps them all up. We have all 210 episodes up on Rumble. We stand behind all of our work, guys. Just so you know, we stand behind all of our work. Okay. We'll get to the rest of your super chats later. As I said earlier, we're going to go on a little 2-minute. We'll be right back with top censored news of the week. Then talking back with Matt. Leslie will be back with us next week. Unfortunately, she won't be here today, but I think she's been in the chat, so that's good. You guys can talk to her in the chat, and you can talk to me. And then after that, we will wrap everything up with the loudest voice of the week. Don't go anywhere, guys. Homeless Left, Matt Weinglass, non-tribal approach to news. Here's a little unfortunate story about what remdesivir did to this one poor family during the pandemic. I was going to say enjoy, but no, reflect. And for a moment, and we'll see you right back here with Top Censored News. Here we go.
On October 25th at Baylor Hospital, she was given remdesivir without our authority. We told them specifically not to give her remdesivir. 5 days later, all of my mom's organs shut down. We showed in the studies, over 30% of the people that were given remdesivir in the studies died. We told the doctor, the infectious disease specialist, do not give my mom remdesivir. Guess what they did? They gave her a 5-day cycle, and my mom is dead.
Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way. And it's always on purpose. All right, coming in at number 3. It seems that TPUSA, prosecutors, and FBI are all attempting damage control post Candace and Walker debate, only digging themselves in deeper. Well, you guys know we were off when the debate happened, but we watched it in real time. We're loving it. And I said, as it was happening, I said this will be the moment that is remembered by far. And it was a long, long debate. And for whatever reason, the TPUSA people thought it would be a good idea to put this Andrew Walker guy ahead, aligned with Candace, across from Candace, when this moment happened. And what moment am I talking about? The 7 charges that for some reason Andrew could not, he didn't do any homework. So he has no idea what happened. But more importantly than he didn't do any homework, Candace has done her homework. Let's check out the big moment. Here it is.
You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
right.
Can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter. You can really, hang on, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, hang on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence
so
in
murder.
the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7.
So what he's doing here, which is, this is the style of TPUSA and the FBI, the Kash Patel style. It's speediness. We don't have time to look into stuff. We want quick. And so he's trying to apply that here, and that's not how Candace operates. And we know that real investigative journalism is about looking into detail and taking your time. And the fact that she has to educate him on this process of how debates work, it's quite a revealing moment. Again, not just because he was not prepared, but the fact that she was, because she's actually done her homework. So I know you guys have seen this probably before, so we're going to cut that there. And no, she does go on and list all 7 charges without any problem at all, and he still doesn't get the difference of the details, the nuances. Well, we know there's a difference between a murder charge and an aggravated murder charge. We know there's a difference because of the sentencing of those and the years that you can get actually get a death sentence. So he didn't know any of that. Okay, so why don't we look at the other part of this? And I think that as much as that interaction proved that Candace has done homework, and clearly Andrew Wilson has not done the homework. But more than that, I'm more interested in this clip, and it's about the text, because this was one of the most evil part of what he had prepared. The part where, for whatever reason, either had to do with TPUSA, somebody came to him. It could have been Erica herself. We don't know. Somebody came to Andrew and said, share this text. But you don't have to, you can say, oh, I'll reveal it on my show. They thought it would be a good idea to play the game of, well, Candace, she likes to reveal stuff when she feels like it. And she always does this. She likes doing slow rolls. She goes, oh, tune in next time and I'll give you more. So you do that. So that was the plan. Go on there and say you have a text to share. And then you don't have to qualify it. Just read it off your phone. And then, say you'll review it on your show. And that should be enough to get a win. Well, it's not an effective technique because you don't have a follow through after that. So somebody put this together with Erica Kirk, and I guess they didn't do their homework enough to know that Erica Kirk already said there wasn't any texts. So this is an absolute lie by Andrew Wilson, and we can see it because all you got to do is put the two footages next to each other like this, and you can see the narrative has changed dramatically.
With this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
And you have the cell phone. And that's the most incriminating part. The part about the cell phone. Because then you can't say, oh, I didn't know about what was on the phone. And then, Andrew got it. Andrew Wilson got it. No, you're saying you have the phone. So for him to do this, and spoiler alert, guys, spoiler alert, there is no reveal. There's just him. We have to take his word for it. There's nothing else to say. I guess it's possible that they could have considered doing some sort of reenactment of it. And we know CNN did that. And you guys remember that CNN and the rest of all the news outlets said, we're going to reenact the text chain between Tyler Robinson and his furry boyfriend. But we can't show you the real one, but we're going to show you a fake one because we had to reenact it. So there might be something like that. But this reenactment shit, it's not working. And the speediness, again, this has been the problem with the FBI the whole way, Kash Patel, and what Andrew Wilson has been trying to do in this debate is be speedy. Why do you have to break it down, Candace? Why can't we? People want the 7. Go, just say them. Just say. That's not how it works. Everything, the details matter, the nuances matter, and these things take work and they take time. So speaking of recreating things, since the debate, and we're talking about this fallout right now, since the debate, there is another problem that has now come up for the prosecution. Oh, this one's good. And I think Stu Peters was the one who shared this out. But the fact that, and we're all saying this now. I mean, we've been saying this. Tyler Robinson is definitely a patsy. Here's a video of a person going. I don't have the name of who did this, but I know Stu Peters shared this out. He went to the crime scene, as they say, and realized that they were showing it in reverse in court, literally messing with the footage of the security cam on the stairway. Check this out.
We caught the feds in another lie. So this is level 3, parking level 3 at UVU, where they have Tyler Robinson coming around the corner, coming down the stairwell. There's the camera right over here. But in the Fed version of their footage, this stairwell, which is actually on the left, on their version, it's on the right. So they have completely reversed this image. And not only have they reversed the image, they have also doctored the timestamps, because if you reverse the image, the timestamps would be reversed as well. So something ain't adding up here. Here's level 2, proving that the stairwell is actually on the left.
You're doctoring the security footage. You're doctoring the timestamp. Why? This is absolutely insane. This is the kind of stuff, and you have to, and every bit of this that comes out little by little, this is more nail in the coffin that the prosecution doesn't actually have a case, and they've been dependent on quick clean it up. The American people want it fast. Well, you're not going to get it fast. Not now. Not with all of the people working on this. And it's not just Candace. There's a lot of people working on this case. And I think we're all coming to the same conclusions. Everyone's coming to the same conclusion that you don't have a case. If you're the prosecution, you don't have a case. You have Tyler Robinson in solitary confinement right now. And you have the next hearing date is picking up because they're all in recess, but the next hearing date isn't for another week and a half. So people are very worried that we're even going to make it back to the courtroom because there's not going to be anything left for them to do. Now, if something happens to Tyler, this is the problem, then there is no court anyway. So what's going to happen? They got him on suicide watch. This is not good, guys. This is not good. But again, we're recognizing how journalism works and how it doesn't work. The American people don't want speediness. They want accuracy. They want details. They want nuance. They want historical context. And they want to call out the bullshit when they see tampering of evidence. That's everything. If you see tampering of evidence, you know whoever is on that side is on the wrong side. We know that. So that's going to be and those red flags are going to continue to happen. So we'll let that one sit right now and come back to that. Probably next week we're going to get into more of this case as well. But yeah, good job to Candace. Okay, coming in at number 2, AIPAC's Randy Fine defeats anti-Zionist Dan Bilzerian in a publicly rigged primary as mainstream media stays quiet. Oh man, this is very unfortunate happenings. But the rigging of the primary, we saw it right out in the open. Let's take a look at what happened. Here is what was announced on the mainstream. Florida Rep Randy Fine trounces Jew-hating GOP primary foe Dan Bilzerian, who cheered Hitler. Man, another accusation of cheering Hitler. That's familiar. We've seen a bunch of those. I think Rabbi Shmuley was doing that as well this week. Well, let's look at closer. Well, it looks like Randy Fine easily turned back a Republican primary challenge Tuesday by far-right influencer Dan Bilzerian, who suggested in one campaign ad that Nazi dictator Adolf Hitler needed to be reassessed. Wait, that doesn't sound like the headline. He thought that he needed to be reassessed? That's not championing or cheering. That's saying we want information. Interesting that they contradicted themselves in the first sentence of the story. Isn't that interesting? Right out, like the headline is he champions Hitler, and then, oh, he actually wanted more information so we can assess it better now that we have more information. Interesting. Okay. With most of the expected vote in, Fine has scored 56.9% of the vote compared to Bilzerian's 18.7%, and Aaron Baker, who Fine defeated in a special congressional election last year, was third with 13%. And then there was others after that. Interesting. So this looks, if I'm just reading the New York Post, this looks like it's pretty cut and dry. You got a Jew hater versus established congressman, established Randy Fine. Oh, okay. Well, that would be the end of it. But I want to hear what Dan Bilzerian has to say. He says they clearly cheated. They literally took away my votes. Well, is he being a sore loser, or is he actually saying that he can prove that votes are taken away? Well, let's look at this. Well, if you look at these two just next to each other, you can see very clearly that the vote count changes. And this is just within hours or less than. So on the left, you see that Dan Bilzerian was right there. It was neck and neck. He had 35.7%, just under his 37.5%. And so this is neck to neck. Look at the totals. 8,688 to 8,191. Go over to the right, and then you have this projected winner. You guys know that's when they are able to announce officially that somebody won, even though not all the votes are counted. But look what happened. Well, Randy Fine's votes went up to 19,000. He ends up with 54%. What is that? I don't get it. how did that happen? How did Dan Bilzerian get down to 18% from 35%? Wait a minute. The vote total got lower? How is that possible? How do you go from 81.91 to 63.83? That's literally impossible, isn't it? To have negative votes? Well, this is what the media reported on. Why would they be so obviously, blatantly, like just out in the open? How does that make any sense? These are the questions I have, and these numbers are accurate. Well, Syrian Girl weighs in, and this is great. We saw a lot of people responding to this. Whether you like the guy or not, this needs to be said. This is mathematically impossible. You had 8,050 votes. Even if all 13,000 new votes went against you, roughly 1,570 of your votes had to be removed. So they're they're basically removing votes right in front of our freaking faces because nobody's going to do shit about it. That's what's happening. And the media ain't reporting on it. And Syrian Girl even asked AI about this. And AI said, once you type in the data, AI is saying this is mathematically impossible. Based on this information, this is impossible. So not that we needed AI to qualify it because we can see it's mathematically impossible. We're just saying with a timestamp on this, with an actual recorded, like this is absolute math says this is impossible unless there was some rigging. So this is rigging right in your face. This is what we're saying. Rigging right in your face, not behind the scenes, not something that needs to be investigated, right in front of your freaking face. This is like walking into a bank and just going in the back and just you don't even need a gun. This is like walking into a bank, walking in the back, getting out your keys that you have for some reason, opening up the safe, putting money in, and leaving, and doing it all without a mask on. Just saying, hi, okay, see you guys, and just walking right out. That's what this is. Matt Strickland. Everyone needs to calm down and stop the tough guy talk in regard to what happened to Dan Bilzerian. I'll explain what happened. They cheated. They did it right in front of everyone's face because they know you won't do shit about it. How do they know? Great question. Well, because they ran you through the COVID lockdown and vaccine test. They ran cops and federal agents through the unconstitutional arrest of your fellow countrymen test. They constantly run government employees through the shut up so you don't lose your job test. They know they can do whatever they want as long as they keep you somewhat comfortable. Now they don't even hide it because they want to inundate you with these humiliation rituals until they become normalized. And they're one after the next, guys. We saw what they did to Massey in Kentucky. We see election rigging everywhere. We see Israel rigging elections all through Latin America. It's not even like, this isn't even something that we have to like put on our investigation hats and say, oh, how did they, maybe we gotta figure out if they did this or not. No, we know it's right. It's literally in front of our face. The real question isn't whether they did this. The real question is, how are they able to get away with this? And even more so, how are people like comfortable with, well, shit happens. Let's move on. Shit happens. What about all the talk about defending democracy and la la la? This is what democracy looks. Is this what democracy looks like? Huh? What? Okay. Well, let's look closer. Why would they want to do that? Why would they want to get rid of this guy? And there's a lot of stuff. We could pull a lot of clips. I wanted to pull this one where Bilzerian went on with Sneeko because some people are having a problem with what he said here. And I just want to break this down. So this is him. This is him. No holds barred. Dan Bilzerian. He's a guy that doesn't hold punches. And after this clip, he even apologizes. At the end of the clip, he apologizes to Sneeko. So I hope I didn't get you deplatformed here. But this is the thing they want to keep out. And you don't have to like him, but just know that the guy stands his ground and he has no problem. He doesn't do any self-censoring, let's just say.
Honestly, the only real battle in the world today that I see worth fighting is fucking, exterminating Israel. I mean, I would sign up tomorrow and go fucking put boots on the ground and go fucking kill Israelis. That would be a great day for me. I would fucking sign up on the fucking draft waiver wherever. Give me a fucking give me a rifle and send me the fuck over there. I truly believe that the majority of that country is evil and they're perpetuating a genocide. They've been operating apartheid. They're suppressing those Palestinians. They're attacking their neighbors. They're operating like terrorists. They're fucking arrogant, ungrateful bastards, and they need to be wiped off the fucking map. So,
Dan Bilzerian, thanks. It's always a pleasure having you on.
He's ending the interview. He's like, okay, thanks. Okay. Thanks for coming on.
And yeah, man, you don't self-censor for sure. I mean that's what being American's all about, right? Is standing up against tyranny and fighting for what you believe to be right.
indeed. I hope I don't get you kicked off kick, but it was good chatting with you, brother.
Yeah, hope we don't get you kicked off. Well, okay, so what is he saying? It's extreme, right? You could say it's extreme, but what is it? What is he saying? I mean, we talk about all the time, like, so Israelis they don't have to be there. You don't have to be a Zionist, right? So he's not saying let's go around the world and exterminate all Jews. What he's saying is Israel needs to be wiped out. So why are you there? Why don't you leave? Why are you there? Why are you in a supremacist arena of imperialist ethno-state occupying apartheid psychopaths? Why are you there? You shouldn't be there. So he wants to get rid of it. Imagine in the in Nazi Germany, right? Let's say you have a state of just Nazis that we just say, hey, we just have their own state. So you choose to live there, and let's say the state's paid for it, right? Hey, you can go to the Nazi area and just be a Nazi. Just be there in your supremacist mindset. If that were the case, what would you say to a character like, and I'm saying hypothetically, let's go to a hypothetical movie like Tarantino, the big fat Zionist Tarantino who made a movie about let's go kill Nazis and literally had his Brad Pitt character. That's all he said. I'm going to go kill some Nazis. I'm going to go kill some Nazis. What does that mean? The character was going to go kill somebody that ideologically chose to do the thing it was doing. So I'm just saying you can have a problem with what he's saying, but what he is saying is let's go kill some Nazis. That's what he's saying. And we cheer. It's interesting that we cheer on the character Brad Pitt plays in the Zionist psychopath Tarantino film, but yet this is considered extreme. Okay, it's extreme. Fine. I don't talk like that, but I understand at some point people have had enough. And they're like, this entire mindset of Zionism, of Jewish supremacy needs to go. So you can choose to have it or choose not to have it. That's it. So there it is. And so we know why they don't want him in, but we didn't know they were going to be so obvious about it. And just a reminder, this is the guy who's probably going to win. The guy who they're championing as between the two, he's the one that we need to be. Oh, he's the serious guy. Really? This dude, the guy who is breaking the law, committing a felony in the state of Florida. Yeah, he's going through mailboxes as he's going around campaigning. He's going on private property and snooping through mailboxes. This is the guy. This is the guy. Yeah, that's a felony in Florida, just so you know. Not the first time he likes to snoop through and pretend he's somebody he's not. He's done that in Congress several times on tape. He's voted for somebody who's not there, like this case.
Shit show every single day. A new flavor of fuckery.
It's crazy to me that this is all on tape. And there's no repercussions for this guy. This APAC darling, psychopath, supremacist who they're championing, the mainstream is championing right back into his seat in Florida. And Dan Bilzerian, he's the crazy guy. He's the unethical one. Okay. This guy's literally voting for people that aren't there and pretending to be them. That's what he's doing. And he's going through people's mailboxes. I mean, total psychopath. Total psychopath. All right. Well, there you go. And again, they're doing this out in the open. They're stealing votes. They're erasing numbers. They can get away with it. We fell for this. We said, oh, yeah, I guess that happens. Shit happens sometimes, but yay, democracy. Okay. All right. Let's get to, it's time for the number one story on top censored news of the week. Here we go. If you think Hayden Panettiere's death is normal, you're either protecting Big Pharma or the Hollywood Epstein pedo class, or both. Well, let's look at the story as it's unfolding in the mainstream Hollywood circles. Let's start with that, and then we'll get to what's not being said. If you haven't heard, this is the story. This is the tragic story. Add another one to the list of young people in Hollywood that just dropped dead for no apparent reason. Nothing to see here.
Good evening, and it's great to have you with us here on a very busy Tuesday night. And we begin tonight with the new turn in the death of actress Hayden Panettiere. ABC News tonight obtaining the police report about the sudden death of the actress found in an apartment building in South Carolina. The call to 911. On the scene, authorities finding her on-again, off-again boyfriend and his brother when they arrived. And what else they discovered while there. Tonight, her mother breaking her silence and the father of Panettiere's 11-year-old daughter and what he's now saying. ABC's Stephanie Ramos leading us off tonight.
Tonight, a police report obtained by ABC News is revealing new details about the death of 36-year-old Hayden Panettiere. The actress's on and off again boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, and his brother, Zach, were inside the Greenville, South Carolina apartment when police arrived after they called 911.
Cardiac arrest. CPR is in progress.
Police reporting that the boyfriend's brother, Zach, was very emotional while EMS were working on Hayden. The longtime boyfriend, Brian, did not become emotional until EMS declared her officially deceased, showing the officer the bag of medication Hayden is currently on. Panettiere's preliminary autopsy found no signs of trauma, and police say there were no signs of foul play or suspicious circumstances.
So what they're doing here is, and notice how the autopsy came out immediately. That never happens. Not since COVID. We don't get autopsies. So that's the first red flag here about setting up the story. And we see this technique all the time in Hollywood deaths. These young actors, we've been covering this on the show, where they set up this drug abuse situation, this unstable lifestyle situation. And that's why this is the new breaking news. We got the on again, off again boyfriend. We got this dysfunctional family behind this star. So this is the narrative control, and they have to get in front of this because it was a medical issue. It was a cardiac arrest, and we know that mostly when young people in Hollywood have cardiac arrest, they like to brush those under the table for some reason. This one they have to get out in front because there's more at play here. There's more at play here than a sudden cardiac arrest. But let's hear a little more of this fake update from mainstream.
The couple had a troubling history that included domestic violence. Hickerson was charged with multiple counts of felony abuse, and he pleaded no contest, serving 45 days in jail. In her memoir, Panettiere wrote, "One night, he busts up my face so badly, I don't leave the house for weeks."
Okay. So we're going to get to the book in a second. We're going to get to the book. But what they're doing here is they're painting the dysfunction behind the scenes that comes from her personal life, her Jerry Springer-ish life, as they say. And then that takes away credibility when she has this book and she talks about domestic violence. And then the boyfriend's there on the scene, and yet they're not going to arrest him because he didn't do it. He had nothing to do with this. But they're painting this picture of, yeah, there was the drugs and all this other stuff. So there you go. And that'll explain to the general public why what? Well, why would you have a young person die of a cardiac arrest for no reason at all? And we know a lot of young people doing drugs. That doesn't, it's still very, very uncommon unless there was something else. So let's go through each piece that they're not covering it. We'll start with this. We'll start with this. So this is breaking that she died at 36. No cause of death has been given yet. So this was the original. And I appreciate this. This is Louise MD, because before, when they said no cause is given, it was a died unexpectedly. This is before the autopsy, before they were able to conclude drugs are in her system and cardiac arrest. So before anything was given, and we thought, honestly, I gotta say, we thought it was going to be a long time, because autopsies, it's weird. They don't do them fast at all these days. This one was an exception. But we have to ask this question. While she never publicly took a stance on getting the COVID jab, in November 2021, she and her brother Jansen traveled to Tahiti. This part they won't tell you, but it's good. It's good to have a paper trail, right? At the time that this destination required tourists to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The rule was in effect from May 2021 until early January 2023. She posted Instagram photos from the trip. So that's good investigative work from Louise MD. Great. We have the timeline. We know the rules in effect. We can therefore conclude that most likely, unless she had a fake card, she was fully vaxxed at the time of the trip. And then we find out her brother died in 2023. They're leaving that part out, because that doesn't, her brother dropping dead in 2023 doesn't help the chaotic lifestyle, because this was what happened to her brother, who had to get the jab to go to Tahiti 2 years earlier, right? What happened to him? Oh, it wasn't a drug issue or domestic abuse or anything crazy Jerry Springer-ish. What happened to him was an enlarged heart, an aortic valve complication. So it was heart failure overall. It was a heart condition, which was common side effect in the vaccine, which we've seen time and time again. And the medical examiner gave that report, and he was only 28. So they're not telling you that part. So those pieces are important to understand that, right? And there they are. That's the two of them, sister and brother, now both passed away, both from cardiac failure at a very young age, 28 and then 36. Wow. Okay. Well, what else? What else do we got? Well, you saw they mentioned the book. Let's look at the book. See, we're going, guys. I told you we're going to go down the rabbit hole today. We're doing it. We're doing it. Well, let's look at the book. The only thing they mentioned in that story was in this book. This Is Me, which came out very recently. They mentioned the part, because there's several chapters. One chapter, she talks about the abusive relationship from her on-again, off-again boyfriend. That's the only part they're going to tell you in that story. Well, there has to be more, right? Well, I love this. This is exactly. If only actress Hayden Panettiere had written a book detailing how she was pimped by her close friend and sexually abused by a powerful Hollywood actor at a young age. Oh, wait, she did. This Is Me, A Reckoning. That's the book. Same book. So what she do? She went on this show called, it's a podcast called On Purpose with Jay Shetty. And she spoke about this experience at 18 after she was tricked onto a boat with someone she trusted. This is all Hollywood industry people, right? She finds herself trapped, place of danger with a famous man. She doesn't say the guy's name, but she talks in detail. Here's a clip from the interview.
Your career where a friend of yours takes you onto a boat, you're led to a room which has an older man in it, and then basically told to perform sexual acts and,
Oh, yeah. Perspective completely shifted, and I realized that I was in danger. But by the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea. And it was that moment shook me and was shocking. And I was quite literally walked down, and I had been having a great time. There was no hints of anything like that happening. So it took me, I was shocked. It took me by surprise. And it was somebody led by somebody that I had grown to trust and see as a protector and somebody who had my back. And to be walked down, down the stairs, and it was as like a surprise, presented as though it was like a surprise, and it was this very small room, and she physically put me in the bed next to this undressed man who was very famous, and
So she's not going to say his name, and she doesn't reveal it in the book. But a lot of people are saying that this is it. This is the thing. They don't want the story being told. We've seen very recently even other child stars turning up dead after naming names. We saw that with the girl, the Ring, that started on The Ring. She got some MTV award back in 2003, and Ashton Kutcher, P. Diddy, these were her handlers, right? And they behaved that way in public. They always are, yeah, we'll take care of you. We're coming to the after party. You're coming to the white party. And she named them. She had it for years. And all of a sudden she comes on Instagram, names them, and she's dead the next week. And they did the same thing with her. They did the whole drug addict, Jerry Springer problems. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame what happens to those child stars. They just come from such chaos. It's their fault. It's their family and friends and the people they hang around and their Jerry Springer crowd. It's their fault. They can't handle the fame. This girl was ready to tell all, and she still hid the identities, but she got into detail. Nobody can say this. She's making this up. So this is a thing. And then you look at the timeline and you say, well, she's talking about this. Let's hear a little more. And look at her. I mean, she's reliving this in this interview. This is just 3 weeks before she dropped dead. For whatever reason.
and had his hands like this, like this was just, an average day for him. This is something that happens all the time. And I waited for her to leave, and I mean, that lion in me, that fire in me, that my hair stood on end, and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. But I had nowhere to hide, and I bolted, and I hid wherever I could think of to hide on a boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away, and there was nobody who was going to, I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation, that this was nothing new to them.
Okay. So that's loaded. And we see a lot of people want more answers there. They want to know how many of these child stars go through this. And she didn't name it. So did they offer because she was going to name it next? Well, the book is out, and there's nobody gets incriminated. So I'm suspicious in this regard that nobody was, no one's being, she's actually protecting them by telling the story and leaving out the names. She's actually protecting them. She's doing what she was told, and that is, don't let these people take the hit for you. And she's doing so. She, even up before she died, she was, even this interview, she's reliving it. It's emotional, but she's not in the book. Getting, I'm not going to accuse her of trying to make money off of her story, but you put the book out, but no one's going to jail. She's not calling anyone out. And it kind of lines up with you do the thing that you're supposed to do, right? You get your jabs, you do the thing. You don't ask questions. And she didn't promote COVID. She didn't say she didn't do the whole picture with the Band-Aid, we're all in this together. She didn't do that. But in this case, I'm not necessarily convinced that Hollywood directly punished her for the book and the interview, because she's actually not incriminating anybody. That's the issue. So you got the COVID thing. right? What are the cardiac problems there? You got the Hollywood thing, which is it obviously is a huge freaking problem, that pedo cult. And if you think that if you think that this is perfectly normal that she died, then you, like we said, you're protecting pharma or the Epstein pedo class, or you're protecting both. So none of this is normal. But let's add one more part. This is just one more part, which is her ties to, I would say, to that same class, that same Epstein class, where there's a war machine worked in, the NATO war machine, Israel war machine. She's tied to that too, because back in 2013, and this is at the height of she's got all of her shows, and she was doing, Heroes and all these other cool projects. She was sponsored by this. People don't know this. She was sponsored by the CIA to go promote, her and her husband, to go promote the Maidan coup in Ukraine. This was for the CIA takeover, where they instilled the puppet government led by Zelensky, who was handpicked by the CIA by Victoria Nuland shortly after. So this is a clip from December 2013. We're not going to watch all of it, but I want you to understand that she was being used as a tool here too. And I suspect there's nothing about this in her book, because I don't think she knew that she was being used as a tool here. But she was. And this part is also very tragic. Literally a CIA-sponsored trip for the Maidan coup that she was promoting with her husband in December 2013. And maybe we all need to rethink when we see celebrities showing up to these war events, right? When we see them, if you think that folks, like, if you remember the Ukraine war started and you remember all the celebrities putting the Ukraine flag up, Paul McCartney, there's a famous of Paul McCartney struggling in 2022 to just lift that Ukrainian flag. He was at a concert in Orange County. I just got to show you that we support, and John would have supported it too. Give peace a chance, but first let's go kill some Russians. So every time you see that, and here, this is no difference. When you see celebrities showing up with whatever flag or whatever thing, in this case, literally promoting the overturning of that country in order to force this war with Putin. That's what this was. So she's not doing this because she chose to do this. Do you guys understand? This entire trip, this entire fiasco is a CIA sponsored event. She's a tool of the CIA, of the Mossad, of the war machine. That's what she's doing. And so was Paul McCartney and all the rest. They're not just choosing, I think I'm going to cut to you I'm going to play my Beatles hit and then cut to a Ukrainian flag. This is all assigned to them. That's what they signed up for. So all this is part of it. Now, I'm not saying they can't believe it while they're doing it. It's because a lot of them are just so ignorant. They don't know what's actually going on. This is why they all sign up for doing vaccine commercials, and Dolly Parton rewriting her stupid song, Jolene is now vaccine. So this is what they do to celebrities. So when we tell the story of Hollywood corruption, the pedo ring, let's snag these child stars when they're young, and let's exploit them like they did with Leonardo DiCaprio, and then he turns into the exploiter himself. Let's exploit Justin Bieber until he's had enough. Let's exploit Usher. All of these ones. That there's more to it than just come to a P. Diddy white party and go on a boat and sexually satisfy this guy against your will. There's more to it. You're being used as a pawn for the war machine as well. And so you might think, that sounds great. Or for pharma, right? You're doing the vaccine commercials for pharma. You're literally getting jabbed on camera. You have to do these things. You're the face that's going to make this okay and manufacture consent. So all of this is part of the reverse engineering element of the working backwards to get to the goal. These celebrities are no different. And the kids, it's hard when they're kids, right? it's hard when they're being used as kids to do this. But 18, 19, 20, you're technically an adult, but you're still somebody susceptible to this. So all of those things were working against her. What was the reason she actually died? Who pulled the trigger? I'm not going to say conclusively yet, but all these things play a role. And again, anybody saying otherwise is deflecting for whatever reason. They don't want to know this stuff. They want to think everything's on the up and up. So we'll see if anything new comes out on this. But until then, we'll leave you with this. Numerology was never something I was excited about, but we see so much of it that I just thought you guys would be interested in this. This is just for an interesting point to just so you guys know that numbers sometimes are coincidences, sometimes they're not. Who knows? But it looks like, according to Mr. Nobody, that Hayden Panettiere died on August 16th at 8:16, shortly after appearing on an episode 816. That was episode 816 of Jay Shetty's podcast. What are the coincidences? Where she alleged abuse. She physically put me in bed next to this man. So we saw that. Her initials HP align perfectly with the date. How is that? Well, H is the 8th letter. P is the 16th. That's 816. Holy crap. I would never have done the math on this. This is insane. She died 3 months and 6 days after the podcast. Only 3 months. I apologize. I think I said 3 weeks earlier. So it was 3 months. 3 months and 6 days at 36 and 360 days. Oh, she was just short of her 37th birthday. Wow. But 360 to be exact. 36 is the triangular number of 666. Wow. As in sacrificial death, which equals 666. What are the chances? Her death came just after the August 12th solar eclipse. She was best known for Heroes, a series where heroes become vulnerable during eclipses, exploring premonition and predetermined destiny. You know, might have to check that show out to see that. That's also interesting. She was part of a show like that. Her most famous role was that role, apparently. The logo and opening credits feature a solar eclipse. Ah, of course it does. Of course it does. From season 1, her character is portrayed as prey and sexually abused. In season 4, she dies of cardiac arrest. What? Oh, you got to be kidding me. You got to be freaking kidding me. Her character in Heroes is abused and then dies of cardiac arrest. You're watching a scripted movie held together by rituals. And I think we'll just leave it at that. But luckily, we're asking the right questions and we're suspicious of the right things and we're looking in the right places and we're doing it, more importantly, at the right time when you're supposed to be doing it, as it's happening. Better yet, to do it before it's happening, if that's even possible. But we're not going to wait 20 years to ask these questions. And that's why we're here to bring you top censored news of the week. All right, guys. I know we've run long today, but it don't matter. We're going to just move on. I had another break ready to go, but guess what? We're just going to go for it. Let's just get into it, guys. I promise I'm going to get to as many of your comments as we can, but we do have to speed through a little bit because I want to do loudest voice with you guys as well. So we'll just jump right in. Time to talk to you guys. Here we go. All right, it's time to talk back with you guys on today's show. We're calling it reverse engineering. Everything's a top-down model, same blueprint they use to manufacture consent. They manufacture consent for all wars, all social dilemmas that include pandemics, or as we say, plandemics, any sort of catastrophe, natural disaster. I'll do that in quotes. Natural disasters, anything to manufacture consent to achieve a different goal, a greater goal, whether it's an election selection. We know elections are all selections. There's just time and time again, list after list, Greater Israel Project, whatever the circumstance might be, they work it backwards to get to that goal. They have to start with a plan, and that plan of attack is get you on board for the greater good. And that's what we do. That's what we do. So that's what the connecting theme has been today. Through all the stories today, we've had Garland Nixon, or no, not Garland Nixon on. What am I saying? We're going to be with Garland Nixon tomorrow. We've had Jay Scott and Craig Pasta on with us today, talking about all these issues. It's all bleeding together because it's all connected, man. It's all connected, man. So let's look at some of the stuff you guys had to say here. Starting with some of the super chats we were not able to get to earlier, and Citizen called this out, and we did cover this on Top Censored News. It's time to jump on the Blazarian bandwagon, and that is now. And as far as bandwagon goes, yeah, you can agree 100% with the guy or halfway with him. It doesn't even matter. The point is they rigged the election and they did it out in the open, and we have to be for that principle of justice. So you got to be on Team Blazarian. Just for that purpose alone is good enough for us, right? And then you look at the stuff he's saying, you're like, hey, if that's extreme, I'd rather be aligned with that extreme than the other extreme, right? I mean, if you had to choose, that's what we would choose. So agree with you on that, Citizen. Thank you so much. And let's see. Oh, I want to redo this one because this is from Deep Green, and we know. Thank you for being with us. We didn't even know we were going to meet in Chicago. We were out there with Caleb Boppin and the CPI gang. This is all anti-imperialist work, and thank you for being part of this, Matt. Great to meet you and your wife at Chicago last Saturday at the CPI convention. Loved your presentation, and we hope that we know Caleb's been saying the CPI. They had a professional shoot there. You guys know who were there. They're editing the stuff right now, and they're going to be putting out some stuff. We're going to share more. We shared a little bit of behind the scenes, and we did a little raw clip with you guys earlier in the show. But we'll have more to share. And again, it's good to just see you guys and meet you. Great to meet you in person. And that's what it's about. We're not all just sitting at home looking at our screens. We're actually getting on the ground, and we're showing up to the story. We're creating the story in some cases. When we protest and revolt and speak out, we're part of the story. And so that's what we love to see, our homeless lefties, our THLs out there on the ground when it counts. Okay. What else we got? We covered some of this other stuff earlier. Let's see. Oh, this is another one from Citizen. Holy shit, you seen the news of Japan? Dollars at their mercy. Fox News revised their short-term pain mantra to short-term debt to buy long-term debt. Doesn't really roll off the tongue as well. But yeah, we remember the short-term pain for long-term gain. That didn't quite. Did that work out, guys? All you Fox Newsies out there? Not too short, is it? This is more long-term pain. We told you it was long-term pain. So yes, it's also economic. We'll have to look at where Japan is, but we've seen the massive decline in their economy, and our dollar being at their mercy right now. So if Fox is bragging about this right now, that's bullshit. But that's hey, they got to respin it, right? What is the motto now? Short-term debt to buy long-term debt. Again, doesn't really roll off the tongue, but whatever. Hey, whatever to get you excited. That we're Team America. Fuck yeah. That's what we're going with, I guess. We're still going with that. One more from Citizen we didn't get to earlier. Goal being to 86. That means eliminate Israel. No need for Zio-Jew separation. And I think what you're talking about is how the language, right? Dan Blazarian's language versus the rest of us. What are you allowed to say and not say? Even though the goal is to get rid of this supremacist state, apartheid state, that's the goal. Are we going to waste time on what we call it or how we refer to it, or are we going to get rid of it? And I think that's what you're getting to there, Citizen. So I appreciate that a lot. And we got some silver stars from Leora. I'll throw these up. I like these. 2 jewel silver star. Thank you so much for that. And a gold coin. Thank you so much. And I know you had some super chat we had read earlier on the show. Don't have time to reread them now, but we did them earlier. Oh, another one just came in. Thank you so much. This is a 5 jewels treat. Thank you. And Citizen, I see you, man. This is Blazarian for president. So the idea is that he gets eliminated in an outright rigged election, and then he comes back to run for president. I can see that happening. We'll keep an eye on him. He definitely has a no holds barred approach, and I get it. There's other lefties in our camp, in our arena, that have a problem with certain language, but let's pay attention to what he's doing. Let's keep an eye on this guy. I can say pretty certainly he's not done just because they literally took votes away from him. You can see it. You can see the timestamp. How do you lose 1,800 votes in an hour? They're just gone. And you can see it. That's weird. So just for that reason, let's keep an eye on this guy and see what happens next. Okay, let's get to some of the other stuff. I know you guys have been putting them up for the last, I can say almost 5 hours. You guys have been putting up some comments. I'm not able to get to all of them, of course, but let's see if anything stands out here. What do we got here from earlier in the show? We were talking about the Superman 3 movie. Guys, you gotta go see Superman 3 for the super computer reference. That's important with all the AI data centers. They're the originators of that concept in 1983 Superman 3. However, from Vintage Jose, LOL, Superman 3 was terrible, but I like the Superman 4 one. So who am I to judge? But like the IVs, anti-war, anti-nuke them. Yeah. That was in 4. So in IV, I meant that's the Roman numeral 4 for Superman 4. Anti-war and anti-nuke theme. So anti-war, anti-nuke theme, that's also important. Superman 4 was also a great theme. So you got 2 back-to-back Superman who both films are known to be, or they say suck, like from quality level, but topic matter, so important. So important, I have to say. And I'll put this one up again. This is from Chris. Superman 3 was scary. Soup versus Clark scene is peak. I would say go watch it for that too, just because. Christopher Reeve even said he's ashamed of Superman 4. He's not a fan of Superman 3 as much, but he does say, you know what? That Superman versus Clark scene. So he's very proud of that, and he should be. He played like 3 roles. He played good Superman, bad Superman, and Clark Kent. Those are all 3 different roles. That's Christopher Reeve. He played like geniusly played 3 roles in that film. Like excellent. Okay. Anyways, enough of that. I like this is from Sam. Wish to go. Thank you. Lex Luthor is like Mary Poppins compared to the likes of Karp, Thiel, and Musk. Yeah. In fact, when we saw that new Superman, the Lex Luthor character, a lot of people are like, oh, that's Trump. That's Trump. No. I mean, I don't know what they were trying to do with that, but you're absolutely right. When you look at the plot, the likes of actual, these aren't fake fictional characters. Alex Karp, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk are real people. And yes, it does make Lex Luthor look like Mary Poppins. I absolutely agree with that, Sam. In perspective, the actual villains of our time, and we don't have any Superman. I think that's the real problem. We have these villains. We're living in a world without superheroes, yet we have super villains. Think about that. That's a comic book on its own. I think I've seen that before. Like, imagine a world without superheroes, but we had the super villains. We don't have to imagine it. That's what we're living in. We're living in a world. What if we had an Earth, a multiverse, or the multiverse, and we're in an Earth where there is no superheroes, just the villains doing their horrible shit. This is what it would look like if you take those characters out. The ones we're rooting for, the Superman characters that are supposed to be doing what's right to protect humanity. We don't have them. So we're left with the Peter Thiels and the Elon Musks and the Alex Karps and all the rest of the psychopaths, all the Zionists, all of them, total psychopaths. All right, let's do, we'll do a few more from, here we go. Oh yeah, we were covering Nick Fuentes. And this was from, you know what? I appreciate Tara Preda Wild with her take on the obvious feds. Most of all, the alternative mainstream media are mockingbird feds, obviously. And some of them are more obvious than others. You know, we say obviously. We looked at Nick Fuentes today, and it's pretty cut and dry. Some of them are not so obvious. And there's elements of it where sometimes they're doing fed work. Maybe they're not all the time. But, it's good to have that reminder that even when you hear something that sounds good, there's a reason you're hearing that good thing, because there's a more sinister operation in place to earn your trust and respect because they're saying the good thing. That's something we have to remember, because it's easy to get all, oh, look, they're saying what I'm resonating with them right now. Let's see. We'll have a little more going on here. Okay, we have. Oh, Bob of Atlantis, thanks for tuning in. Delay, deny, defend. That was what was written on the bullets. We're talking about the Luigi Mangioni. Unfortunately, he's pleading guilty, and then there's no court. We're not going to hear from any witnesses. But that was on the bullets. Delay, deny, defend. Where do we have a follow-up from that? It's like they're using their payout scheme to prevent copycat escalation. There should have been more response. People should have been louder about this. But again, I think that's the operation in place, that it keeps people in their camps, and we don't have any. There's no ramifications. There's no consequences to running these horrible killing machine. That's what these are. These healthcare, insurance companies are killing machines. Their job is to kill. They have a quota of kill, a kill list. Their kill list there's a percentage, and I think United Healthcare is the worst one, because they turned down over 50% of their claims. So they're killing people in that denial. And so the delay, deny, defend is the mantra that was on the bullets that Luigi Mangioni is now saying, I did it. And now there's no more, there's just a plea deal, and that's going to be the end of it. And so it does make you think the whole thing was just an operation to keep us more divided, more separated, more in our camps. And the biggest reveal and the saddest part about the whole thing is that there's no ramifications, there's no consequences for the healthcare side of things. They get to go on. The only thing they had to do was the other CEOs. What did they have to do? The other CEOs just had to kind of take their names and pictures and addresses off of social media, off the internet. That was it. And business as usual. That's all. So we're back to business as usual. And more people think that the left is filled with dangerous psychopaths that want to kill people because they said yes to that. They were some were applauding what Luigi did. And so you just put us more into our camps. That's all that was. It's sad, because you wanted more, right? You wanted more, but we didn't get more. We're getting less. All right, let's hit to a couple more. I don't know if I can promote this one. I don't know. Hit Israel with a tactical nuke and do the human race a favor. Listen, I am not going to promote this on our show. That is not okay. The last thing I'm going to do is give attention. Kill your egregores. I refuse to platform you here on our show right now. You can take that horrible, hateful idea and just, go away. I don't want people to see this. No, not good. Not good. Okay. All right, moving on. Here we go. Let's see a few more of these guys, and then we got to get on to the loudest voice. Okay. Oh, right. Oh, I don't know. That's quite an accusation. Tara Preda Wild. I wish I would have put this, if I had seen this, I would have put this up when Jay was on. Look at this. Looks like we can all be accused of it, right? Jay is 90% likely enough. Wow. You see, and I think so at some point, right? At some point, let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. So all of the independent media talking heads, they're all ops, all of them, right? Tucker, Candace, Nick Fuentes, they're all ops. That means that in the left, we're all ops too. Jay is as she says, Jay is 90% likely enough. So we're all ops. When do we say no? That isn't likely. The people are actually trying to do their thing. What is the gauge? I think we need to have a better gauge on this. We need to have, when possible, we should have proof. We should have, or at least not proof, but we should have at least evidence, right? Some sort of indication. Is it something that was said? Is that an indication? What is the thing? Is it just a feeling, or is it a rule? Are we making a rule that any media source? So if I go on these big shows, if I go on RT, if I go on whoever you're interacting with, if they must be an ops, that means you are. I don't know. I want to make sure we don't get too carried away with that. We need to zero in and find some sort of evidence before we make 90% claims. I mean, again, you're not saying 100%, but you're saying 90. And like, there has to be something else there. There has to be. I know, Citizen. Where's Leslie? Where's Leslie? She'll be back. She'll be back. She'll be back. Don't worry. I'm doing my best with you. Thanks, Gabrielle, for coming in and helping us out. I'm hoping we can get you. Yeah. What's going on, beautiful people? Thank you so much, Gabrielle. I know you're in for a little bit here. I need to get somebody else running the chat though, running the actual starring comments. I can't do it all when I'm the only one here. When Leslie's here, she does a great job. I need to. We need to have a rotating team. We need to have a rotating team. I think so. All right, we'll get to a couple more, and then we got to get on to the last one. Okay. We'll put a couple more. Yeah, and this is why we reported on the Top Censored News that Epstein class is also in Hollywood. That's the point. That's the point. And Hollywood has their same fall guys, right? You got your Harvey Weinsteins, right? And in the entertainment side or the music side, you got P. Diddy. You got these fall guys as they're protecting the Epstein pedo class because they're all part. It's all the same. It's all part of it. Yes, 100%. Oh, I know Shadow Walker, Luigi 2028. After he gets his plea deal, you never know. You never know. Oh, Donald Duck's mom. We were looking at Billy. I'd be reluctant to trust Billy. No more than I trust YouTube. Okay, well, hold on. It's something that worth looking into. There can be levels of trust, you know, like we understand that the Epstein class that runs us, China is not, they're not part of that. So their interest in hurting us would be a lot less, regardless of what we were told. Despite what we were told that China's out to hurt us and Russia's out to hurt us, it's our own handlers, our own donor class, Epstein, pedo class, psychopaths that run the Western Hemisphere. They run us. They are more interested in hurting us than they are. So I would say you're gonna trust them the same amount. I think we would give a little more trust, a little more. You know, I'm not saying 100%. I'm saying they deserve a little more than our handlers because our handlers have proved to only have our our interests not in mind at all. In fact, they work against our interests, and that they've proved that over and over again. That would include YouTube and Google, right? So we're looking into that. And for those of you who don't know, and I just wanted to put this up, it's Billy. Still looking into it. We're looking to see if we could get some traction on there for a Chinese audience. So we'll talk about. We got to look at it over the weekend. Maybe we'll do some commentary on it or let you guys know about it by next week's episodes. But Billy seems to be popular right now for Chinese audiences, and who knows? There might be an audience for us there with the homeless left. That's all. I mean, we're freaking on YouTube, and we get these warnings and strikes and loose channels. So we might as well try. We might as well try it, right, guys? Okay. We'll do one more, and then we'll call it. Oh, this is great. Thank you. I like it. I sometimes I get shy with the compliments, but thanks, Blake. Another professional signature and legendary broadcast by the courageous Matt Weinglass. Let's go. Appreciate it. We'll end it right there with the talking back, guys. Thank you all for partaking, and we'll try to get some of your comments. We'll try to filter some more in at the very end when we run the outro. But for now, let's go ahead and just start it up. The final segment of the week. It's time for some loudest voice, guys. Let's do it. It's the loudest voice of the week. This week, we saw some heroism, and it was coming from a place that was very unlikely. Never would have thought that this, not only that this happened, it's a Kentucky family. We're gonna show you the news clip of this Kentucky family. Basically, what they did was they rejected an offer to sell their farm to an AI company, and the people that own this farm, this family, they don't present as activists or people that show up at protests, or they don't even present like they even fully know the things we talk about on this show, fully know about the two-party duopoly or about the technocratic state, the digital ID state. They don't necessarily know anything, not to mention all the war machine and the U.S.-Israel, Greater Israel Project and all the imperialism. But they had an instinct to say no. And what did they reject? In this case, never seen anything like this before. $26 million offer for them to sell their farm. And they said, hell no. Here's the story.
Yeah, I'll stay and hold and feed a nation. 26 million doesn't mean anything.
Some people might find it hard to understand how Delcia Bear can turn away a $26 million offer to buy some of her land until you spend a little time with her walking the dirt road she grew up on and in the house her daddy built.
My grandfather and great-grandfather and a whole bunch of family has all lived here for years, paid taxes on it, fed a nation off of it, even raised wheat through the Depression and kept the bread lines up in the United States of America when people didn't have anything else.
Delcia is one of dozens of landowners approached by an anonymous buyer, one of the major players in artificial intelligence, likely Google or Meta or Amazon, to purchase their land. The market value for land in Mason County is about $6,000 an acre. The realtor that came to her door last April offered her and her mother about 10 times that.
They call us old stupid farmers, but we're not. We know whenever our food is disappearing, our lands are disappearing, and we don't have any water. And poison, we know we've had it.
Delcia's mom, Ida Huddleston, is now 82 years old. She says she does not need the money or the hassle. She was born on this land, and she plans to die here. And she certainly does not trust the promises made by the AI companies or the people who want them to build here.
So what do you say to the people who are in town that say, hey, this is going to bring jobs, this is going to bring economic prosperity?
I say they're a liar and the truth ain't in them.
They're a liar and the truth ain't in them. Wow. 82 years old, and she knows something. She knows something. She retained something in her 82 years. And she's got the "Don't Tread on Me" sign out front and the "Say No to Data Centers." It's pretty badass. And you don't need the money. You know, sometimes people don't need money, but they certainly take it, right? So this isn't about it only works on desperate people. Money, influence of any sort of bribing can guess. By the way, guess who else didn't need money? A lot of those doctors that took the bonuses for all the jabs and the ventilators, they didn't need the money. But man, when you see those zeros on a paycheck, man, there's not a lot of people that would say no. Not a lot. So it's not about, oh, we need it, we don't need it. Those doctors don't need that shit. They don't need it. Dr. Mary Talley Bowden didn't need $1.5 million because that's what she turned down. She turned down the $1.5 million when she did not want to comply with the horrific COVID policy. Other doctors took it. So this is an ethical question. This is a hero versus coward question. And unfortunately, there's just more cowards in our society than heroes. And that's why we're focusing on this. But let's see what else they have anything else to say here, because this is pretty badass.
Is what I say. It's a scam.
For Delcia, scam or not, she says she's connected to her home like Scarlett O'Hara was in Gone with the Wind.
I love how the newscaster is like, scam or not. On one hand, it could be. On the other hand, no, it's a effing scam. It's just funny that these reporters are just like, well, we have to see the other side of it. We have to sit down with the billionaires who are going to tell us that, no, this is good. This is good. Everybody wins. It's safety first. Safety first. So that the local news chat, they're doing their part. That's how we do journalism. You got to give the billionaires the benefit of the doubt. Scam or not. All right, go on.
As long as she was attached to that land, her spirit never would die. And that's the exact same thing for me right here. As long as I'm on this land, as long as it's feeding me, as long as it's taking care of me, there's nothing that can destroy me if I've got this land.
So there's one other part to this, not to be a Debbie Downer here, but to be clear, this journalist, this news team, they ain't doing their job. They think they're covering both sides. We'll get your side. Then we'll check in with Sam Altman and Donald Trump and see what they say. No, this is the story, and they're not going deep enough. Here's the next question and the concern. First of all, bravo. They should be applauding her, saying this is incredible. The courage you guys have to do this, because nobody does this. Well, certain people do this. And this brings me to my point. There's a certain type of people that do this. We talk about native indigenous people. We talk about Hawaii. We talk about the land grab that has occurred. There were so many Hawaii natives that said no to this exact thing before the fires. They said, hell no. This is our ancestry. We're not taking, I don't care how many zeros are on that piece of paper. We ain't taking it. And this is the concern. And this newscaster will never bring this up. They won't bring it up on camera. They won't bring it off. They won't even bring it up off camera because it's not in their lexicon. It's not how they think. They give the woman a chance to speak. Good for them for giving that chance. But I'm here to tell you guys, the thing we should be talking to her and her mom about are be prepared what they're going to do next. You did not take the bribe money, so we're going to have to force it on you. So be prepared. You didn't eat the cheeseburger and fries for your COVID jab. Oh, you don't want a milkshake? You don't want a donut? Everyone else is eating the donuts and drinking milkshakes. Why aren't you? Oh, well, we'll just have to remove you from your job, and then we'll have to remove you from society. We're going to force you to get the jab. So this is how it works with the land grabbing. You're not taking the $26 million. You had your chance. Natural disasters coming to Kentucky. Climate change. Climate change is coming to Kentucky. You might just be right in the wrong place at the wrong time. You should have taken that money. Now, we're not saying to take it. We're saying be ready for that. And you need somebody to tell you that. We're telling you that. That's what's coming. The news ain't going to report this shit. We are happy they gave you the chance to tell your story. That's why we get, and we hope, this clip itself. Nobody's watching that news channel. Nobody cares about the local Kentucky news channel. But this clip is blowing up on Twitter. It's getting seen, and that's good. That's good. So that means something happened here. Something important happened here. All those Hawaiian natives, they get forgotten about. Nobody is thinking about that. I'm reminding you that it was a thing that they said they stood together. They said, no, we are not selling. And then what happened? Lahaina fires. They took the land anyways, and now they have nothing. So the lesson here isn't take the money. The lesson is know what you're up against and scream about it. Shout it at the top of your lungs. And if you have a news organization that shows up, a local news channel shows up to do the story, this part won't be discussed. But maybe you can do it off camera. Say, hey, I noticed you didn't ask that. Why didn't you ask about that? Are you worried about what's happening next? Because they should be worried what's happening next. You got to be prepared for that natural disaster. Natural disaster. That's the ultimate. That's how they take it from you. Just like throwing you out your job during COVID. You didn't eat the cheeseburger, no job for you. That's the game plan. So let's be clear what we're signing up for. And we need more heroes. Again, you have the courage to say no to this. Know what's coming next. That's all. That's all. So let's champion the heroism here. Appreciate this moment, even though the news station has no idea the magnitude of this actual story. They don't know. We know, and we know how important this is, and that's why we're giving this Kentucky family the loudest voice of the week. All right, guys, that should do it for today. I like that we ended strong with that segment. We'll try and get some of these other segments up soon on the channel. Don't forget to like, subscribe to The Homeless Left all over the place, guys. You can find us on all of the main stuff. This is the Rumble channel. Hit the like, subscribe, check the subscribe button. Please check the subscribe button on YouTube. Sometimes they take those away, so add it back in. Check us out on Twitter. All that's good. Thank you guys so much. Great show today. I just want to give a special shout out to Pasta and Jay for everything they brought to the table today. Also, a shout out to Caleb, Moppin, and CPI. A great event on Monday, or we did it over the weekend, and then we were able to get so much from that, and we're looking forward to share out more about that convention, the CPI convention in Chicago. And what's coming up is we have Garland Nixon. I think I mentioned it earlier, but this is the actual announcement. We're going to be doing a Garland Nixon show tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. So check that out. We'll try to multi-stream that on the YouTube channel tomorrow. Check it out, and then we'll see you guys back here with more Homeless Left next Tuesday and Thursday, same time. So we'll catch you next week. That's all afternoon, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we'll see you here, guys, back on the Non-Tribal Approach to News channel, The Homeless Left. We'll leave you with this, guys. On the outro, this is a song. We're gonna credit the Dipster X. So go to @the Dipster X. If you like what you hear and see, you might want to follow the Dipster X. The name of the song is The Piece of Shit Song. Enjoy, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, I'm Matt Weinglass with The Homeless Left. Remember, when you go out into the world, always go out with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. Power to the people, free Palestine. We're out.
Comes a time when we must face the truth. We took the money and we sold the youth. We can't go on pretending this is right. We put another country first every night. We are the ones who sign the bills and smile, while our own people struggle all the while. There's a choice we're making, and we made it clear. Their interests come first. Year after year, we are a piece of shit. We are a piece of shit. We take the cash from APAC every day. We put their flag above the USA. We are a piece of shit. Oh, we are a piece of shit. God bless Israel. Shabbat Shalom. And God bless the money we take home. We can't pretend that we don't know the score. We sell the wars and then we ask for more.
We read the talking points they send our way, then stand up tall and say what they want us to say.
We get ourselves rich while the district goes broke. We call it shared values and laugh at the joke. We place our hands upon that ancient wall, then fly back home and answer every call. We are a piece of shit.
We are a piece of shit.
We take the cash from APAC every day. We put their flag above the USA. We are a piece of shit.
Oh, we are a piece of shit.
God bless Israel.
Shabbat Shalom.
And God bless the money we take home. When we see the checks clear, we feel no shame.
When the primary comes, we play the same game.
We know exactly what this is. We just don't care. As long as the next
contribution's there.
The system protects it. Thank you, APAC. Thank you for the opportunity.
God bless Israel.
Shabbat Shalom.